Let's see at 'em.
Head high, chin up, scissors ready. Scissors, needles, thread, tools of Isolde. She'll always be with me, and I with her.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn.
I'll make sure my allies feel the joy they deserve.
Minions have spawned.
I've got to make each footprint mean something.
An enemy has been slain.
Looking for a tailor? It'll be quite fun cutting them down.
An enemy has been slain.
Hit him.
The memories I stitch here will be my own. Bits of fabric can become something beautiful. My work here can do just the same. Still can't believe I get to move my hands and feet all on my own. I'm gone. Oh, God! A few quick cuts. Promptly. I needed to hold back. I'll break as many needles as it takes to get this right. I must hurry if I am to win. I get to decide. I must. I remember when she sewed my dress with these scissors. Now they cut a different cloth. trying to stop me. They can keep on trying.
Ally has been slain.
Feel the their resolve. No matter, mine will be stronger. Endured far worse than this. Promptly.
Turret plating will soon fall. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
No one said life would be easy. That is its charm, to be sure. Don't waste a minute.
Enemy killing spree.
See this? See me?
Has been destroyed.
Onward! Playtime's just beginning. This is better than a dream. It's real. And I won't ever forget it.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
No time like the present.
Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
I'll make sure my allies feel the joy they deserve.
An ally has been slain.
Something. Whatever it takes. The struggle is worth it. Promptly. May I jump in?
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
That brisk fresh air.
Enemy rampage.
Still can't believe I get to move my hands and feet all on my own. With haste. Pieces. Looking for a tailor?
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been
I'll
slain.
break as many needles as it takes to get this right.
Killing spree.
I must hurry if I want to. I feel so alive! Quick, quick!
Your team has destroyed a turret.
They're trying to stop me. Well, they can keep on trying. I sense their resolve. Mine will be stronger.
Killing spree.
I won't let you hurt anyone.
An ally has been slain.
I did that. Me. No time to rest. Seeing my breath slow. The wind at my back feels so good. I can't lose this. I won't.
See the way they scramble like baby armadillos.
No one said life would be easy. That is its charm. to do.
Scramble like baby armadillos.
Has been slain.
Ha! How foolish! Quick, wait!
An enemy has been slain.
Isolde, wherever you are, I know you'll be alright.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
See the way they
An
scramble
ally
like
has been
baby
slain.
armadillos.
Killing spree.
I can do this! For her, and for everyone! Mountains beyond the cliffs. Hurry! I always wish to see one close.
In despair, a young, short-haired girl cries out in anguish, begging her brother to wake up. Still dazed, the young man slowly opens his eyes, wondering where he is. Upon realizing Chen Ping has woken up, the young girl shows immense relief. However, the young man seems unsettled, believing he has been defeated. While a nearby group of men insist on collecting a debt, the young girl stands protectively in front of her brother. She begs them to stop threatening him while he is still confused. The main character watches his sister shield him, and as he looks around, he recognizes this is Luo City. He is surprised to find himself in his old house, which he had left more than a decade ago. A persistent headache, along with mental chaos, is fueled by memories of past events. He recalls how he was viciously betrayed by the 5 leaders of the Sacred Alliance during a trip to Qing Mountain, despite having dedicated himself completely to the Alliance. The leaders feared his power, and now he is determined to find them and settle all scores. As he gets up, he realizes that if his sister, Xu Wei, is still alive, it means he has somehow returned 10 years into the past. On the other hand, the debt collectors threaten to take the main character's sister away, to sell her on the black market, displaying an unexpected personality. The young man makes it clear that he intends to deal harshly with anyone who dares to threaten him, or his family. His sister is surprised by her brother's assertive behavior. Unable to hide his astonishment at this new attitude, the leader of the group is in disbelief. He doubts the young man has the guts to face them, yet the main character remains calm, and declares that the 3 million debt will be paid in 3 days. The man with the red-dyed mohawk shows a look of contempt. Realizing the young man knows the exact amount of the debt, they gather their papers and calculations. The debt collectors confirm that the mentioned amount matches the total debt. Limited in their perception, these men believe the main character possesses psychic abilities due to his apparent knack for predicting events, yet he keeps his distance. Observing the men and reflecting on how he has been through this before, something he would never admit, the red-haired henchman expresses his doubts. He questions the young man's ability to gather the debt in just 3 days. Suddenly, a female voice interrupts, declaring that she herself will be responsible for paying the debt. Chen Ping immediately recognizes who she is. She is the second young miss of the renowned Dongfang family, whose older sister was once promised to him in marriage. The young woman with long black hair stands still, watching the henchman's obvious confusion. His attitude changes abruptly, from arrogant just moments before. Now he begins to address the main character respectfully, calling him little brother. Bowing his head as a sign of remorse, he asks the young woman to overlook his insolence. However, she pays him no mind, instead turning to the main character and advising him to leave the city and never return. Promising to pay his debt in exchange for this, however, the young man doesn't dismiss the offer and asks directly if there is something valuable in his house that she wants to acquire. The young woman takes the remark personally, accusing him of being unable to pay his debt while also making insinuations about her. Faced with this, little Xu Wei grabs her brother's arm, looking worried. In response, he reassures her with firm words. Guaranteeing that no one will threaten him again, he turns back to the uninvited girl. He tells her to leave, making it clear he is not interested in her help. The young woman realizes her offer has been rejected, feeling annoyed but hiding her displeasure at being insulted. The main character demonstrates control, assuring that the situation is in hand, and makes it clear he will not repeat himself, finally telling the debt collectors to return in 3 days, assuring them that the debt will be paid in full. Insulted, the red-haired henchman thinks that, if it weren't for the kid's connection to a prestigious family, the situation would be different. The henchman warns that he will let things go the young man's way and will return in 3 days to collect what is theirs. As he leaves, he instructs his accomplices to get out of there quickly. The young woman from the influential family wants to know how the main character will manage to gather 3 million to pay the debt, and he makes it clear to her that whatever he planned to do was certainly none of her business. This enrages Dongfang Zhu so much that her body trembles. While his sister prepares a meal, she informs her brother that he has been unconscious for several days. Standing in the doorway, he simply watches his sister cook with a look of admiration. He remembers that in his past life, his sister passed away too soon. Something bothers his thoughts, and suddenly he notices a soft, white object resting on his shoulder. Upon seeing Xiao Shuekyu, he feels incredibly pleased. However, looking at the tiny creature, he notices that Xiao Shuekyu has returned to its original state, and he believes this little creature brought him back to life and 10 years into the past. His sister asks if the creature in his hands is a war spirit and wonders when he became a hunter. He introduces it, saying its name is Xiao Shuekyu and that it is very gentle, and he lets his sister take care of the little furball. His sister is very excited, because she finds the little creature very beautiful, and as soon as she says those words, Xiao Shuekyu jumps onto her shoulder. The main character tells his sister she can continue playing with Xiao Shuekyu, because he has some things to prepare as he goes up the stairs and into a room. He remembers that he didn't have enough money to pay the debt before, and because of that, he had to leave. His parents had bought quite a lot of equipment from the black market, and it is with those things He intends to craft a weapon that he can use for self-defense in the future. The main character looks around the messy room, aware that he will have to put in a lot of effort to find what he is looking for. Even amidst the mess, something inside a box catches his attention. When he picks up the object, he realizes it is an ornate steel dagger. Observing its sharp blade, he feels extremely satisfied. He now has a reliable weapon in his hands to hunt demonic beasts outside the city walls without needing to find another weapon. While still in the attic, he hears someone calling from outside, asking them to open the door if they are home. Recognizing the voice, he knows it's Wu Guosheng. Going downstairs, he sees his sister talking to the visitor at the entrance. Upon witnessing the scene, he is surprised, his eyes widening as he starts to sweat slightly. Meanwhile, his sister continues to chat with Wu, who came there to talk to the main character, supposedly with good news. As soon as he sees the young man coming down the stairs, the visitor shows his enthusiasm, saying he has something very interesting to share. However, the main character, knowing his old friend well, suspects he simply wants to push another task onto him. Despite this, the energetic Wu grabs his friend's shirt and starts pulling him towards the door, saying goodbye to Shu Wei. He explains that he's going out with her brother for a bit and that they might be a while. The young girl tells them both to be careful, worried for their safety. Wu Guosheng rushes into the forest, with the main character following behind. Trying to keep up, the main character frustratedly asks what Wu wants this time. That's when his friend suddenly stops with a wide grin. Wu asks Chen Ping if he has ever heard of the crescent python. Curious, the young man wants to know if anyone has managed to take it down. Wu cheerfully replies that it is notoriously cunning. Wu explains the crescent python has attacked members of several influential families in the city, sowing chaos. Feeling uneasy, Chen Ping knows that this demonic beast is exactly the kind of prey he intends to face. His excited friend reveals that anything related to the crescent python is of great value and can be sold for a high price. Eager, the main character asks exactly where the monster is, and Wu informs him that it has been spotted to the north. Without hesitation, Chen Ping dashes in that direction, leaving his friend confused by his haste. Puzzled, Wu asks why he's running so fast. The young man replies decisively that he will not allow anyone to steal his prey. Wu finds this attitude a bit much and laughs, thinking it's somewhat ridiculous. Several hunters pursuing the giant monster are sent flying violently in all directions. They shout desperately, urging each other to surround the beast, believing it would make it easier to land a fatal blow. The crescent python is an impressively large creature, venomous and extremely agile, causing devastation in mere moments. In vain, many hunters confidently step forward, thinking it would be easy to land a decisive blow. However, all their efforts are futile, as their attacks against the python, no matter how fierce, only result in shattered swords. The sight of their broken weapons leaves the mid-level hunters terrified at the prospect of imminent failure. With its ruthless lunges, the monster has made it clear who truly controls that territory. Neither spears, swords, nor any other tool, not even wolves or ferocious dogs, could defeat it. The python proves to be a cunning opponent, attacking with both its sharp fangs and its tail. Its tail moves relentlessly, and with a single whip, it inflicts serious injuries on the hunters who dare to face it. The situation leaves the others paralyzed with fear, hesitating to continue the attack. Despite this, they try to move the injured away to minimize their losses. The hunters are clearly worried, and are in a state of extreme desperation. What initially seemed like a simple task, subduing the monster, is turning into a nightmare. Those who realize the gravity of the situation have abandoned their wounded companions, unable to protect them or face the monster alone. The hunters have reached a breaking point, sending the crescent python into a state of extreme rage. The more experienced ones had warned the newcomers about the danger of confronting such an enraged creature, but it was too late. The completely out-of-control monster attacked, with its powerful tail and venomous fangs, demonstrating intelligence and agility. The python could easily deceive the more naive hunters. They knew that if they weren't lucky enough to dodge its attacks, their bones could be completely crushed. The order was clear. Everyone had to be extremely careful, as the python's thick hide and abilities made it a formidable opponent. However, the main character observes the chaos around him. Realizing this is his chance, gripping his dagger, he decides to charge towards the monster, displaying incredible skills that astonish the other hunters. With quick and precise movements, he inspires admiration and raises suspicions about his identity. However, the crescent python shows no signs of fear. It is preparing to face this new opponent in a duel. The main character knows he will not leave that place without a victory. Observing the monster's every move, he waits for an opening in its defense. For a brief moment, the python lets its guard down, and he smiles, realizing this is the perfect moment. With precise attacks and impressive skill, he inflicts significant damage on the giant creature. Now wounded, and even more furious, the python thrashes about dangerously, making the fight even more difficult. The main character knows he must be even more careful, as he has now become the monster's primary target. Despite the risks, he remains focused, He knows that defeating the monster is crucial to paying off his huge debt. Finally, after an intense battle, he manages to kill the python. Even in defeat, it continues to thrash, trying to drag him down with it in its final throes. When the monster's body hits the ground, the impact startles even the most experienced hunters, who are watching the scene in awe, while others back away in fear. The main character remains calm, admiring his victory and ensuring no one can take his prize. The other hunters are horrified. The young man single-handedly took down the crescent python, something none of them could do even by joining forces. Soon after, Wu Guoshang finally catches up to his friend, worriedly asking if he is okay. With an excited smile, the main character replies that there is no reason to worry so much. After all, it was just a slightly larger reptile. The other hunter's conversation about him catches his attention, and when he turns around, he sees a grumpy old man approaching with an accusatory tone. The man asks, who gave him permission to lay a finger on the monster. The suspicion is clear. The old man wants to know if the young man intends to steal the prize, which he believes belongs to his group. He can hardly believe that this seemingly weak boy, still in the early stages of his training, defeated the python on his own. However, the truth is undeniable. The main character did what none of them could. The veteran hunter closely observes the ornate steel dagger in the main character's hand. He immediately recognizes it as a divine weapon capable of extraordinary feats. With a cunning smile, he tries to persuade the young man to share the prize. Claiming the group suffered heavy losses in the battle, he says it would be fair to split the reward equally. However, Chen Ping does not seem to share the same view. Noticing his resistance, the old man insists, saying that the life of a hunter and a butcher is not easy. To avoid any conflict, he suggests the young man hand over the dagger, and in return, they will forget about any issues. His interest is obvious. He knows that dagger can pierce even the thickest hides of demonic beasts. However, Chen Ping immediately recognizes the greed in his eyes. Wu Guoshang, who's watching everything closely, warns his friend not to give in to the pressure. He says they shouldn't hand anything over to that group of hunters. Annoyed by the interference, the old man finds it shameless that a commoner dares to meddle in the negotiation. One of the hunters, clearly irritated, lifts his leg and delivers a powerful kick to Wu Guoshang's stomach, sending him flying backward. The impact brings satisfaction to the hunters, who laugh at the sight, but Chen Ping doesn't find it funny at all. Seeing his friend attacked, he rushes to him, asking if he's okay. Wu Guoshang struggles to his feet, reassuring him that he can take it. The hunter who delivered the blow smirks arrogantly, saying that was only 30% of his strength. With a serious expression, Chen Ping declares that they have messed with the wrong person. Preparing for a counterattack, he moves forward with impressive speed. Realizing the danger, the old man shouts a warning to the hunter, but it's too late. Chen Ping rushes towards the attacker, who just smiles, saying the young man is not in his league. However, the main character pays no attention to the provocations. Along with his loyal companion, Xiao Xueqiu, he advances without hesitation. Hong Bin, another hunter, observes the main character's small war spirit with contempt, calling it a useless stuffed toy. Determined to humiliate the young man, Hong Bin summons his own war spirit, the ferocious-tailed wolf. He orders the beast to tear Xiao Xueqiu to shreds, but Chen Ping, with a confident smile, simply waits for the next move. The main character asks if that guy really wants to embarrass himself with such a useless ferocious-tailed wolf. Then, he orders Xiao Xueqiu to attack with all its might and casually remarks that wolf meat is quite tasty. The hunter scoffs, commenting that the creature is only the size of his fist, and yet it dares to face his war spirit. He believes it is too small. So much so that it's not even enough to satisfy his wolf's hunger. As he speaks, he immediately draws his sword, and warns the main character that battles between hunters are tougher than he thinks. While talking, he tries to attack the main character, who easily dodges it. For a moment, he catches a glimpse of his own reflection in the main character's counterattack. The blow hits Hunter Hong, which then injures his hand and forces him to drop his sword in pain. Squatting and clutching his injured hand, he curses the main character while trying to endure the pain. Still on the ground, he realizes his sword is shattered. Meanwhile, the old hunter is desperately yelling at the younger ones. With a serious expression, Chen Ping asks the old hunter if this is really what he wanted. Despite being injured on the ground, the hunter still orders his ferocious-tailed wolf to attack the main character. The war spirit, Xiao Xueqiu, a much more experienced war spirit, completely humiliates the wolf. Just like the main character, it has 10 years of accumulated experience in its small body. When it decides to attack the wolf immediately feels the weight of its abilities. For Xiao Xueqiu, taking down the wolf is extremely easy, requiring just a few dodges and a single blow. It pins the wolf to the ground, completely satisfied. The small creature stands on the wolf's body and proudly displays the core that it had extracted from the war spirit as if it were a trophy. The hunter cannot understand how his ferocious-tailed wolf not only lost, but also had its beast core taken. The main character's friend asks where he found such a small war spirit, which is now devouring the core. As Xiao Shueqiu chews with satisfaction, the main character says that finding it was the luckiest moment of his life. All the while, he is being stared at by the injured hunter on the ground. Chen Ping then asks his friend how he wants to deal with that hunter. Horrified, his friend tells the main character that it's not necessary, as the man is the young master of the Hong family. However, the main character considers that family to be small and insignificant. He is someone who has a precious friend. Facing all the hunters, he warns that if anyone dares to speak ill of him, he will tear out their tongues. Despite his injured arm, the hunter is furious at the arrogance of someone who dared to insult his family. With eyes full of rage, he demands to know why they are just standing there and doing nothing. He orders his hunters to attack the one who dared to injure his arm. Chen Ping simply turns and observes the hunters as they do their best to follow their master's orders. They even launch a few attacks with their special abilities, but nothing frightens the main character. Even when he sees a war spirit that closely resembles a dragon, he simply looks up, aims, and decides to slice it, leaving the hunters helpless as they watch such a powerful war spirit be cut to pieces. Everyone is horrified to witness the war spirit being sliced in mid-air and falling to the ground in pieces, and he did this not just to one, but to all the war spirits that dared to charge at him. After that, he asks if they still intend to confront him head-on. The old man is silent for a moment. He even lets out a long sigh before kneeling and begging for forgiveness on behalf of his young master. Looking at the young hunter, the old man assures him that as soon as they return, he will personally explain the situation, and he will ask them for compensation to express their apologies for everything that happened. Then, when the main character slightly lowers his guard, or so he lets the old man think, the old man believes the moment is ripe and decides to attack, revealing his true intentions. But Chen Ping, however, was prepared for any possible scenario that day, and attacks towards the old man. The old man feels a burning sensation on his neck from the blow, forcing him to kneel once again. The hunter, known as the young master of the Hong family, is deeply shaken, and after finishing off the old man, the main character declares that he was nothing more than a filthy beast. Looking at the young master of the Hong family, he warns that he will be next. Terrified, the young master screams for the main character to stay away. He yells that he is from the Hong family, and that the main character must not dare to finish him off, for he will never be forgiven. The screams of the chaos can be heard from a distance. 2 horsemen have spotted the commotion from afar. The son asks his father if the young man is really going to eliminate someone from that family. The father simply replies that the Hong family were probably the ones who picked a fight with the young man first, and since he wasn't joking. The next to be eliminated is the young master of the Hong family. After everything, his friend observes what has been done, but says nothing until he can't hold it in anymore and asks the main character what he plans to do next. After all, not only is the Hong family very influential, but so are the families of the other hunters, who had their eyes on the crescent python. The main character asks his friend what he is afraid of. He had already said that family was insignificant. Noticing that more people are approaching, he turns to see if they want to steal his prey. Speaking to his friend, he says he is curious to see if those people would really dare to do such a thing. That's when one of the hunters says that since the main character is so brave, the fight will be very interesting. The older hunter warns that the young man's war spirit is not ordinary, as it ate a core harder than steel. He also explains that the weapon the young man uses is not a normal blade, and that he has never heard of anyone like him. The younger horseman tells the older one that the young man is probably from Dragon City. He also points out that the young man is likely very powerful, since no one has ever heard of him before. After looking at him closely, the horseman suddenly realizes something. He seems familiar. He then recalls that the young man is from the Chen family, and was expelled by the head of the Dongfang family, and he realizes that the main character is the one everyone calls Chen Ping. Upon hearing the young man's name, the older man concludes that he is the son of 2 famous people, and that years ago when they tested him, they discovered he couldn't even nurture the smallest war spirit, making him unfit to be a hunter. Seeing that his opponents aren't moving, he asks again if they intend to steal his prey. That's when they finally speak up, saying they had fought that monster for almost the whole day and many of them were injured. The older hunter dismounts, suggesting the main character should not act recklessly. He also warns that if he keeps everything for himself without considering the circumstances, there will be consequences. Hearing the old hunter's words, the main character concludes that they are indeed trying to steal his prey. One of the hunters who had tried to capture the crescent python lunges at Chen Ping. He quickly dodges the attack and sees an opportunity to counter because his opponent is weak in agility. He showcases his fierce combat skills, quickly taking the reckless hunter hostage. The main character remarks that even though he saved their lives by killing the python, they still show him no gratitude. For that reason, he has decided to take everything of value from them, and they should hand it over as quickly as possible. The hunters do not like the idea of being robbed. They find it ridiculous. The old man observes the situation, thinking that while the young hunter may not have planned all this, he certainly found an excuse to justify it. Despite knowing that the young man is skilled and agile, he is still just one person. Seeing that no one is reacting, the main character turns to the young master of the Dongfang family and remarks that it seems no one cares about him. Believing the hunter's words, the son cries out for his father to protect him immediately, but it's too late. The main character has decided to strike the noisy young master with a powerful blow to his back. The father, seeing his son get hit, screams for Hunter Chen to stop his insolent behavior. The blow is so powerful that the young master is sent flying, landing near the old man's feet. After falling to the ground, the young master trembles as he tries to get up. His pride is still intact, however. He quickly loses all strength in his legs and collapses again. Staring at the hunter, calling him a filthy beast, he feels a terrible pressure in his lower back, and immediately knows something is wrong. He tearfully warns his father that they need to eliminate him, crying that the bastard had ruined his spine. The old man can't believe what that scoundrel from the Chen family had done to his son. He warns all the hunters that the young man has gone too far, and orders everyone to attack him. The young hunter smirks, saying that they have all underestimated his strength far too much. The order was clear. Everyone must join forces to eliminate the hunter of the Chen family for his audacity. Chen Ping, realizing they will all attack at once, prepares to fight them properly. They are just humans, and compared to the millions of demonic beasts he has faced, he knows they won't even be able to start a real fight. Raising his dagger, he begins to fight. With incredible ease, he slices his opponent's sword in two. Despite this, some believe they can overcome him with their gifts and talents. He simply demonstrates his agility, dodging with ease before delivering a well-deserved counterattack. After dodging one of the hunters, he stops right in front of him, looks him in the eye, and says they are nothing. Determined not to let anyone leave, he launches into a counteroffensive. If they escape, they could seek revenge later. Every battle started in that place had to end there. And so, no hunter who tried to survive succeeded. The old man believed that he could get revenge for what happened to his son. However, the main character remains calm, simply waiting for the right moment for the old man to let his guard down. Seeing his chance, he attacks, and like the others, the old man lost his life at the hands of the hunter. Chen Ping throws the old man far away, and then he lands, leaving all the remaining hunters exposed. The main character declares that they were all naive and completely unprepared for a fight with him, and so, they all died by the blade of the main character hunter, because he knew he couldn't let anyone escape. His friend, witnessing everything, is still in shock and can no longer offer any advice to Chen Ping. Chen Ping simply observes the bodies of the high-ranking hunter family members piled on top of each other. The main character then tells his friend, Wu Guosheng, to search them all and take anything of value. His friend listens in disbelief, knowing they are all hunters and fearing that something might happen. Chen Ping is not worried about fear. If anything were to happen, he just needs to become stronger than them. His friend is pleased with the thought that he too could become a hunter. Satisfied, the main character confirms that he believes in his friend's talent and tells him to keep searching. Wu Guosheng feels reassured, saying that he trusts his friend, and declares that he will also become a hunter. Then, noticing some high-quality goods, he calls his friend over to see. The main character is not very impressed. After collecting everything, it only amounts to no more than 17 million, whereas he had been expecting at least 20 million. Seeing his friend's expression, he guesses that his friend still doesn't quite understand the value he had initially mentioned. Regardless, the main character thinks this gang of thugs is nothing but a bunch of broke losers. As he walks past a certain hunter slumped against a tree, he notices something different about him. Approaching, Tran Bin observed more closely, even bending down slightly to face the hunter at eye level. Annoyed, the protagonist told the hunter to stop pretending to be unconscious, and to encourage a response, he slapped the man across the face to make him stop pretending. The hunter, clearly unhappy with the slap, asked what the young man wanted and begged to be let go. The protagonist informed him that he was to return to the city immediately and report to the clans. He was to tell them that if they wanted their relatives back, they would need to bring 100,000 for each person alive and 50,000 for the fallen. As he was speaking, he noticed someone approaching. The man identified the newcomers as the clan patriarchs, while the protagonist just frowned and waited to see who was coming. A huge trail of dust was left behind by multiple vehicles heading to their location. Bachman silently analyzed the situation while his desperate friend feared for his life. As the vehicles drew near, they came to a sudden halt and several important figures stepped out, among them the patriarch of the Hong clan, the patriarch of the Ditch clan, and standing between them, the patriarch of the Dongfang clan. They were fearsome figures, and the hostages felt a sense of relief upon seeing them. Turning his gaze back to them, now with a displeased expression, the protagonist made his judgment. He noted that the people before him could only be high-level hunters, most of them elders, patriarchs of powerful clans, and experienced high-level hunters. One of the subordinates asked for permission to approach the Dongfang clan patriarch and explain who the young man before them was. He reported that the young man was a member of the Tran clan, Upon hearing this information, the old man's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the young man before him. He couldn't believe this was the same person who had caused all this. The news that he'd become a hunter left the old man in complete shock as he stared at the young man. He suddenly heard his subordinates calling his son's name. Turning to look, he saw his son, Bin, lifeless and laid out on the ground. Angry tears streamed down the old man's face, veins bulging with extreme hatred. Amidst the chaos, someone informed the patriarch that the young man was responsible. An injured hunter on the ground also reported that the young man had wounded the other hunters. He claimed that Bachman had robbed them and even wanted to take the moon serpent for himself, which they had been hunting. Now, the old man's eyes filled with even greater disbelief. He couldn't accept that the young man had done all this, unable to believe that a person who once failed to even reach the novice hunter level would dare to harm his son. Consumed by rage, the old man swore to get revenge and appease his son's spirit. The patriarch seemed to be unleashing the maximum energy he had accumulated over the years. The energy was so dense and overwhelming that even his allies and subordinates found it difficult to be near him. But to the protagonist, who was no inexperienced youth, it was nothing at all. The old man's rage was nothing more than theatrics, just a show of power. The more anger the old man displayed, the more energy and power radiated from his body. Then, the moment came when he decided to unleash an attack on the source of his fury. Even when facing such a powerful blow, Bachman showed no fear. The elder's battle spirit lunged toward the young protagonist, but was easily dodged. With the dagger in hand, the protagonist noticed the creature had instinctively dodged a fatal blow. Turning back to observe it, Bachman wondered why it chose to dodge. As the creature returned to its master, agitated, the young man realized it was a lightning weasel. It was clearly a mature battle spirit, highly skilled, and with a ferocious appearance, just like its master. The battle spirit was consumed by hatred and a desire for revenge. However, the old patriarch noticed something. His lightning weasel showed fear when it saw the dagger in the young man's hand. In a mocking tone, the protagonist asked the old man if his wild beast was really that scared. The old man listened to the young man's words but thought that simply holding a powerful dagger wouldn't be enough to win against so many experienced hunters. Bachman waited for them to make a move. It wasn't just the Dongfang clan patriarch. The others were also astonished by what he had accomplished. Many of them wondered what kind of background could produce such a talent. One of the subordinates warned the Dongfang patriarch that they should act immediately. The patriarch turned to his subordinate and replied that he would do nothing, as the Hong patriarch had already declared he would handle it. Besides, he was curious to see just how far the young man's abilities could go. The protagonist's battle spirit happily bounced on his shoulder as if provoking the other one. Seeing Snowball playfully bouncing, the lightning weasel grew enraged and started to increase in size. Unable to hold back, it lunged forward to attack. However, Snowball was a battle spirit, with excellent skills and vast combat experience. He charged toward the protagonist along with the Hong clan patriarch, who was also consumed by his desire for revenge. As he advanced, he declared that a mere dagger would not be enough to stop him. His battle spirit also tried to catch up with Snowball, making itself look as intimidating as possible. But Snowball, as cunning as its master, jumped straight into the lightning weasel's mouth. It grabbed onto the weasel's fangs with its tiny hands and then started punching it in the face. They were just a few punches, but the beast felt them clearly and was sent flying. Meanwhile, Hong Qiandao charged at the young Tran clan hunter, hoping to land a fierce and decisive blow. He lunged forward, determined to get his revenge at any cost. The patriarch's presence was so imposing that the protagonist could feel the immense power behind his attack. However, for Bachman, dodging it was not difficult at all. Although the patriarch's desire for revenge was immense, his initial, seemingly reckless moves were actually just a way to gauge his opponent's skills. Bachman realized his opponent was sizing him up, and at the same time, he was also analyzing the Hong clan patriarch. He knew that technique well. It was the small capture hand. This made it easy for him to avoid being captured. When the patriarch complained and mentioned the technique's name, it only fueled his indignation as he sought his petty revenge. Enraged, he charged at the young hunter again, who was already prepared and in position. When the two of them clashed and the blow was struck, it came as a great surprise to the other patriarchs watching everything unfold. The experienced hunter, confident he had the advantage, had charged at the young man, but ended up with his hand pierced. He was shocked that the small capture hand, capable of toppling mountains, had been defeated by a simple dagger. The protagonist explained to the old man that the technique has 3 layers, and he had only reached the second. He then mocked the elder, saying that even in his state, he came all this way just to embarrass himself. Everyone feared what might happen to the patriarch, as the young hunter charged to attack him. His subordinates wanted to tend to his wound immediately, but the elder was too disappointed with the fight's outcome. He heard someone comment that someone of his level had been defeated by a kid at the novice hunter level. This only made things worse. The comment came from the Shu clan patriarch, who thought the other patriarch was making a fool of himself. The Dudich clan patriarch also felt that, although the Han patriarch's technique was strong and fierce, he had been humiliated in defeat, and so they all concluded that there was some hidden power in that dagger. The Ditch clan patriarch speculated that it could be a divine artifact, even when considering the skills of the Tran clan leaders. They all found it impossible. Tin Kong questioned how, if the Tran clan had really created something like that, it would only appear 2 years after they vanished. Not to mention the strange battle spirit he'd never seen before. They were talking about the bouncing white snowball, with abilities that were both impressive and overwhelming. Then he began to wonder if the boy had a powerful backer behind him. Meanwhile, Snowball was in trouble. Its foot had been bitten by the lightning weasel, which enraged it, and it decided to resolve the situation with the power of its own feet. With a powerful strike, it slammed into the lightning weasel's snout, unleashing its full power. Then, it launched a series of small, consecutive kicks with its tiny white feet. Despite its soft and cute appearance, this battle spirit was extremely strong and powerful. With its claws out, Snowball fought relentlessly, and with each blow, the lightning weasel moved closer to defeat. Then, with one final attack, it hit so hard that the battle spirit was sent flying to its master's feet, the Hong clan patriarch, who watched in disbelief as his lightning weasel was defeated. Grief-stricken by the loss of his battle spirit, the hunter was devastated. Meanwhile, Snowball proudly jumped onto its master's shoulder, and the protagonist looked at it with admiration. Despite its small size and fluffy appearance, it had managed to defeat that ferocious creature. The battle was becoming increasingly difficult for the others, and the patriarch realized that both the hunter and his battle spirit were overwhelmingly strong. He called to his subordinates, saying that if they all joined forces, they could defeat them. However, he made it clear that he wanted the young man alive. His intention was only to capture him. Finding himself surrounded by the subordinates, the protagonist took a central position. Looking around, he identified 2 high-level subordinates, one bald and the other with red hair. The other 5 were ordinary hunters with mediocre equipment. After assessing them, he concluded they were nothing special, and decided to call out the strongest ones first. Getting their attention, he said they could all attack at once. The 2 were angered by the challenge. The patriarchs watched, waiting to see the outcome of the battle. Since the protagonist had chosen to fight all of them, one of the patriarchs realized the Hong clan couldn't win alone, so they had brought reinforcements. Clearly, honor no longer mattered. But not everyone thought so. Some believed this was the only way to deal with such a threat. One of the patriarchs had a strange feeling, as if he had met this young man somewhere before. Meanwhile, another patriarch was eager for the first one to remember where he had met him. That's when the protagonist taunted them, asking if 7 hunters were really afraid of one person at the novice hunter level, and he challenged them, saying it seemed the Hong clan wasn't as strong as everyone had heard. This infuriated them, fueling their desire to fight, with some declaring they couldn't accept such a humiliation. However, one of them warned the others to be careful of the dagger as it could be fatal. The plan was clear. Everyone would attack at once to catch him off guard. However, one of the 2 strongest, the bald one, was the first to dare to strike. The protagonist was completely calm, standing still and waiting for the man's move, only to take him down instantly with the hilt of his dagger. Bak Min struck, causing the bald man to fall face first to the ground, stunned and half in shock. The fallen hunter asked why the others didn't attack together, leaving him to act alone. The others, seeing their strongest warrior defeated so easily, feared for their lives. The Ditch clan patriarch was also stunned, witnessing a high-level hunter fall so easily. They realized that a veteran Hong clan fighter hadn't even managed to touch him, and they began to question the young man's origins. But one thing was for sure, they all agreed that he had committed an unforgivable crime. That's when one of the patriarchs finally remembered where he had seen this young man before, and revealed his identity. He was Tran Bak Min. The Dongfang clan patriarch was not happy about being exposed like that. Some even suspected that the Dongfang clan was using Bak Min as an opportunity to crush the Hong clan. Hearing this, Hong Qian Dao turned to the old Dongfang man, demanding to know why he would dare to conspire against him like this. The accused just sneered, saying nothing while the patriarchs argued and accused each other. Wu Guoxiang appeared, and his friend asked where he had been hiding and if anything had happened to him. Throwing all the items he had collected on the ground, Wu Guoxiang explained that he was simply hiding to stay out of the way, since he couldn't keep up with the fight. He asked Bak Min how he managed to defeat everyone, without a single injury. Confidently, Bak Min replied that his opponents were nothing more than average. Even so, his friend was still worried, trying to make sense of the situation. With a calm smile, Bak Min reassured him that everything would resolve itself in time. As the conversation grew more intense, Bak Min turned his attention back to the patriarchs, observing the ongoing dispute. Now, the Hong clan patriarch and the Dongfang clan patriarch were throwing accusations at each other, with tensions rising between them. The Hong patriarch insisted that his clan was not their enemy, stating that he held no grudge. Despite this, he accused the Dongfang patriarch of having his son-in-law eliminate his own son while also injuring his own hand. He screamed in fury, believing the Dongfang clan was being treacherous, trying to crush them all at once. The other patriarchs found it strange that Dongfang Tin Kong said nothing, as they had always been close allies. So it was odd that such a conflict would escalate to the point of wiping out an entire clan. However, the old Dongfang man remained silent, saying he had no reason to explain himself. He asserted that the young man had nothing to do with the Dongfang clan. He reminded them that his clan had cut ties with the Tran clan long ago. Whether he lived or died, if the Hong clan patriarch wanted to fight the young man, he had no objections. However, Hong Qian Dao suspected that the old Dongfang man was just trying to get out of the situation, as it was clear he wouldn't be able to handle the young man. However, the Hong patriarch was glad to hear that the young man had no ties to the Dongfang clan. This only fueled his desire for revenge, as the young man had not only hunted the moon serpent, but had also injured and eliminated so many people. Hong was so enraged that he warned that if the young man wasn't dealt with, the city would soon fall into his hands. He proposed that to solve the problem, they should hunt the young man together, ensuring he was captured once and for all. He declared that this could be considered a favor to him and a gesture of goodwill for all involved. His proposal silenced the patriarchs for a moment. Some began to whisper among themselves, realizing that so many powerful figures chasing a single young man would make them a laughingstock. Moreover, they saw no benefit in pursuing him. At that moment, the protagonist clapped his hands, demanding their attention. With a cold expression, he declared, "You will pay for your actions. 1 million for each life and 500,000 for each one that didn't make it. And I'm not giving discounts." This made Hong Qian Dao tremble with rage. Not only had he lost his son, but now he was being forced to pay such an absurd amount of money. The worst part for Hong was realizing if the other patriarchs were accepting the stated price. Even the old Dongfang man agreed to pay 1 million per life. The Yi clan patriarch thought there would be no problem resolving the situation with money. Hong Qian Dao, seeing that he had no support from any of the other patriarchs, was utterly dejected. That's when a large cloud of dust rose up, causing all the patriarchs to turn towards the source of the noise. They watched in fear, unable to tell the scale of what lay behind that dusty veil. The protagonist also focused his gaze in that direction, along with his friend Wu Guoxiang. However, Bachman realized it wasn't just an ordinary dust cloud, but a beast fog. He could see the creature's eyes glowing through the dust. The patriarchs wondered why the beast fog was so thick. The situation caused panic among them, as they knew that the beast fog was formed by the toxic air surrounding demonic beasts. No one knew for sure how many demonic beasts could be inside such a dense fog. Recalling the past, the protagonist found it strange because that fog was only supposed to appear a year later. His worried friend suggested they gather their valuables and flee from the unusual fog. However, Bachman became serious and pensive. He remembered that his revival might have altered the flow of events. He wondered if the beast siege was happening earlier than expected. It was during this event that he had lost his sister. He still deeply regretted not being able to save her in his past life. By the time he arrived, it was too late. Thinking of his sister, Bachman became determined. He would not let anything happen to his sister again. With a serious expression, Wu Guoxiang called his friend's name Bachman. He looked at him and realized that things were truly serious. He asked Wu Guoxiang to return to the city as fast as he could, to protect his sister in his place. He assured him that he would return as soon as he finished dealing with the demonic beasts. Bidding his friend farewell, Bachman charged towards the beast fog while Wu Guoxiang, still worried, shouted after him. All the patriarchs were horrified. They ordered their subordinates to retreat quickly. The instruction was given to ensure everyone was out of the way before the beast fog arrived. Each clan took care of their injured members, and for those who could still walk, the order was given to carry the others and put them on the trucks. Suddenly, one of the subordinates called the Dongfang patriarch's attention, pointing to the young man walking straight into the fog. The old Dongfang man watched the young man and noticed that he didn't seem to fear anything. He now stood before the fog, waiting for the beasts to emerge so he could defeat them. He stared, trying to understand what was happening as the fog rapidly approached. This astonished many patriarchs and clan leaders. Some thought the young man was being foolish or had even gone mad. However, the old Dongfang man disagreed with them. The beasts had low intelligence and could be held at that position. If they let the fog advance towards the city, the situation could get out of control. A direct order was issued to the entire Dongfang clan. Destroy the demonic beasts there, and do not allow them to enter the city. The patriarchs looked at each other, dividing the responsibilities. The order was given quickly. They would stay and fight against those demonic beasts. Even knowing they couldn't stop them completely, they would do their best to protect it. The leader of the Dix Diep clan declared that no one would fall or die in that battle, and everyone must remain vigilant. The order was clear. The filthy beasts would witness the courage of the Shu clan, as their patriarch had said. Meanwhile, Wu Guoxiang still watched in astonishment, unable to move. Bak Min remained still, observing the fog as it gradually revealed the demonic presence of the beasts. They were not only ferocious, but also enormous. Both the protagonist and his battle spirit were eager to face those beasts. Anxious to eliminate the approaching threat, Bak Min looked at the giant wolf before him without a hint of fear. In fact, he was excited for the battle. His battle spirit, Snowball, was also impatient, wanting to jump into action as soon as possible. With a swift movement, Bak Min launched Snowball towards the giant wolf. It grinned with excitement, almost unable to wait to start its part of the fight. Snowball went straight into the giant wolf's mouth. Surprisingly, it snapped its mouth shut with the little one inside. However, this was a mistake. With the wolf distracted and off guard, Bak Min saw the perfect opportunity to attack. Quickly, he lunged forward with his dagger and in one precise move, stabbed the wolf's eye. The beast began to howl in pain, shaking its head and body, trying to shake off the hunter. Bak Min quickly jumped away, landing safely at a distance, waiting for the wolf to call for reinforcements. The beast continued to growl and howl as if summoning its kin. Soon, from within the fog, other wolves appeared, smaller in size but still formidable. There were many of them, all ready to attack at once. Growling fiercely, Bak Min skillfully dodged each one, striking them down one by one with his dagger. With a well-placed blow, he eliminated all the smaller wolves. Meanwhile, the giant wolf howled in fury, determined to finish off the protagonist. It tried to attack again, but Bak Min, with his cunning, dodged the beast's giant claws, avoiding being trampled. When the giant wolf finally faced Bak Min, trying to swallow him in one swift move, the hunter quickly dodged to the side. Bak Min then yelled to his battle spirit, "Now it's your turn." The giant wolf seemed to be losing the battle from the inside out. It howled and writhed, trying to resist. Suddenly, an intense light burst from the wolf's chest, causing it to cough and show extreme pain. The seemingly invincible beast was now weakened and collapsed to the ground. Bak Min watched silently. He knew that this wolf, though formidable and large, was still weak compared to the power he possessed. Even after calling its offspring, it still couldn't defeat him. As Bak Min was assessing the situation, a rock-like object was thrown towards him. He remained still, observing intently, not moving. He didn't know what it was, but he wanted to wait and be sure of what was happening before reacting. Bak Min stood motionless, watching the huge rock that had been launched in his direction. He quickly realized that the rock wasn't just big, it was gigantic, a true boulder of immense size. Who could have such strength to throw something like that? Bak Min thought as he watched the rock approach rapidly. It was too close, he mused. If that rock hit him with its full force, survival would be nearly impossible. Even after dodging, he still felt the aftershock, a deep unease that threatened to overwhelm him. Regaining his composure, Bak Min got back into position, fully aware that whoever threw the rock was very close. His battle spirit, Snowball, stood beside him, ready for action. Soon, the beast appeared before him. He maintained his attack stance, never letting his guard down. The creature that appeared was truly a demonic beast. Among the smaller ones, there was one monster, of enormous size, clearly there to challenge him. The creature stared at him, its eyes glowing with extreme rage. Bak Min could sense the beast's instincts, as if it was determined to devour the hunter. Don't be fooled, Bak Min thought. This battle won't be easy. But before he could act, he heard a cry. It was Snowball, emerging from inside the giant wolf and jumping towards its master. It smiled, pleased with its victory against the wolf, but its joy was short-lived. A huge, wild-looking ape suddenly appeared and with a swift move, grabbed Snowball. Bak Min was paralyzed with horror at the sight of his loyal companion, Snowball, in the hands of that monstrous creature. At that moment, smaller monkeys lunged towards him, ready to attack. However, he held his attack position firmly. Before one of the monkeys could attack, a familiar figure appeared. Wu Guoxiang was back, coming to his aid. He stepped in front of Bak Min, gripping the attacking monkey's head with immense force. With a furious look, Wu Guoxiang squeezed the monkey's skull, preventing it from making any further moves. Stepping back, he roared in a commanding voice, and the beasts, intimidated by Wu Guoxiang's overwhelming presence, began to retreat. But as the baboons tried to flee, something unexpected happened. A rain of arrows fell from the sky, striking the beasts as they tried to escape. Bak Min turned to understand what was happening and quickly realized that the clan's subordinates had joined the fight. They had positioned themselves strategically, firing arrows at the demonic monkeys. The smaller monkeys, now at a disadvantage, began to retreat, but the largest one remained, the giant ape with death in its eyes. It seemed confused, as if it was struggling to clench its fist. Frustrated by the resistance it was encountering, Bak Min knew that Snowball, as a battle spirit, was extremely powerful. It possessed the strength needed to face even that giant ape, but he couldn't let his guard down. The battle was far from over. Soon, the rain of arrows found their targets, controlling the baboon invasion. Wu Guoxiang asked his friend if he was okay and if he was injured. Bak Min replied that he only had a few wounds but nothing serious, thanks to Wu's timely arrival. He commented that he could never let himself get seriously injured because Xiao Shui, his spotted chicken, needed him. While the two were talking, Little Snowball was fighting the giant gorilla. The protagonist watched the Ape King as it measured its strength against his battle spirit. The little one, who had defeated a fire wolf, continued to hold its ground firmly against the giant primate. He wondered if it had managed to consume the wolf's beast core while it was inside. It advanced with unstoppable power as always, charging towards the giant primate. It jumped between its hands and attacked it head-on, crushing its head with ease. The sight was so incredible that the hunter himself could hardly believe what he was seeing. Wu Guoxiang witnessed the giant creature being destroyed. Little Snowball, with the beast core in hand, jumped happily, showing it off as if it were another trophy. Without delay, it began to devour the beast core, further strengthening itself. Before the giant, fallen body of the primate, the little one had finished swallowing the beast core. One of the patriarchs couldn't understand how the demonic Ape King, a mid-tier beast, had been defeated so easily. Others wondered what kind of battle spirit the boy possessed, as they had never heard of anything like it. They noticed that the small creature only used brute force, but they saw no evidence of any special abilities in it. Then he looked at the protagonist's friend and realized that despite being overweight, the young man also had some potential. The Hong clan patriarch thought that as soon as he returned to the city, he himself would carve up that boy. The patriarchs realized that the demonic beasts were retreating. There were reports that Bak Min had suffered some injuries and should be given a chance to withdraw. However, he was stopped. He was told that it was unnecessary and that he should just go back and take care of the injured from a distance. The protagonist overheard the conversation between the patriarchs and their subordinates. He noticed how they ordered their subordinates to care for the injured and go back to check on the beasts. However, he just watched calmly for a moment. His attention was drawn by Little Snowball, which seemed eager to communicate with him, holding a piece of the giant fire wolf. It seemed to want to offer it to its master. Bak Min looked at Little Snowball curiously, wanting to know exactly what it was holding. However, he felt a strange hesitation to simply reach out and take the object. His friend asked what exactly it was, and Snowball was trying to tell him something. Without a second thought, the protagonist took out his dagger and cut the piece Snowball was holding in half. As he did, he realized they were beast eggs. The item was full of them. The protagonist looked at the bag where the eggs were kept, feeling really satisfied because there were so many. His friend wanted to know if they were the beast's eggs. Bai Ming explained that not all of them were, as the eggs were of different colors and sizes. Although there were newly born beast eggs inside, they weren't all the same. He couldn't understand why there were so many different types of eggs. He could also sense that these eggs were much stronger than the wolf that had carried them. He observed that 4 of them seemed to be alive and moving. The protagonist's expression hardened as he turned to his friend, asking if he was interested in raising a battle spirit. The offer took his friend completely by surprise. He hadn't expected it and felt a bit embarrassed, thinking he wasn't worthy of accepting it. He asked his friend to choose one of the 4 eggs he was holding. His friend carefully examined all the eggs for a moment, while Little Snowball, now exhausted, was sleeping on the protagonist's shoulder. Wu Guoxiang prepared to make his choice and reached out to point at the egg he would choose. When he finally made his selection, he looked at his friend and pointed to the egg he wanted. However, it seemed his friend was starting to have an adverse reaction, feeling something strange in his heart. He looked at him and said there was no need to worry. It was just because of Little Snowball, a reaction caused by too much energy. This creature has special muscles, and everything it has consumed is causing this effect. He observed the family heads and thought that if he didn't overcome his current state, his energy wouldn't hold out. Little Snowball, with its body nearly bursting with energy, could make the situation worse. The head of the Hong family was informed that all the other beasts had submitted. Meanwhile, he still hadn't taken his eyes off the protagonist. Old Hong was calm and patient, just observing to see what the protagonist and his friend would do. However, Bai Ming placed a hand on Wu Guoxiang's shoulder, signaling that they were leaving. The only way is to escape before anyone can react, he thought. His friend looked at him, finding it hard to return to a normal state. Grabbing his friend's shirt and holding him steady, they started running as fast as they could. Sprinting at high speed, his friend asked him to slow down, saying he wasn't sure he could hold back his nausea. Soon, they arrived home, where his sister was still sweeping. She was startled by the noise and the door suddenly bursting open as Wu Guoxiang was thrown inside. Frightened, she closed her eyes, and when she opened them, she saw Wu Guoxiang lying on the floor. She also realized her brother was back, but couldn't see him clearly as he had quickly rushed inside. Inside Bai Ming's room, he sat in the proper posture to begin cultivating. His battle spirit was sound asleep, as Little Snowball was completely exhausted. On the bed lay the coveted dagger from the battle and the 4 beast eggs. Meanwhile, the protagonist was going through an internal struggle while practicing the beast refining scripture. The goal was to refine all the beast energy that had been transferred to him by Little Snowball. The beast refining scripture is a top-tier cultivation technique of the saintly Ming. It allows a cultivator to extract a large amount of beast energy and accelerate their progress in the refining process. At the same time, this technique also helps to use beast energy more efficiently. It repairs damaged meridians and the cultivator's body in an instant, allowing them to resist the intense adverse reactions caused by beast energy. However, for him, nothing was easy. Suddenly, he saw a chaotic space created in his mind. The energy trying to dominate him came from the rising power of the python, which tried to completely envelop him. Alongside that energy, there was the energy of the flaming wolf and the ape king, as well as other creatures trying to invade his mind, surrounding him to make him lose his sanity. The battle between him and the spiritual forces in his head grew more intense with each passing moment. He could hear the noises and sounds made by each one. However, he proved that his mental strength was immense and he would not surrender to mere negative energies. Little by little, he regained consciousness and calmed down. Returning to his body after completing the refinement, exhausted, he fell asleep again, along with his battle spirit, which had not yet woken up. Time had passed since he entered the room to cultivate and refine those energies. When he woke up, he felt a severe headache and was still a bit disoriented. He watched his hand move, and when he realized he had advanced to the intermediate level, he smiled with satisfaction. He looked at the sleeping little snowball and thought that if it had given him any more energy, he wouldn't have been able to handle it. He also noticed something strange when he looked at the dagger and the beast eggs. A memory surfaced in his mind. It seemed he had a brilliant idea, something he had long forgotten. He stood up and started searching, believing it had to be among his belongings. While trying to find what he wanted amidst the mess, he realized he had forgotten where he put it. Finally, he found what he was looking for and felt pleased. It was the demon-shredding beast. Now with this beast and his offensive initiative, he would feel safer and wouldn't have to worry about anyone. As he was examining his spoils, he heard his friend's voice, who seemed to be in trouble. He heard his sister asking if Wu Guoxiang was okay, and what had happened to him. He recognized it was his sister's voice, asking if his friend was all right. Worried, he rushed out to see what was happening. When he reached the stairs, he looked down and saw Wu Guoxiang collapse in a corner, while his house was being invaded by others. Without hesitation, he jumped down the stairs and landed right in front of the intruders. Everyone stared at him, astonished, as if waiting for an explanation for what was happening. To her brother, So I explained that while he was asleep in his room for the past 2 days, the Hong family had been trying to subdue Wu Guoxiang. Every time he refused to swear loyalty to them, he was punished. He was startled when she revealed he'd been gone for 2 days. He realized that he needed that time to reach the intermediate level. His sister also told him that the Hong family had threatened his friend, saying that if he didn't swear loyalty, the situation would get worse. The henchmen said that's precisely why they came. Among them were an old man and his grandson, who came to take Wu Guoxiang so he could join the Yuan family. The old man introduced himself as Yuan Qingjie, and beside him was his grandson, Yuan Ming. They were sent to follow the orders of their family head, who wanted the protagonist to join the Yuan family. Bai Ming became interested in learning more about this family. The old man explained that the family head remembered him and had mentioned that the protagonist could also join the Yuan family. While the young man was coughing violently on the ground, worrying little So-I, the old man continued, insisting they should be grateful for the offer of help. The protagonist thought that if they saw his friend's true potential, things would get complicated. He believed these people saw his friend as just a brute, which could put him in even greater danger. Bai Ming then said that he understood the Yuan family was being generous, but neither of them was interested. Realizing they had been rejected, the intruders showed their anger. The grandson could barely contain himself. He called the young man ungrateful and asked who he thought he was, to dare refuse help from a family like theirs. Pointing at the protagonist, he warned that if he didn't accept, he wouldn't have to wait for the Hong family, as they would deal with him themselves. The negotiators present noticed the Yuan family wanted to destroy everything, making them even more worried for their safety. So I noticed something and warned her brother. He asked if it was possible to carry out a massacre with just 2 people. Just then, the old man looked aside, and the sound of flapping wings was heard. The protagonist turned around and saw a dark shadow. With a flap of its wings, feathers started flying everywhere and a foul stench spread. It was clear there was a vulture here. It was their battle spirit. Both the grandson and the grandfather had vultures. The negotiators there couldn't stand the stench, and started to feel the need to leave immediately. They rushed out of the house, trying to escape the unbearable smell. So I also couldn't stand the stench that had filled the room with the vulture's appearance. Worried about the smell, the protagonist asked his sister to take their friend upstairs and lock the door. Meanwhile, the old man, with the vulture perched on his shoulder, declared that today he would take the young man's life for choosing the hard path and refusing what they had offered. Just as her brother had asked, Zoe was helping their family friend rest. She was extremely worried about what she heard from those men and about what was happening to her brother. Bai Ming revealed that he was quite curious and wanted to know exactly how the old man planned to take his life. He said this while staring at the two of them, showing no remorse in his words. The grandson couldn't understand how someone could be so arrogant and decided to teach him a lesson in respect. When his battle spirit realized its master was about to fight, it spread its wings, preparing to join him in battle. Looking up, the protagonist realized that he would now have to face two opponents, instead of just one. When the vulture tried to attack, he dodged it with ease. And right after, the Yuan family's grandson also launched an attack. However, the protagonist held his defensive stance, managing to dodge both opponents easily. Even so, his opponent didn't like how the battle was going in Bai Ming's favor. Even when the protagonist drew his dagger, his opponent believed he would find an opening to attack. But when their weapons clashed, the opponent was sent flying. Their eyes met in a threatening glare. But the protagonist seized the opportunity and attacked without hesitation. He landed a kick to his opponent's stomach, pushing him back even further. This also made the opponent realize he was facing a formidable foe. As the protagonist displayed immense strength, the people outside, who had come to collect their dues, noticed the young man's formidable power. The grandfather, in his wisdom, tried to warn his grandson not to act recklessly. Meanwhile, as the protagonist simply observed and stared at them, the vulture tried to attack again, this time without its master's help. The vulture ended up in the protagonist's grasp. Bai Ming delivered a powerful blow to the giant black bird, causing it to vanish instantly. After the bird fell, he looked at it and knew it had brought this fate upon itself. The moment it decided to attack, the guy couldn't believe that his vulture, his battle spirit, had been defeated. Furious at the loss of his bird, he vowed to trade a life for a life and charged straight at his opponent. The grandfather shouted desperately, begging his grandson not to do something so reckless. Despite his own abilities and his grandfather's warning, the young man rushed at the protagonist without thinking of the consequences. He got exactly what he was looking for. Bai Ming landed a punch right in the reckless guy's face. It was enough to send him flying once again. His situation looked worse than ever. After hitting his opponent, the protagonist asked if he really believed he could defeat him alone. After the grandson fell, the old man bent down, checking if he was okay. Sad and on the verge of tears, the grandson begged his grandfather to avenge him. Heartbroken that his grandson hadn't listened and ended up like this, the old man reassured him, saying not to worry, he would stop at nothing to get revenge. Turning his gaze to the young man before him, he called him a bastard, saying they had come to give him a great opportunity. The old man swore to tear him to pieces and skin him alive, vowing that if he failed, he would rather die. He ordered his vulture battle spirit to use its mountain-shattering claws. He knew it was the skill of a beast that had reached the battle knight level. It might be because this isn't an ordinary bird, it's a royal vulture. If it truly is a royal vulture, he thought, then it makes sense for it to possess a combat skill even if it's only at the high-grade level. He spent so much time thinking about this that he forgot about the bird, which had flown towards him, and by then it was too late to counterattack. But just then, little Snowball arrived to save him, fully recovered after a long sleep. Bai Ming was incredibly impressed to see his little Snowball. No matter how hard the vulture tried, it couldn't defeat the little one. It truly had the instincts of a seasoned warrior. Seeing this, the old man felt threatened because his secret weapon was undoubtedly the vulture. When the old man saw the small white ball charging with all its might at his vulture, he tried to intervene. However, he was stopped, as the protagonist would never let him lay a finger on his battle spirit. The force from his attack was so strong that the old man could barely stay on his feet. Even after realizing the young man was vastly superior in strength, he didn't give up on defeating him. The family members who came to collect the payment stood at the door watching the scene unfold. The old man was getting beaten badly, but still tried to fight back. The battle dragged on, and the old warrior endured the blows he received. However, as the attacks became more precise and relentless, he began to lose his strength. At one point, he had to admit that his opponent was truly powerful, but even so, he wouldn't surrender. He launched himself into another attack. Looking at his little battle spirit, he realized his vulture stood no chance against it. This isn't an ordinary battle spirit, he thought to himself. Even with its royal bloodline, the bird couldn't win against that small white creature. The young people watching from outside began to think that this so-called royal bloodline, it didn't seem very impressive. Everyone started to believe that this would finally be the end for the old man. But once again, he charged into battle. The fight was fierce, and after many exchanges between the two, Bai Ming finally found an opening. Perhaps because he was too tired, the old man couldn't maintain his defense and was finally hit. He took a punch straight to the face, sending him flying into a wall. The young protagonist seized the opportunity and used his shadow slash technique. With that skill, Bai Ming inflicted pain on his opponent, severing his arm. He then asked if that was all the Yuan family could bring to the table, as the warrior leaned against the wall, groaning in agony from the intense pain in his arm. Everyone present saw how pathetic his condition was. They started commenting on the Shadow Slash skill, saying it wasn't something typical of an intermediate-level hunter. Taking advantage of the tense atmosphere, he asked who would be next to try their luck, and which family dared to step forward. With utmost politeness, they told him not to underestimate them, explaining that they had only come to pay the necessary fees. Their family heads had sent them to deliver the payment for past inconveniences and asked him to accept it. One of them said this was the payment from the Yi family. Another declared it was from the Su family. Seeing everyone paying their debts, the protagonist was satisfied, his expression serious. The protagonist announced that now that they had paid, they could leave. The onlookers acknowledged him and announced they were leaving. Before going, they even dared to mention that the Gu family's invitation for Wu Guoxiang was still open. When the protagonist heard this, his face darkened and he told them to wait. The side characters, thinking this would be the end for them, prepared to face what seemed to be a final verbal exchange. The protagonist pointed to the ground where the grandfather and grandson were lying, ordering them to take that trash with them. The foolish group, seeing this didn't directly concern them, obeyed the order without any resistance. Placing the two on their backs, they quickly retreated. The royal bird, seeing its master leaving, also did its best to escape, leaving Little Snowball behind. Little Snowball was sad because it couldn't eat the vulture. The protagonist noticed Little Snowball's sadness and with a slight smile, told it to be patient. Meanwhile, So-I was tending to Wu Guoxiang's wounds, urging him to try and endure it. Embarrassed, Wu Guoxiang confessed that he never imagined he would be sought after by those wealthy families. The protagonist, always loyal to his friend, said the offer wouldn't be worth it, even if it were 10 times better. Both of them felt relieved upon hearing the protagonist speak, as they realized he was safe. Worried for his friend, Bai Ming placed a hand on Wu Guoxiang's shoulder and asked if he was okay. He reassured his friend and his sister, declaring that even if all of them joined forces, they would still be no match for him. So-I cheered happily, proud of her brother, exclaiming that he was the greatest and the best. Bai Ming got straight to the point, saying that since his friend wasn't seriously injured and his sister was there to help, he wanted them both to choose a battle spirit egg. He opened his hands, revealing the battle spirit eggs, and asked them to make their choice. Wu Guoxiang chose the white egg, and the protagonist's sister chose the blue one. Now, Bai Ming would begin instructing them on how to care for their battle spirits. The two listened attentively. The first command was to drop a bit of their blood onto the eggshells. Wu Guoxiang was the first to follow the instructions, and after he was done, Bai Ming told him to relax, both his body and mind. They both tried to feel the heartbeat of the creature inside the egg, waiting with anticipation. The next step was to feel the connection with the creature forming inside the egg. Wu Guoxiang's eyes widened as he noticed his egg was hatching. The two were amazed as both eggs hatched at the same time. Bai Ming was startled because he could sense which battle spirits were inside the eggs. The energy radiating from both battle spirits showed an incredible intensity. The protagonist observed the scene. Realizing his suspicions were correct, Wu Guoxiang seemed to feel the intense pressure radiating from his spirit. Initially surprised, he identified what kind of animal it was when he saw the small baboon. He felt pleased and curiously asked his friend if that was his battle spirit. The sight of a tiny albino monkey, small enough to fit in the palm of his hand, captured his attention. So-I was also quite pleased with the spirit that emerged from the other egg, a beautiful bird known as the Nine Heavens crane, also small enough to fit in her hand, enchanting everyone. Excited, Wu Guoxiang tried to playfully interact with his little albino monkey. However, due to his inexperience, he was unaware of the characteristic mischievous nature of these animals. The albino monkey showed its mischievous side, pulling out its tool and deciding to pee on the spot without hesitation. Wu Guoxiang's reaction was one of utter outrage as the little rascal aimed right at him. The albino baboon seemed incredibly pleased with the chaos it had caused. While Wu Guoxiang complained about the unpleasant smell of urine, the small animal continued its antics. The protagonist realized the little monkey was a perfect match for his friend, bringing a sense of levity and humor to the group. Faced with the two battle spirits, a jumble of thoughts occupied the protagonist's mind. It was fascinating that both the bird and the little monkey had appeared in such a barren city. Even so, their lineage seemed insignificant compared to the natural strength and superior power they displayed, surpassing the power of the wolf that had transported them by at least 1,000 times. The tiny little snowball, perched on the protagonist's shoulder, also expressed its silent opinion. He immediately understood the little creature's intentions as it watched everything intently. The protagonist had to scold the little creature, explaining that devouring those battle spirits was not allowed. He then comforted it, assuring it that it could eat its fill when they encountered other monsters. Hearing a call from outside, So-I told her brother she believed it was Dongfang's Xiu. Curious, he pondered why Xiu would show up at his house. To ensure their safety, he asked his friend and sister to stay inside and wait for his signal before coming out. Already inside the residence, the girl wondered about the whereabouts of all the idlers who usually loitered around. Looking to the side, she noticed the protagonist, who angrily asked her flat out what she was doing there. Without hesitation, he stressed that he wouldn't sell anything in the house, not even a worthless piece of trash. Dongfang Xu seemed to always feel uncomfortable whenever she interacted with him, but she explained she was there to warn him. The protagonist, with measured gratitude, thanked her for the warning, but he got straight to the point. If that was the only reason for her visit, she could leave immediately. The girl was confused, not understanding why he insisted on staying there despite knowing about the Hong family's arrival. He made it clear that her presence annoyed him, and that the Chen family's business had nothing to do with the Dongfang family. Xiu's expression clearly showed her displeasure with his answer. She revealed a mix of frustration and annoyance as she left the protagonist's house. Xiu felt indignant, thinking she had wasted her time trying to warn him. Looking back at the house for a moment, she thought to herself, no one could possibly live in such a rundown place. From my point of view, it would probably be better if he just dropped dead. As she was walking, she was startled by an old man's voice, asking what a young lady of the Dongfang family was doing there. It was the old head of the Hong family, who, with a provocative tone, hinted at her private life. He seemed convinced that her presence was related to her father, whom he called a cunning old fox. Annoyed, Xiu made it clear that her father had nothing to do with this, stressing that she came of her own accord. Persisting, the old man again asked about the reason for her visit. With a malicious smile, he insinuated whether she was there to replace her sister in the marriage contract with the Chen family. Hearing such a provocation, Xiu felt deeply insulted, her heart filled with anger. She charged at the old man decisively. Without hesitation, she swung her whip, intending to injure him. However, before the weapon could strike, a young and swift hand caught the whip in mid-air, stopping the attack. The unexpected action surprised and intrigued Xiu. She didn't expect to see Hong Mingtu there, who, with a firm tone, said the rumors about her nature were true. Looking at the young man, Xiu realized he was the future leader of the Hong family. She knew that Hong Mingtu was a key supporter of the Demon Extermination Alliance and a high-level hunter. With confidence, Mingtu told his uncle he could handle that bastard, while he himself would deal with the rebellious girl. Observing the young man, Xiu understood that the situation was becoming more and more complicated. Mingtu was warned to be careful with the girl and prevent her from interfering with their ongoing plans. Before leaving, the old Hong family head gave the defiant young woman a long, appraising look. Without hesitation, Xiu asked Mingtu what he wanted from her. He replied that he was worried about not hurting her, fearing it would create a lasting feud between their two families. Mingtu stressed that if that bastard was warned of their plans, the situation would become troublesome for her as well. Decisively, Xiu replied that she didn't care if that bastard escaped, or not. With a sarcastic tone, Mingtu declared that since she showed no concern for the bastard, it would make things much simpler for him. A sudden sound caught both of their attention. Causing Xiu to look towards the door, she noticed the Hong family's henchmen being thrown far away. This proved that the man in question had not fled as they had assumed. Mingtu, on the other hand, looked disappointed, seeing his subordinates as a bunch of incompetents. Calmly, he drew his powerful weapon from his back, declaring that everyone could count on him to handle the situation. As they were thrown out, the Hong family's henchmen were hit by multiple arrows. Every one of them, including the family head, was shot to the ground by the projectiles. The injured Hong family head collapsed outside the protagonist's house. Stepping outside, the protagonist asked if that was all the Hong family could bring, as he observed the fallen subordinates and their injured master. The sound of little snowball made him turn around. He then realized it had defeated the thunder weasel and was now swallowing the creature's core. The protagonist, with a bow in his hand, aimed an arrow straight at the family head's head. Decisively, he declared that he initially had no intention of causing trouble for him, but since they came to his house, he might as well send him to a better place. For a brief moment, Old Hong felt fear for his own life. As the protagonist still aimed at him, a giant shadow appeared above them. Curious, he tried to discern what that strange shadow could be. With quick reflexes, he dodged, avoiding the attack. The protagonist, ever vigilant, was not caught by surprise. However, the enemy was an unknown, which piqued his curiosity to find out its origin. Hong Mingtu, with a confident expression, revealed that he was a disciple of the leader of the suppression force of the Demon Extermination Alliance. Hearing the name of the alliance, the protagonist became curious and wanted to understand what it was. Mingtu then warned his uncle to step back and protect himself, leaving the rest to him. The protagonist, unconcerned with the organization Mingtu was part of, warned him that if he didn't want to end up like his uncle, he should leave immediately. With extreme speed, the enemy approached the protagonist and asked what he would do if he refused to leave. Without hesitation, the protagonist jumped back, preparing to defend against any possible attack. After that move, he reflected on what had happened, surprised by his opponent's speed. The enemy then made an offer. The protagonist should join him. He could set aside his grudge with the Hong family, and even be introduced to the Demon Extermination Alliance. Without much thought, the protagonist replied that he had no interest in joining any group. Ming-Tu, with a contemptuous sigh, closed his eyes and remarked that he was a fool with no vision, lamenting his decision. With a sudden burst, Ming-Tu charged at the protagonist and landed a precise blow to his stomach. The protagonist could hardly believe he'd been injured. Ming-Tu's thirst for revenge was palpable, especially his desire to avenge his cousin, Hong Bin. At the Dongfang family residence, the eldest daughter, Qin Xuan, was waiting for news of her sister. Xu quickly returned with information. When the younger sister called out to the older sister listened intently. Qin Xuan asked if her sister had done what was asked, and the other replied that he refused to listen. Shou informed her sister that they might have been taken away by the Hong family. Right then, the older sister asked for details about what happened. Xu revealed that Hong Ming-Tu had appeared, surprising her sister, as she knew exactly what that meant. Meanwhile, the young man from the Hong family continued his relentless attacks on Bai Ming. Ming-Tu is a rising talent, destined to succeed the Hong family, and has proven to be a ruthless man. The protagonist is struggling to deal with this man but remains vigilant. He doesn't know what to expect from a young man who seems stronger than his previous opponents. Ming-Tu was chosen to lead the next generation of the Hong family, standing out for his talent. He is highly skilled and recognized by the Demon Exorcist Alliance. The protagonist faces great challenges in dealing with this young warrior. He seems to have no advantage in the fight against the rising star of the Hong family. Although he tries to anticipate his moves, it becomes increasingly difficult. Cam Hyen fears that something terrible will happen in the confrontation between the two. Her younger sister asks why she is protecting someone who is no longer a member of the family. She also says that their father has already annulled the engagement with the Qin family, but the older sister thinks her younger sister is too naive. She reminds her that it was their grandfather who arranged this marriage, and even though their father annulled the engagement, that doesn't change anything. She knows she is destined to be with the Qin family. And even if she dies, that won't change. Zhu can't understand her sister when she talks like that. Outside the protagonist's house, his opponent congratulates him for resisting the attack. The protagonist carefully observes his opponent's every move as Ming-Tu licks his blade. Signaling that the fun is about to end, Elder Hong is very surprised. At Hong Ming-Tu's ability to overwhelm the protagonist, he realizes that he can no longer underestimate the power of the demon exorcists. He also feels relieved, knowing that his family will once again be feared. Seeing the enemy dodge his attacks so quickly, the protagonist thinks his weapon must be a legendary item. With those movements, even when using Shadow Slash, the enemy still dodges with ease. Then, with wide eyes, he remembers a technique. Phantom Image. The enemy launches another attack, and the protagonist is ready. After remembering that technique, he is now faster. The enemy wants to finish him off as quickly as possible and charges in with all his strength. The protagonist creates an illusion that the opponent doesn't notice, and only strikes a phantom image. The enemy believes it's real and feels satisfied, but his joy lasts only a moment. As the illusion begins to fade before his eyes, the protagonist wants to understand what his opponent is trying to do. Gritting his teeth, the enemy looks at the protagonist with hatred because his previous attack was ineffective. He decides to attack again, the young Hong Ming-Tu. He's using a combination of the earth-splitting, mountain-shattering strike, believing this time it will be the end for the protagonist. Seeing his opponent's effort, he claps his hands in applause. He feels frustrated realizing he hasn't landed a single hit and turns to look, as the protagonist says it's unfortunate. He still hasn't fully mastered his abilities. Hong Ming-Tu doesn't like the protagonist's words. Now his only intention is to finish him with a single blow. He rushes towards the protagonist, ready to strike, when he hears the protagonist say that if he had succeeded with the earth-splitting part, he would have won. Although his opponent tells him to shut up, the protagonist continues talking. Once again, the opponent misses his target. However, the protagonist was waiting for that opportunity. Seeing that he is about to be attacked, the opponent just looks up as the protagonist warns that his chance is over. And then he uses his Shadow Slash. The enemy feels the blow and can't believe it's possible. The patriarch of the Hong family can't believe what he's witnessing. With the protagonist's final attack, he strikes Ming-Tu, sending him to the ground. Ming-Tu thinks his opponent suddenly became much faster. Ming-Tu also wants to make him pay for losing an arm. His intention is to take the protagonist's life in retaliation for what happened to him. The Hong family's subordinates fear for Ming-Tu's life. Elder Hong tries to calm everyone down, saying that nothing will happen to him because he is the hope of the family. However, he thinks that if he doesn't turn things around quickly, he won't be able to reverse the situation. That's when something catches his attention. Looking to the side, he notices the little girl, Thui, at the window above. The little girl had opened the window to look outside because she was very worried about her brother. Seeing the little girl in the window, Elder Hong immediately gets an idea. He calls his vassals closer. He sees that everyone is present and ready to hear his plan. The protagonist notices they are plotting something but doesn't know exactly what it is. Ming-Tu is a warrior and won't let himself be defeated easily. He holds his severed arm in his mouth. He radiates a will to continue fighting. The sight leaves the protagonist somewhat stunned, however. Despite everything, Ming too is ready to face him again. To do so, he starts running towards the protagonist with his weapon drawn. The protagonist is almost hit but manages to dodge. The anger and desire for revenge are evident in the Hong family members' actions. Min continues to dodge his opponent's attacks. At one point, he starts shooting arrows at Ming Tu. The protagonist thinks Ming Tu is too stubborn and that he should finish him quickly. Meanwhile, Elder Hong is outlining his plan and sharing it with his subordinates. He wants them to do whatever it takes to capture the Tran family's sister, as he intends to make that bastard pay. Everyone understands and agrees to carry out the plan. They enter the house to find Tran Thui. Elder Hong believes it's the only way, as he knows that unfortunate fellow won't let them leave. On the other hand, Bok Min has a serious expression, determined to end this battle. The protagonist continues to shoot arrows at his opponent. However, the opponent seems to just be observing what's happening. It seems he has created some kind of barrier to protect himself from the arrows. The protagonist realizes he is repeating his old strategy, so he knows he must take a different approach. He uses his old trick again and disappears before his opponent's eyes. Even so, the battle between them continues. Ming Tu, despite the difficulties, is able to block his opponent's attacks. Despite his injuries, he maintains impressive agility. The protagonist waits for him to let his guard down, so he can strike at the perfect moment. Positioning himself above, he tells his opponent that he should send him to a more comfortable place. However, he doesn't finish the attack because a loud noise puts him on edge. The sound was very loud, so much so that it caught the attention of both the protagonist and his opponent. Elder Hong's eyes are wide, and he's trembling. He says that they have failed. After the crash, Thui's body begins to slowly fall from above, along with her battle spirit. The protagonist runs as fast as he can to catch his sister. Before her body hits the ground, he succeeds and catches her just before impact. Now he is holding her in his arms. His friend, Wu Guosheng, appears from inside the house, seemingly having been thrown out. He looks towards the protagonist and his sister, calling their names. Bok Min desperately begs his sister to wake up. Seeing his sister in that state reminds him of the past when he didn't have the chance to save her. Now holding her in his arms, tears well up in his eyes because he had promised that this time would be different. He is determined not to let anyone leave here unpunished. He screams that everyone will pay. The energy radiating from his body is now terrifying, and a force so strong it can throw weaker people far away. Elder Hong realizes that this person's killing intent is immense. The protagonist firmly declares that he will destroy everyone in the Hong family. He rushes towards the old patriarch, knowing the idea came from him. However, Ming Tu moves quickly and blocks the enemy. He puts his sword out to protect his uncle and tells him to save himself and run. Determined to face the protagonist, Ming Tu declares that he will finish him. Even while recognizing his nephew's talent, the old man fears for his life. Clenching his fist, he shouts for everyone to hurry because they need to get out of there immediately. Everyone is rushing to escape the scene. The protagonist notices that all of them want to flee, but he has no intention of letting them go. His opponent has unleashed his Mountain Breaker, an earth-splitting strike. The protagonist must be careful because if executed correctly, it is an extremely powerful attack. As the opponent launches his attack, he is sure that he has ended things. Then he says, that's enough for today, and that their fight will have to wait for another time. The opponent has created a large smokescreen so that everyone, including himself, can escape. He swears to tear them all to pieces as soon as he catches up with them. Hearing his friend's voice, Wu Guoshan urges him not to chase them. The protagonist decides he should help Thui first. He looks towards the little girl and whispers her name, placing his hand on her head. He begins to activate some form of healing. Noticing Bok Min doing something without a word, his friend asks what he is doing. The protagonist explains that his sister will survive, but her internal organs are severely damaged. Wu Guoshan feels guilty, believing it's all his fault for being so useless. Min has no time for this and asks his friend to take Thui inside. Placing a hand on his friend's shoulder, he tells him not to blame himself, because he will get revenge for everything they've done. Then he sees a snowball jump out of the house. Bok Min tells it to stay and guard the place. It seems to understand and agrees to the protagonist's command. Wu Guoshan tells Bok Min to be careful. In the black market, the protagonist says goodbye to the three of them, turns, and leaves silently, heading towards the city. He knows exactly where to find medicinal herbs as he walks through the black market. He scans the area for what he needs. The situation seems strange, because there's no one in the market selling herbs or medicine, until someone approaches and asks if he wants to buy herbs. The protagonist turns to see who is talking to him. The person is fanning himself with a folding fan. Introducing himself as Guo Dao Chang Sheng, Bok Min asks if he knows where in the market he can find herbs. The young man replies that he will show him the way, but only if he pays 10,000. The protagonist agrees and says he will pay if the man leads him to the place. Bok Min follows the man. When they reach a certain location, the man says the herb shop is just ahead. The protagonist just observes carefully as the man continues walking, saying that even if the protagonist searched the entire market, he wouldn't find anyone selling herbs. He adds that the protagonist was lucky to run into him on the road. However, the man feels the need to know the name of the person accompanying him. The protagonist reveals his name, Tran Bok Min. The man comments that it's a strong name and that he can see Bok Min's ambition. Curious, he asks if the protagonist has ever heard the story he just told. The protagonist, with sharp eyes, reveals that he has indeed heard of the waters of Bok Min, and that it refers to a sea monster. Clenching his fist, Bok Min remembers who this person is. With a serious expression, he tells the man he's never heard of anyone with the surname Guo in this region. The man calmly replies that he is not from any specific place. He is just a traveler who has not yet departed. Bok Min remarks that telling his story would take more than 7 days and 7 nights, and that it's best to let the past rest. The protagonist knows that even within the Star Alliance, only a handful of people know that story. He thinks it's likely this man comes from an influential family and that his carefree nature is just a facade. At one point, the man stops, looks up, and says they have arrived. Guo Dao Changsheng reveals that there is only one place that sells medicinal ingredients, the Black Hall. Bok Min had no idea a branch of the Black Hall existed in that city. The man also mentions that the Black Hall is spread throughout the outskirts of the region, not just in that location. Placing a hand on the protagonist's shoulder, he warns that what's important is not that, but that he must not forget the 10,000 he promised, as he is not friendly to those who don't pay. As soon as the protagonist feels the man's hand on his shoulder, he realizes that he is a high-level hunter. Bok Min replies that it's only 10,000, and that he'll pay even if he doesn't find the herbs. The man thinks this young man is a genius, because even after everything that's happened, he has remained calm during their conversation. Pointing towards the place, he says they can enter. Following the suggestion, the protagonist follows the man and enters the establishment. Guo Dao continues to point the way. As the protagonist looks at a certain area, he notices a dragon elephant tusk for sale, as well as the feather of a phoenix chick. Bok Min is surprised, not expecting such a small town to hold such precious items. The man asks if everything the protagonist has seen so far is to his satisfaction. Bok Min replies that he will pay the agreed upon 10,000. Soon after, an employee approaches and asks if he needs help, as they have everything there. The young man says he needs a 7-star spirit fruit, a suffering Buddha lotus, and other things. Guo Dao observes Bok Min's face from behind his fan and thinks that he has never heard of any of those items. The man confirms that they have all the requested items and informs him that the total price will be 160,000 credits. When the employee hears that Bok Min wants everything in double quantity, he becomes alert and hurries to prepare the order. The man thinks this young man must come from a wealthy family as he spends money without a second thought. Frowning, Bok Min replies that's not quite it, it's just some savings. While the employee is gathering the items, Bok Min focuses on a medicinal plant on one of the shelves. His eyes widen in surprise, and he asks to see that plant more closely. Meanwhile, the man accompanying him carefully observes his every move. The employee brings out the plant and says that it's white jade powder, priced at 3,000 credits. Bok Min finds the price quite cheap, but only 3,000, and decides to take it right away. As he holds the item in his hands, he thinks that this price is ridiculously low. The employee is happy to see that the protagonist has decided to buy it. Just then, another person tells Bok Min to wait, as he will be taking responsibility for the white jade bone. The employee tries to explain to young Master Li that the bone has already been purchased by a customer. However, young Master Li doesn't seem very pleased. Li says he doesn't care if the bone has been sold or not, he always gets what he wants. Looking straight at Bok Min, the young man warns that he had better hand over the bone. Curiously, Bok Min makes it clear that he won't give up anything. Annoyed, the man asks the employee how much the bone was sold for. The employee informs him that the price was 3,000 credits. The man is shocked by the amount, considering it extremely cheap. The young people from the Lai clan whisper among themselves while their senior sister observes the protagonist. One of the young men asks her if their master really wants the white jade bone and if she's sure about that. The woman is very annoyed, asking if he thinks she's lying. He tries to explain that their master's birthday is coming up and they can't give him a simple, worthless gift. Growing more impatient, she asks what he is talking about and explains that her father has been searching for the white jade bone. Approaching Bok Min, the woman says she will pay double the price if he sells it to her. He refuses. She raises the price to 10,000 credits, but the protagonist still refuses. Frustrated, she offers 100,000 credits, stressing that he should consider this offer. However, Bok Min says he will not sell the bone because he needs it. The white jade bone is an extremely rare item, and selling it is out of the question. The young man from the Li family is angered by Bok Min's attitude, not liking the way he spoke to his senior sister. He says that if the bastard doesn't want to accept the deal, then they should stop being polite. Turning to Bachmin, the young man declares that the white jade bone will be his. Bachmin looks at the employee and asks him to set the bone aside, as he will take it later. Observing the young man from the Lee family, he remarks that he is well trained but seems to have a short fuse when he doesn't get what he wants. The Lee family member is now furious, lunging at Bachmin and ordering him to shut up. With a simple move, Bachmin dodges the attack and slices the bone whip the man was trying to strike him with, in two. The man is stunned by Bachmin's skill, realizing that the young warrior is wielding a divine weapon. This also catches the attention of the Lee family's senior sister, who is watching intently. Bachmin remains silent while Guo Dao, in the background, watches the scene with great interest in the dagger the protagonist is using. The young man from the Lee family is absolutely furious. He demands to know how Bachmin dared to destroy his bone whip. He is so angry that he vows to make Bachmin pay for ruining his weapon. Without hesitation, he orders his battle spirit, a poisonous eagle, to tear Bachmin to shreds. Bachmin looks at the bird that appears before him. He can see its sharp claws and hear the sound of crushed granite. Without hesitation, he grabs the poisonous eagle by the neck and calmly asks if young Master Li really believes that's enough to defeat him. Furious, young Master Li once again orders Bachmin to release his poisonous eagle. As soon as he finishes speaking, he lunges at his opponent. The protagonist continues to stare at his opponent while gripping the eagle's neck. Without hesitation, he delivers a precise blow that makes his opponent regret confronting him. The impact is so strong that it sends him flying, crashing into several crates before falling unconscious on the ground. The man's family watches in distress, anxiously calling his name. Lying on the ground, he regrets having angered the wrong person. From behind his fan, Guo Dao carefully observes the protagonist's every move. Trying to get up, the man declares his name is Li Mu and vows to make Bachmin regret this. Li Mu's sister intervenes, telling him to be quiet. Though confused, he turns to her, trying to understand her intentions. In a gentle tone, the young woman asks the protagonist to release Li Mu's poisonous eagle, assuring him that they will withdraw. The protagonist expresses his disbelief, remarking that even when they talk of peace, they still show their claws. Li Mu's sister asks what he wants in exchange for the eagle's freedom. The protagonist declares that he demands 10 million in compensation. Surprised, the young woman's eyes widen and she begins to sweat. Her brother is furious, demanding the eagle back immediately. Bachmin notices the man's stubbornness, tightening his grip on the creature's neck, declaring that it is just a victim whose usefulness has ended. The woman begs him to wait a moment longer while the protagonist maintains the pressure. The onlookers stand in awe, completely paralyzed after he fulfills his promise. The protagonist drops the eagle to the ground, where it no longer breathes. The young woman is clearly furious, accusing him of destroying a supreme combat disciple. Radiating a terrifying aura, she declares that he has challenged his own fate. The protagonist deduces that she also possesses high-level abilities. Meanwhile, Guo Dao silently reflects on the unfolding events. A few moments later, everyone hears a sound that immediately captures the protagonist's attention. Familiar with its echo, giant feet stomp through the area, bringing a threatening weight to the scene. A colossal creature, a giant battle spirit, approaches the woman, who has sworn not to let the protagonist leave unpunished. The beast reveals itself to be a black tiger lion, majestic and fierce. Now confident, the woman declares that since the protagonist destroyed her brother's eagle, it's only fair that he now faces her new creature. The employee hides behind some crates, trembling at the battle unfolding in the establishment. Much of the place has been destroyed or is in complete chaos. The woman's eyes remain fixed on the protagonist, standing beside her majestic beast. Guo Dao remains behind his fan, intently observing the black tiger lion. That woman is a high-level hunter and wears crescent moon earrings. He carefully analyzes her, trying to determine who she might be. When he remembers her identity, his eyes widen in shock. She is Lan Jiaonok, the daughter of the leader of the Supreme Hall, an extremely influential figure. He informs the protagonist of her importance, but Bachmin doesn't seem to recognize the name. Miss Li is indifferent to the possibility of an apology, declaring that she will not forgive him. She orders her beast, armed with a cursed dagger, to tear her opponent to shreds. Obeying the command, the giant tiger growls and lunges at the protagonist. He wonders if she really intends to finish him with that beast. Analyzing the creature's movements, the protagonist doesn't believe that losing is an option. As he prepares to attack, he notices the tiger dodging, displaying unusual intelligence. Surprised, he concludes that the beast might be calculating the best moment to strike. However, the creature shifts its attention and lunges at the employee, who starts screaming for help. Despite the fear, it's clear the employee is not the real target. The beast seems to be studying him carefully, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. The protagonist analyzes the creature's movements one by one, looking for an opening to act. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the room, ordering everyone to stand still. The members of the Li family are also startled by the unexpected presence. From the top of the stairs, soldiers begin to descend in an organized formation. Guo Dao continues to watch from behind his fan, thinking that the situation is becoming more and more interesting. Following the soldiers, an individual descends, his presence exuding authority and power. With a look of contempt, he remarks that it's quite bold for someone to dare fight inside the Black Hall. The employee, still hiding behind the crates, musters what little courage he has and speaks to the ninth commander. The ninth commander seems to have no intention of tolerating any nonsense, demanding to know who is responsible for the damages. The nervous employee tries to explain what happened. He reports that initially, someone came to the Black Hall to buy medicine and the white jade bone. Shortly after, young Master Li also expressed interest in buying the same item. The ninth commander turns to young Master Li and asking if he intended to tear down the entire building. The Li family member replies that the commander has misunderstood the situation. He explains that if the other person hadn't destroyed his poisonous bird, he would never have returned to this place. Therefore, he asks the ninth commander to resolve the matter fairly. After hearing the story, the ninth commander concludes that the young man's problem with Li has nothing to do with the Black Tower. He orders that Li must compensate for the damages by paying 10 times the value of the destroyed shelves and ruined medicine. He adds that if he refuses, he will never leave this building. As soon as he gives the order, the guards raise their weapons, pointing them at those involved. Miss Li asks if they really expect them to just compensate 10 times the damages. She declares that if this includes the white jade bone, she is willing to pay 100 times the price. The ninth commander replies that the white jade issue has nothing to do with the Black Tower, and that 10 times is fair compensation. The Li member agrees to pay for the damages, but asks the commander if he is brave enough to accept his offer. The ninth commander is curious, asking why the young man thinks he would be afraid of anyone. Li Mu declares that since the commander is so confident, he can be questioned by the Supreme Hall. He emphasizes that the Supreme Hall is one of the 3 most influential powers in the city, and not even the head of the Black Tower can challenge them. The ninth commander is suspicious, wanting to know what Li Mu's connection to the Supreme Hall is. Li Mu reveals that he joined the Supreme Hall 6 months ago, and the young woman present here is one of his greatest assets. Impressed, the commander recognizes Lan Zhao Ngok, the princess of the Supreme Hall. At first, she is a little nervous, but quickly bows to the young woman to show her respect. Lan Zhao Ngok states that all she wants is the white jade bone, and she is willing to pay 100 times its value. The ninth commander explains that the item has already been sold, and according to the Black Tower's rules, sold-out products cannot be negotiated. The Li member interrupts, saying there seems to be a misunderstanding. Curious, the commander asks what the misunderstanding is. Li Mu claims that the white jade bone is not actually sold out. The ninth commander asks the employee, Tian Xiao, if the white jade bone has been sold. The employee explains that the young man not only bought the white jade bone, but also other medicines. The ninth commander clarifies that until the money is in his hands, the white jade bone still belongs to them. He then orders the white jade bone to be handed over to him. Unable to restrain himself, the protagonist asks if this is how the Black Tower handles its transactions. He introduces himself as the head of the Black Tower and asserts that his way of doing business would never be disrespectful to others. Raising his hand, the ninth commander orders the white jade bone to be handed over. He insists that the young man must return the white jade bone, as they will no longer do business with him. The protagonist realizes he is once again dealing with a high-level hunter. He wonders how a small Black Tower could treat its customers like this. The ninth commander orders the young man to return the white jade bone and leave the tower. The ninth commander declares that from this moment on, besides the medicine, nothing else will be sold to him. The protagonist just stares seriously at the ninth commander upon hearing those words. He looks back and asks Guo Dao if he wants to renegotiate. The man with the fan asks and what kind of business the protagonist is referring to. The young man declares that he will pay 10 million if he helps him destroy the tower. The young woman and the Li member are shocked by the conversation they are hearing. The ninth commander can't understand how someone could be so insolent. Then, he smiles and asks the protagonist to show his intentions, to show his true intentions and power. The ninth commander asks how he intends to destroy the tower. The man with the fan thinks the protagonist is truly insane. Then he says that Changsheng will go crazy with him. Next, he prepares to help destroy the Black Tower. The ninth commander realizes that this man is a high-level hunter. Finding the situation unexpected, Changsheng warns him that he should destroy the building and leave the old man to him. Then, the protagonist rushes at the Black Tower's guards. The commander orders them to deal with the intruder. Upon receiving the order, the guards try to fight the protagonist. However, they quickly realize that he is extremely skilled. The old man glares at the protagonist and throws his chains, asking where he thinks he's going. The chains almost reach Bachman, but are cut by his opponent's fan. The old man looks on in disbelief, unable to accept what he's seeing. Opening his fan, he warns that he is fighting the wrong person. He makes it clear that his enemy is right in front of him, and he doesn't need to find another. The ninth commander laments the loss of his golden crow illusion chain, destroyed by a folding fan. Chang Shang holds the remains of the chain, remarking that it's nothing more than a piece of useless scrap. Miss Li notices the fan comes from Mount Telian and recognizes him as a member of the Gui family. The young man from the Li family wants to know what a member of the Gui family is doing in that city. The young woman explains that according to rumors, the young master of the Gui family is considered a good-for-nothing. He was said to have brought disaster to the Gui family for an ordinary woman, and if he's in the city, she's likely here too. The Li guys started to worry about the Gui family's retaliation. After they had taken the white jade bone, Miss Li reassured him, saying that not even the Gui family could stop them from getting the white jade bone. The ninth commander, hearing the conversation, now knew who he was dealing with, finding himself in an awkward position. On one side was the princess of the Supreme Court, and on the other was the young master of the Gu family. He knew he couldn't sit idly by if a fight broke out between them. The servant had called the ninth commander, hoping he could resolve the situation. Meanwhile, the main character continued to destroy everything in the tower, smashing anything he found in his path. Zhang Shan asked if the main character was done yet, as it was almost dinner time. He said not to rush, and that he would take him to eat as soon as he settled things in the Black Tower. The young master of the Gu family commented that the Black Tower had more than 5 floors, and by the time he finished dinner, the time would have already passed. The ninth commander asked him to stop, but his path was blocked by a young man. Zhang Shang pointed his fan at the man and ordered him not to move, or else his head would fall with a little help from the mountain-locking fan. The ninth commander was furiously silent. Miss Li seemed to want something from the young master of the Gu family. She stated that the Supreme Court and the Gu family had never interfered in each other's business. Looking at her with contempt, the young master asked if she was trying to threaten him by saying she would do whatever she wanted. He also said that she used her father's name to get her way and still dared to threaten him. He suggested she go back to her father and tell him to feel free to try something against the Gu family. She was about to explode, having been deeply insulted by Gu Dao. She asked if anyone else wanted to experience the mountain-locking fan. She knew he was a high-level hunter, just like her. But she also knew that if they fought, she wouldn't stand a chance. She turned to the ninth commander and said that as an elder of the Black Tower, he should do something. Sweating, the ninth commander said that this was the young master of the Gu family, and if he dared to do anything, he would lose his life. The lady's offer was simple. If the old man handed over the white jade bone, the position of vice commander of the Supreme Court would be his. The offer to become the vice commander of the Supreme Court was undoubtedly very tempting. After recovering from the shock, the ninth commander wanted to know if Miss Lan would really give him the position of vice commander. She affirmed that she was a woman of her word. As long as he eliminated Gu Dao and handed over the white jade bone, the vice commander position would be all his. Hearing these words, the ninth commander trembled in thought. He figured that becoming a vice commander wasn't a bad idea. Meanwhile, the man with the fan observed everything being said. Just then, the ninth commander ordered them to bring the mountain beast. Hearing this, the main character turned back, his expression growing even darker. Zhang Shang also seemed curious about what those soldiers were about to do. He didn't know exactly what a mountain beast was. The ninth commander informed them that regardless of their families, none of them would be leaving the Black Tower that day. Gu Dao was curious to know why that old man had suddenly become so brave. The main character charged at the ninth commander with all his strength, determined to end this once and for all. The ninth commander looked as if he was considering facing the main character who was charging straight at him. However, he was pulled back by Miss Lan's hand. Shortly after, her beast lunged at Pei Ning. Agile and swift, Pei Ning dodged without a scratch. The two stared at each other, the beast growling, waiting for the right moment to strike. The main character watched, already tired of the situation. The ninth commander also watched the events unfold from behind Miss Lan with a smile. He said that now, not even the heavens could save that young man. The main character really didn't care about the Supreme Court's presence. He pointed his finger and began shooting arrows at the ninth commander. All of them were blocked before they could reach their target. Miss Lan was furious, asking who gave him permission to kill the ninth commander. Gu Dao noticed the accessory Miss Lan was wearing was a silk ribbon. He warned the main character to be careful with her, because not even the mountain-locking fan would be enough. A loud roar was heard and many thought it was an earthquake. The sound caught many by surprise, including the young man from the Li family, Gu Dao. Asked if it was really an earthquake, the main character explained that it was the mountain beast. It was a mountain full of spirit beasts. Meanwhile, in the city, people were walking normally on the streets. Suddenly, they noticed a giant mountain, rising in the direction of the black market, accompanied by the earthquake from a few moments before. The mountain was so large that even little Snowball could see it clearly from her home. Upon seeing it, the little girl's expression hardened. She clenched her fists into a fighting stance. When the ninth commander saw the mountain, his confidence grew significantly. In a threatening tone, he declared to Gu Dao and the main character that the mountain had arrived, and they should prepare themselves. Gu Dao asked Brother Chen, if it was true that the mountain was full of spirit beasts. The main character confirmed it, warning them to be careful because of the aura it emitted, indicating the beasts were of mid to high rank. Smiling, the man with the fan thought that not all was lost, though the main character did not share the same sentiment. Upon hearing Brother Chen's words, the man with the fan's expression turned more serious. Meanwhile, the ninth commander held a whistle in his hand, declaring that one blow was enough to cause a total disaster. He warned that they would all turn into food for his spirit beasts. Without hesitation, he brought the whistle to his lips and began to summon his creatures. Upon hearing the sound, both the young master of the Gu family and Brother Chen were on high alert. The main character then asked his teammate to seize the whistle as quickly as possible. Gu Dao held his fan, telling his teammate to stay put because he had a plan. Using his fan, he created a powerful gust of wind, launching the main character high into the air at great speed. The impact caused a massive explosion, creating a huge hole in the temple wall. All that energy came from the main character, who had launched himself straight toward the spirit beasts. From above, he yelled to Gu Dao that he would leave the rest to him. Meanwhile, the main character headed towards the mountain of spirit beasts, brandishing his magic dagger. Gu Dao remained in the tower, fan in hand. The man with the fan smiled confidently as he looked at the mountain, showing he had complete faith in his teammate. The ninth commander couldn't believe it. He had never seen anyone so confident before, and wondered how many more tricks those two had up their sleeves. With a threatening gaze, Gu Dao warned the ninth commander that he should be more worried about his own situation. He ordered him to hand over the whistle immediately, or prepare for what was to come. However, the ninth commander seemed unfazed by Gu Dao and declared that it would take much higher skill to defeat him. Meanwhile, the main character charged into one of the caves of the giant mountain. Each cave contained a fiercely growling spirit beast, ready to devour him. Unafraid with his magic dagger, he began to face them one by one, eliminating them gradually. Inside the Black Tower, the ninth commander ordered the guards to handle the special guest. They surrounded Gu Dao, ready to fight, but Gu Dao held his fan firmly, just smiling and muttering that perhaps it was time to accept that generous offer. The more creatures the main character defeated, the more appeared with each passing moment. They became more aggressive. With his blade, he managed to clear a path, but the creatures kept appearing in greater numbers. He even encountered demon wolves, and thought this would be a tiring task. Even so, he charged at them and with a few blows, managed to destroy several. He thought that although the creatures were weak, there were too many of them, and they just kept coming. Something horrifying caught his attention. He was suddenly attacked by spine-shooting bees. He quickly realized they were venomous man-eating bees. That's when he heard a loud roar that shook the cave. He quickly turned around and saw it was a hellhound along with the poisonous bees. They continued their relentless spine attacks. He still had to deal with the threat of the hellhound. He wondered about his teammate and what he was doing, since he still hadn't stopped that man. That's when he heard an unusual noise from above and saw many creatures heading his way. He realized they were endless. The more he fought, the more they appeared. Meanwhile, the man with the fan, now stained red, contemplated the waste of all that power. Gu Dao was annoyed that even his precious fan was stained red. The old ninth commander was shocked to see the young master of the Gu family approaching him. He held his hand out in front of the old man. He said he would give him one chance. Either surrender immediately, or it would be too late. The old man looked at young Master Go, wanting to give him a piece of advice. If he gave up now, everything would be forgiven. However, Gu Dao didn't find his offer interesting. Calling him an old dog of the Black Tower, he asked how he dared to threaten him in such a way. He declared that his trip to this city would be a waste if he didn't destroy the place. Rushing to snatch the whistle from the old man's hand, the young master of the Gu family was interrupted. Miss Lan used her silk ribbon to block the young man's attack. Realizing she had interfered, he was not pleased but managed to neutralize her attack in time. He observed his surroundings carefully, wary of everything that was happening. He couldn't let the old man live any longer, not even for a second, so he launched an attack, knocking the whistle from the old man's hand. With his agility, he caught the whistle in mid-air, telling the old man not to think that hiding behind that woman would stop him from taking the whistle. The old man threatened the young man, saying that if he dared to use the whistle, the Black Tower would spare no effort to destroy him. With a smile, young Master Gu replied that he was waiting for it. Looking at the whistle, he thought it would be fine if he used it just one more time. He then blew the whistle with all his might. As he did so, he felt something very strange, as if his heart was slowly stopping, as if all the strength in his body was being drained. Looking at the whistle, he wondered what was in that instrument that had weakened him so much. On the other side, the old man saw what the young man had done. Very pleased, he had fallen into the trap. Young Master Gu looked at the old man, demanding he explain what was happening. The ninth commander laughed and revealed that using the Black Tower's whistle was not as simple as young Master Gu had thought. Now he should prepare himself, because things were about to get much worse for his teammate. Inside the mountain of spirit beasts, the main character noticed things had suddenly changed. More and more spirit beasts charged at him. The final whistle had made them even more hostile. The spirit beasts were becoming increasingly uncontrollable, and their numbers were not decreasing, even when he destroyed many at once. While he was still in the cave waiting for more spirit beasts, someone appeared outside, observing from the roof of the Black Tower. This person just stared in the direction of the Spirit Beast Mountain. Hearing this, young Master Gu Dao wasted no time and stomped on the ninth commander. He told the old man they were about to find out who was more resilient, him or Gu Dao's interrogation methods. Laughing loudly, the old man said it was useless. Even if the man with the fan took his life, the young man would not escape either. He explained that the spirits of the beasts were enraged, and would only stop when they were completely destroyed. Inside the Spirit Beast Mountain, and the main character was still facing those wild beasts. He dealt with them as they appeared, but they seemed endless. With each passing moment, more beasts attacked him, and the bees continued to shoot their spines. Determined to fight back, he shot multiple arrows at them. However, the monsters kept appearing in greater numbers and he fought them all. He thought that if this continued, he would be devoured before he could take down the Black Tower. That's when he sensed the presence of his companion, Little Snowball. It seemed the wild beasts had also sensed her presence. It felt like the mountain was starting to collapse. When the main character looked up, he realized the ceiling was caving in. Many rocks of various sizes fell on some of the beasts, crushing them. As he watched the falling rocks, he noticed something moving among them. The sound he heard indicated it was his Little Snowball. She emerged from the rubble, jumping towards the main character. He felt relieved. She had arrived just in time. Otherwise, he might have ended up in the stomach of one of those savage beasts. The debris from the rocks seemed unusual, and they both looked closely to see what would emerge from it. Suddenly, a giant spotted python appeared before them. Now they would have to deal with it. He told his Little Snowball that they would attack together. The old ninth commander was slumped in a corner, lamenting his fate. He told the young master that if he killed him, the Black Tower would hunt him down. The young man replied that no one would avenge him. He was nothing more than an old man. Hearing this, the ninth commander became increasingly fearful for his life. He begged for Miss Lan's help. With trembling hands, he pointed at her, pleading for her help. She stared at him in silence without saying a word. Then, she launched her silk ribbon at the young master of the Gu family and ordered Gu Dao to stop. He nearly dodged it, deflecting the attack with his fan. However, she still managed to lightly scratch his face. The young woman's intentions were becoming clearer. Noticing the scratch on his face, his expression darkened. He told her that if it was a fight she wanted, he would gladly accept the challenge. She warned him that she would turn him into dog food. The two were about to fight when a voice ordered everyone to stop. Both Miss Lan and young Master Gu turned to see who was speaking. It was Mei Yuru, the red-haired woman who had been watching from the roof. Now she was inside the Black Tower, observing the chaos. She was known as the Black Widow, but young Master Li thought she had left the city. Miss Lan warned young Master Li that this woman was the Black Widow, the leader of the Black Tower. Young Master Li urged her to be careful, because this woman was a heretic and no one dared to provoke her. He recalled meeting Mei Yuru years ago in Luo. A spirit beast-level battle master had fled for good. The young woman just listened to the story in silence, observing the scene. Meanwhile, the old ninth commander lay on the ground, begging for her help. She asked the ninth elder about the situation there. He explained that those two came here to cause trouble, and even boasted about bringing the building down. Now she wanted to know who had the guts to damage the Black Tower. Looking around, she asked if they thought she was easy prey. The red-haired woman exuded an aura of destruction and evil, so much so that Miss Lan became tense upon seeing her. Yang Li also noticed that her aura was not just destructive, but also incredibly powerful. However, the young man with the fan just started to laugh. His reaction piqued the red-haired woman's interest, and she asked who he was in a sarcastic tone. He revealed that he was Gu Dao. The red-haired woman confidently walked towards Gu Dao in her high heels. She spoke to the young master of the Gu family. However, the man with the fan was not intimidated as he watched the red-haired woman approach. He told her that all the rumors about her didn't do her beauty justice. She smiled and replied that instead of being in a big city, she chose to settle in a small one. She wanted to know if the rumors about his family were true, if they were really influential enough to challenge the Black Tower. The young man told her not to make baseless accusations. The ninth commander was still trembling as he watched everything unfold. Young Master Gu asked if only the Black Tower was allowed to take advantage of its customers, and couldn't a customer make a fuss to regain their lost honor? An elder who heard the conversation said that they from the Black Tower do business fairly. Another elder questioned young Master Gu, asking if it was just a flimsy excuse, placing his fan over his face. He smiled so charmingly that the elder wanted to know what was so funny. Folding his fan, he replied that the answer didn't lie with him but with their subordinate. He was referring to the ninth commander. He declared that if any harm came to his brother, he would not only tear down that Black Tower but also the 3 Black Towers of the 3 major cities. The elders were shocked to hear the man's threats, him destroying the next Black Tower. could lead to serious consequences. The woman was so angry that she called the ninth commander's name, demanding to hear the whole truth from him. The trembling man swore to his commander that he was innocent in telling the truth. Hearing that, she wanted an explanation for the crime he had committed. He just looked at Miss Lan. She remained silent, observing the scene. The man pointed at young Master Gu, saying that he and his brother had come to the Black Tower to buy medicine. Coincidentally, Miss Lan from the Supreme Court also wanted the white jade bone. Elder Zhang thought that all of this was a huge exaggeration. However, the red-haired woman knew that the Gu family and the Supreme Court were the strongest forces in the three major cities. Two people fighting over a piece of white jade bone was something she considered very childish. Miss Lan explained that if they gave her the white jade bone, she would compensate for all the damages. The red-haired woman looked at young Master Gu and asked what offer he would make. He replied that she was clearly siding with that family, since the white jade bone had already been sold to his brother. She said that since his brother was the buyer, she didn't see it as his business. Young Master Gu Dao was fully aware of the woman's plan. She looked at the ninth commander and asked where the flute was. Still trembling, he said that young Master Gu had taken the flute. The elders knew that losing the Spirit Mountain's whistle was a very serious matter. The young red-haired girl demanded the young master return the whistle, as it was a precious asset of the Black Tower. He replied that she would have to save his brother first if she wanted the whistle back. However, she said that they would not save anyone if he didn't hand over the whistle first. He stood still, observing her reaction. In return, she watched his every move. Gu Dao held out his hand and said he would return the whistle, but she would have to save his brother as quickly as possible. She held out her hand to receive the whistle and said she keeps her word. As he was about to hand the whistle to her, someone spoke up, telling them to wait. She was furious and wanted to know who had interfered. It was the main character entering through the door, quite angry. With little Snowball on his shoulder, the little girl was still happily eating a spirit core. The young master of the Gu family became very excited to see Brother Chen. Miss Lan and young Master Li were surprised to see him return alive. The ninth commander was so shocked he couldn't control his facial expression. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman just looked at him seriously. Gu Dao could hardly believe he had actually returned. After entering that mountain full of spirit beasts, the main character asked his teammate if he really thought they could stop him with just general-level monsters. With the whistle in hand, he said it was no longer necessary and the young master of the Gu family was about to return it. The Spirit Beast Mountain couldn't compare to a high-grade treasure. The monsters in the Beast Hill were very powerful, and he could tame them, making them a great asset for him in the future. The woman asked how he dared to think of such a feat. The Central Tower had forged the Beast Hill, and it was a precious item to them. She warned him not to take it. Holding out her hand, she demanded he hand over the whistle, promising they would forgive the troubles caused to the Black Tower. Miss Lan told the main character that, if he was willing to give the white jade bone to the Supreme Court, she would owe him a favor. Gu Dao asked the main character what they should do. The young man just smiled. Upon hearing that the Supreme Court would owe him a favor, looking at the red-haired woman, he asked if she was the mysterious master of the Black Tower. The elders were annoyed to hear this lie. Yang Li didn't know who this Zhang Yuer was. The red-haired woman patiently wanted to know the young man's name and which family he belonged to. He told her his name was Pei Ning, and he was from the Qin family. She looked at him and repeated the name he had introduced himself with. She wanted to know if he was the one who had angered some hunters for money. Then she asked how he knew that name. Zhang Yuer. He asked if she was sure she should reveal everything, in front of everyone. She bowed her head and was silent for a moment. Looking at Elder Zhang, she told him to make sure no one left the Black Tower without her permission. He replied to the lady that there was no need to worry. He would never let a tiny insect escape his sight. She warned that if he deceived her, she hoped he understood what the consequences would be. Approaching him, she asked him to speak. As he was finally about to speak, Gu Dao asked him to wait, as they were probably planning something. Placing a hand on young Master Gu's shoulder, the main character said he knew what he was doing. He commented that the people from the Supreme Court didn't seem very trustworthy, and asked him to keep an eye on them. As they talked, Lan tried to hear what they were saying, and stared at them with a superior look. Yang Li noticed that the main character knew some secret about the Black Widow. He thought that if they went in together, they should consider themselves to have lost control of the situation. She asked if he was afraid of the Black Tower, noting that they weren't afraid to pick a fight with people from the Supreme Court. Yang Li just looked at Miss Lan thoughtfully. He wanted to know how that man knew that name and why the Black Widow was speaking to him privately. It seemed Miss Lan was plotting something. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman and the main character were in a place where no one could hear them. He began by saying he knew a lot about the Jiang family and wanted to know exactly what she wanted to hear. He thought that everything he knew was only thanks to his past life. First, she wanted to know where he had heard that name and demanded he be honest. She said that if it seemed like he was lying, she would destroy him on the spot. He replied that it didn't matter who told him, but there was one thing she needed to know. He was the only person in the world who could help her. She wanted to know what he was talking about. He explained that it wasn't just because he had defeated the families in that city that there were no other opponents for him. As they spoke, a kind of battle spirit surged from a distance. It was something similar to an eagle. She asked him to quickly say who mentioned that name to him. He replied it was Yang Yufan. She could hardly believe he knew that name too. The main character clarified that he knew Jiang Yufan. She was surprised once again when he mentioned the second name. The main character said he knew where to find Jiang Yufan, and also how to neutralize the poison and innate power. When he spoke those words, she collapsed to the ground, trembling. He continued, saying that her brother, Jiang Yufan, had the strongest bloodline in the entire clan. He told her that everyone hated and envied their family because of that status. She said that if he knew where her brother was, he should tell her. The main character revealed that her brother had been sold by the family to the Star Alliance. She became very sad upon hearing about this alliance. He continued, saying that the Star Alliance was a huge force, located beyond the distant ruins. He explained that in the middle of the abyss, there was only one emperor's throne where high-level beasts existed, and he hadn't even mentioned the power of the Star Alliance, where there were dozens of knights. The woman could hardly believe what she was hearing. There were so many powerful creatures around her brother. She confessed that she had never heard of these things, and asked how he knew about them. He stated that he was being honest with her, and if she didn't believe him, there was nothing he could do to help her. She clenched her fists, still trembling, aware of everything that was happening. She knew that if this was true, she would never see her brother again. The main character asked her to calm down because he had said he could help. Pushing his hand off her shoulder, she asked how he could possibly help her. Furious that her brother was imprisoned in a terrible place, a place where only heaven knows how he was being treated. He asked her to remain calm because her brother's bloodline should still be a secret anyway. Trying to comfort her, he said that as long as they hadn't discovered the truth, they wouldn't care what happened to him. Looking into her eyes sincerely, he affirmed it with certainty. Angry again, she said that if she found out he was toying with her, she would crush all his bones. The main character said he had no reason to lie, and also suggested she get the herbs quickly. She agreed to gather the herbs for him. While they were negotiating, another person arrived at the scene. As they both went back downstairs, heading towards the others, they noticed an unwelcome presence among them. She warned the main character that the man had the same cultivation level as her and that he should be careful. She told Lu that the time for action had not yet come and she didn't know why he was at the Black Tower. He asked her if it was possible to proceed without an inspection. She replied that if his subordinate came to buy good things, she would personally welcome them. She looked at him and asked if he was looking for trouble. Lu Yugang seemed to have some resentment towards the Black Widow. From a distance, he observed Miss Lan. She told young Master Li that the Black Widow's brother had served Lu but had died at the hands of beasts. Meanwhile, a two-headed beast hissed. It was the Black Widow's battle beast. It stared at him with eyes full of resentment. Meanwhile, he told the leader of the Black Tower that he didn't come here to cause trouble. He had heard that she possessed the white jade bone. She smiled and said she could have sold it to him without any problem. However, the white jade bone had already been sold to that brother, and she apologized for disappointing him. Hearing this, Gu Dao and Miss Lan were both surprised. That's when the young master of the Gu family asked the main character what had happened between the two of them. The young woman asked her Uncle Lu what was going on. He just told his niece not to worry as he had known Miss Lan for many years. Once the white jade bone was sold to his brother, he would no longer need to do business with her. Liu pointed at the main character, saying he had until the end of the day to hand over what he wanted. If he refused, he would be the only one to suffer his wrath. Young Master Gu Dao thought that Lu might be Miss Lan's biological father. Angrily, Lu asked how an insect could speak such nonsense. Miss Lan warned young Master Gu not to be reckless with his words. The man with the fan asked how she dared to threaten him, saying that if she continued, he would destroy her. After all that noise, Lu paused for a moment upon hearing the man speak and then bowed his head. He didn't realize the man was young Master Gu and apologized. The man with the fan grew suspicious as Lord Liao suddenly bowed. Still bowing, Liao said he was sorry for not recognizing young Master Gu. Miss Lan told her uncle that he didn't need to fear him just because of the Gu family. Even so, the man with the fan continued to watch the scene unfold. Liao was thinking he could gain power from the Supreme Court, and asked Miss Lan if that was true, to which she agreed. With that, he was quite satisfied and ready to fight, so confident that he told the young man from the Gu family that this matter concerned him, which was when the man with the fan asked if he was cooperating with the Supreme Court. The protagonist suppressed a laugh for a moment. Gu Dao continued, saying that it seemed he was the pride of the Liao family. Liao Erjiang said he was honored to receive such a compliment from the young master. Gu Changshang told him there was no need for that. Liao Erjiang noticed the young man seemed confused, so he offered to explain the situation, saying that there were believers who wanted to attend the Hong family's wedding feast, and all they talked about was that gift. If everyone in the Hong family found out that the Black Tower had the white jade bone and that you took it, it wouldn't look good. Liao was sure that he didn't want to cause this problem, but the protagonist remained silent, simply observing him. Then he commented that it seemed he was saying he had stolen it, when in fact he had bought it first. He also said that he couldn't use the Hong family's name to get the white jade bone. Liao Erjiang admired the young man's boldness, but said it would be useless. The man's words made Gu Dao burst out laughing, and he said that if he wanted the white jade bone, he should come and take it seriously. The protagonist asked the man who he thought he was why he should have to give something that belonged to him to someone else. He told him he wasn't some servant to be treated as he pleased, to eat and sleep whenever ordered. Liao Erjiang felt deeply humiliated by that audacity, ordering all his soldiers into position, and to seize the jade from that boy. Meanwhile, the Black Widow just observed what was happening. That's when she finally unleashed her killing intent on those poor creatures. Their master saw the Black Widow resisting his soldiers and became wary. She said she didn't care if he wanted to hand over the bone to the young man or not, but the Black Tower had nothing to do with this. Liao Erjiang warned the Black Widow that he held more power than her. She made it clear to him that he was nothing more than another servant, and she said that the Black Tower always treats customers and buyers as honored guests. She declared that even the leader of the Central Tower had to follow the rules. He found her words rude and said she should respect the leader of the Central Tower. He took out an orb of light and shadow in his hand, intending to use it to resolve the situation. She immediately recognized what it was and wondered why he possessed one of the two orbs. Without hesitation, he threw the orb to the ground to establish contact with the leader. In a short time, the leader's image began to form. Both the protagonist and the young master of the Gu family watched intently. When the image fully formed, the man introduced himself as Zhang Taili. The protagonist looked at the image and wanted to know if that was the tower master. The young red-haired woman confronted him, asking how he could help her. If he didn't even know the leader of the Central Tower, he admitted that he didn't know the man, but knew his son was Jiang Tian. The Black Widow fell silent at the protagonist's words. Meanwhile, the leader of the Central Tower observed, realizing what was happening. He seemed displeased with his subordinate, Liao Erjiang, because he had told him not to worry since he was at the wedding, trying to justify himself. The servant said he was referring to the Black Tower in Luoyang, which made the leader even angrier, demanding to know why he had used the orb of light before the wedding was over. The servant apologized and tried to convince his master that he didn't mean to anger him. The leader insisted on knowing what was happening and made it clear that if the explanation was not satisfactory, he would be fired. The servant then reported that the lady and master of the Demon Palace were looking for the white jade bone, and that was exactly what the Black Tower had, deciding to send it to the Hong family. However, the Black Widow refused to hand over the white jade bone. She observed the situation while waiting for the leader's decision. The leader declared that he understood, and the white jade bone seemed like a good gift. Therefore, he ordered the Black Widow to hand over the bone to Liao Erjiang. The red-haired girl spoke up, saying that the material had already been sold even before Liao Erjiang arrived. The leader replied that this wouldn't be a problem. She could ask the buyer to return it and give it to Liao. However, she said that if she did that, the tower's reputation would be affected. The leader told her to know her place, and reminded her that the Demon Palace was very important. Liao Erjiang ordered the Black Widow to quickly retrieve the white jade bone and hand it over to him. She hesitated for a moment, but then firmly declared that she would do nothing as she was the master of the tower, and the decision would be hers. Liao Erjiang was surprised to see the determination of that red-haired woman. Then, she walked over to the orb of light and shadow. Seeing this, Liao Erjiang just stood and watched. Curious about what she was going to do, she lifted her foot and simply shattered the orb. This left the man completely stunned. It also surprised Miss Lan and her companion. The reaction was so strong that it astonished both the protagonist and the man. With the fan, Liao Erjiang knelt beside the shattered orb of light and shadow. He asked the Black Widow if she really intended to go against the tower. She paid no mind to his words. Then she asked what he would do if she really intended to betray them. Angry, he yelled that the Black Widow was insane. Standing near her war spirit, she said she would count to 3 and wanted everyone to leave this place. As she spoke, her war spirit prepared to attack. It was a two-headed eagle. Liao Erjiang realized that the Black Widow was not joking. She began to count down, and he kept insisting that she couldn't bear the consequences, as she counted to 2. He continued to ask if she would really betray the tower. Finally, she counted to 3. Her expression was resolute, completely ready to act on her words. He told everyone to leave and ordered his soldiers to follow. The young man from the Li family asked Miss Lan what they would do. Gu Dao warned that since the servant had left, they themselves had not yet left. She tried one more time to see if the Black Widow would hand over the white jade bone, saying it was very important to her father. However, the Black Widow said she would reconsider whether she would actually leave that place. Miss Lan looked at the protagonist with anger and contempt before leaving. After hearing that, the young woman frowned and called for young Master Liao to leave the place. Gu Dao watched them all leave with amusement. The protagonist noticed as the Black Widow approached him. She spoke to her subordinates, saying that everyone should listen to her carefully. From this moment on, they would no longer have any connection with the central tower. If they wished, they could leave. Those who decided to stay needed to know that as long as she was alive, the tower would never fall, and if they had nothing to sell later on, they just needed to find that person, and she pointed towards the protagonist. He asked her seriously why she said those things. She replied that it was a burden he would have to bear. Because she had given her heart to him, he blushed a little. But looking serious without really understanding what she meant, his friend put a hand on his shoulder, saying that they now trusted him and that he had done a great job. Gudao said that he was very good at making that woman fall for him and congratulated him. He said that while he was getting a confession, he was also offending the Supreme Court. The protagonist remembered his debt to the young master of the Yu family. Handing him a card, the man with the fan stared at the card for about 10 minutes, curious to know if he came from a wealthy family because of that amount of money. The Black Widow interrupted, saying it was none of the Gu family's business. Gu Dao still insisted, saying that the world is harsh to those who don't ask certain questions. The protagonist invited the Black Widow and Gu Dao to his home in 3 days because he would have a surprise for them. Both were curious to know what it was. Meanwhile, the attendant brought the box containing the ingredients he had bought. He thanked her and said they would find out what it was when they came to his house. The elder was worried about how the Black Widow would handle the Jiang family's problem. She said the young man had revealed where Yu Fan was being held, a place called Xingming. The red-haired woman found it strange that this young man knew about Xingming. He explained that if her brother was really in Xingming, he couldn't be rescued. Hearing the elder's words, she concluded that the protagonist hadn't lied to her. She said he would help save her brother, and now they just had to worry about the Jiang family. Arriving home, the protagonist called his friend and asked how his sister was doing. At the top of the stairs appeared Wu Gushang, who had asked him to check on Shui's condition. His words worried the protagonist, although Wu Gushang was overly worried. The protagonist could see the little girl was fine. There was nothing strange about her. Her body was weak, but she would probably be unconscious for a few days. His friend breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing those words. Chen Baiming warned that he was going to the kitchen to prepare medicine for his sister. Wu said he could be sure that he would stay by her side the whole time, taking care of her. As he opened the box of ingredients, the protagonist thought he should prepare a remedy to treat her and help her recover. He thought the qi-nourishing kidney soup would be perfect for this occasion. He began to carefully prepare all the ingredients according to his own recipe, always checking if he was doing everything correctly. He thought it would be easier if he had an alchemy furnace. He was surprised to find a white jade bone in such a small city, thinking that not many people knew of its use. The court leader had a connection with Xingming. As long as the protagonist was here, their fate would be sealed. He thought that making that soup wouldn't be cheap, but with alchemy, it would be easier. That's when he had a great idea about pill refinement, and decided to do it. The next day at the Chen residence, the protagonist served the medicine in the form of a soup for his friend's sister. Meanwhile, his friend complained about the soup's appearance, thinking that something so awful couldn't possibly heal. Baiming explained to him that it wasn't a simple remedy, and if she didn't drink it, she might regret it. The friend insisted that she could get poison from drinking that. The protagonist then revealed that the bowl of soup was worth several 100,000 on the market. Wu Gushang's eyes widened in surprise as he did not know that information. Without hesitation, he drank the entire bowl of soup in one go, then felt proud. He presented the empty bowl and said he had just finished it. The protagonist still looked serious, saying his friend did a good job. Wu Gushang said that at first he sweated after drinking it, but then felt something refreshing. The protagonist asked his friend to go to the Black Tower and bring back a bronze alchemy furnace. When his friend asked if he really needed a furnace, he answered yes. The friend was astonished. 3 days passed, and the young master of the Gu family arrived at Chen Bin's house when someone opened the door. He could see Xiao Shui, who asked who the man was with her big blue eyes. He answered that he was Gu Dao while eating a chicken leg. But while talking to the little girl at the door, he noticed the Black Widow had arrived before him. She asked if she was going to live with Chen Baiming now. The idea made the little girl very happy, but it made his friend quite scared. He then remembered that she had gifted an expensive furnace. Without asking for any payment, she reminded him that they had a 3-day agreement, and that's why the two of them were here. He looked at her for a moment, then turned his gaze to Xiao Shui and asked her to tell her brother that he was here to fulfill their agreement. The little girl said her brother was upstairs and had asked not to be disturbed while preparing a remedy. Both the man with the fan and the Black Widow were startled because they imagined it could be pill refinement. The red-haired woman tried to downplay it and told Gu Dao not to panic because it was just a simple refining process. He commented that he saw her jaw almost drop just from hearing he was refining pills. Both of them thought the scent was very fragrant. Wu Gushang thought it smelled like cooked meat, while Shui thought it smelled like dragon spirit rice. It wasn't a bad smell, but a pleasant aroma. Gu Dao asked the two of them if they had ever heard of pill fragrance. Both looked confused and surprised by the term. The young master of the Gu family declared that the scent and aroma emanating from it were thousands of times stronger. Noticing that the young man from the Gu family recognized the protagonist's talent, the Black Widow thought Chen Beiming was a good master. She also wondered how many secrets he could be hiding. Both were startled when they heard a loud roar heading towards them. They realized the fragrance had attracted the attention of the wild boar king. Gu Dao found it strange, because he knew that species didn't usually appear in the area and normally live hundreds of kilometers away. The Black Widow believed the beast was after the remedy and Chen could not be disturbed. While it was still being prepared, the wild boar king approached the house quickly, drawn by the scent. Young Master Gu warned that the beast was heading towards them and told them to get out of its way. He even tried to attack the wild boar, but it had little effect. The Black Widow also tried to attack the wild boar king. She didn't know what to do. Because the creature was completely drawn to the remedy, Gu Dao warned that the beast's hide was very tough, so much so that not even divine weapons could pierce it. It became more and more aggressive. The wild boar king tried to attack again, observing the creature. The Black Widow realized her attacks were having no effect at all. The red-haired woman had an idea, and decided to use her combat skills to attack the beast. The wild boar king then just stared at the two-headed bird, and growled more fiercely. Even that mighty beast, a two-headed eagle, couldn't stand against the wild boar king. The young red-haired woman feared for her two-headed bird. She was angry that the beast had injured her animal. Gu Dao said he would help the widow fight the creature. However, the wild boar king roared so loudly that it created a sound as if calling others of its kind. When the young man from the Gu family realized what was happening, he became scared, looking around. He saw there were many of them. Although they were small, the wild boars were very angry. Without thinking twice, he took out some talismans he had bought on the black market. They were supposed to be magic talismans, each with a specific purpose. He threw them at the wild boars, hoping something would happen, but instead it just made them angrier. Frustrated, he said that was just the beginning, as he still had more talismans to throw. As he threw the rest, he realized he had been scammed after he finished throwing the talismans. There were several wild boars around and they were still angry. He noticed that all the spells he had bought were identical, with no apparent effect. However, the boars had no humorous reaction to what he was doing, but the one ready to protect everyone there was Wu Gusheng. Appearing ready to deal with the wild boars, he charged at the animals, showing off all his raw physical strength and leaving the young men of the Gu family speechless. Wu Gusheng explained that in some situations, a high-level hunter like him should use his fists. Angry, he said that if it wasn't for a serious fight, he wouldn't protect anyone. Gu Dao asked if he was joking because a high-level hunter like him shouldn't need protection. A voice from above asked if he still couldn't handle a simple wild boar. Both of them and the young red-haired woman looked up. It was the protagonist speaking. He was itching for a fight, and so he immediately rushed at the wild boar king to stop it as quickly as possible. It wasn't long before the wild boar king lost that battle to the protagonist. Seeing the protagonist after he defeated the wild boar left the two of them quite impressed. However, still angry, he said it would be better if they focused properly on dealing with the other wild boars. That's when he asked why a demonic wild boar appeared at his house. The red-haired woman said he had himself and his pill refinement skills to blame. He wanted to know if that demonic boar pack was there for the pill fragrance. The protagonist found it strange because he didn't remember any giant wild boars in the city. The red-haired woman explained that Gu Dao had detected the beast hundreds of kilometers away, and they had probably migrated because they were attracted to it. The protagonist thought it couldn't be a coincidence. It was very suspicious. Young Master Gu said he would take the remaining wild boars, because if cooked properly, they would be delicious. He asked the protagonist if he was inventing a pill through refinement. Beiming with a confident look, took out 2 pills from a bottle and said they were the ones he had made. He called them third-grade pills and then said the 2 of them could keep them, giving the pills to them. The protagonist said he had used the white jade bone as the main ingredient. Gu Dao now understood. Realizing why the protagonist was unwilling to give up the white jade bone so easily, the red-haired woman thought that if she had known he was so special, she would never have sold it so cheaply. She found the quality of that pill impressive, and believed that even at the main tower there was nothing like it. Young Master Gu smelled the pill before using it. He was pleased. He had never smelled such a sweet medicine, and wanted to know its effect. The protagonist explained that it condenses the primal embryo. Upon hearing about the effect, both were quite surprised. He said that because everyone's physique is different, the results could vary, but it was very likely the entire body would undergo an improvement over time. The quality of each body could be enhanced, and those who consume the pill would experience a great increase in power. The protagonist said it was the best advancement they could hope for. Young Master Gu thought the protagonist had given them something incredible, and expressed his infinite gratitude. Gu Dao now wanted to be considered the protagonist's junior brother, and said that whenever the protagonist made something good, he should share it with him. The red-haired woman explained that by doing so, he would lose his family's reputation. He replied that his family couldn't do anything for him anymore, and he had promised not to interfere in their relationship anymore. The protagonist asked the 2 to stop, and said that if young Master Gu wanted to be considered his brother, it was no problem. Gu Dao remarked that in the future, when Shui grew up, they would eat and drink together. They were interrupted in that pleasant moment by someone calling for young Master Chen. It was the old man, Dongfang Fu, who seemed to need to talk to the protagonist. However, the protagonist made it clear that he didn't want any relationship with that family. The man asked the protagonist to calm down, saying he didn't come here to cause trouble. The protagonist knew this man was the head of services for the Dongfang family. However, he was still grateful because if it weren't for the old man who kicked him out of the family, he wouldn't be the man he is today. He turned his back on the old man and told him to leave. Wu Gusheng also disliked the old man's presence here. Even so, the man was carrying an important message and needed to deliver it. The protagonist wanted to know what could be so important that the man kept bothering him. He said he was preparing a banquet and wanted to invite young Master Chen to attend his master's birthday. With the invitation in hand, the protagonist just looked at the man's face. The messenger, disliking what he was seeing, he rudely handed back the invitation. The man told the protagonist that his master wanted to gather some people and had been reminded of the protagonist's parents. In a serious tone, the protagonist wanted to know if they had any information about his parents. The man with the invitation quickly confirmed that they did. The protagonist said he would go to the party to find out more about his parents. With all that, Xiao Shui became worried for her brother. The protagonist asked if there was something behind the invitation. Dongfang Fu said that he was famous now and that's why the master wanted to invite him. He also stated they had no reason to lie and offered the invitation again. This time the protagonist accepted the invitation and continued to look at it. Satisfied, the man said he would report to the family and pick him up the next day. Before he could leave, he was asked to wait a moment, because the young master of the Gu family also wanted to go, which surprised the messenger. Another voice asked if she could attend the celebration. It was the Black Widow. She said that if Gu Dao could go, she would go too. He was also startled but said that the master of the Black Tower would be very welcome. At the party, he said he would never interfere with the Black Tower master's decision. The protagonist told the messenger that he should leave right then. The messenger bowed to everyone and said he would leave immediately. Gu Dao commented that he thought it wouldn't be as simple as it seemed. The Black Widow believed that to improve the relationship, they should wait until his parents returned. Gu Dao thought that the young master Chen should go to the party and see what kind of trick they were planning. The protagonist thought that whether they were right or wrong, he would still go on the way back. The old messenger didn't know how young Master Chen had built such strong relationships. He would report to his master as quickly as possible so he would know the situation. After reading the invitation, he almost burned it, and by doing so, he wanted to see what tricks Chen would pull, as the protagonist held a pill in his hand. Snowflake appeared, worried. The protagonist didn't know if, with his current cultivation level, he could handle the pill made from the white jade bone. Clenching his fist, he figured it wouldn't be a big problem. Placing the pill in his mouth, he thought it would be good if it didn't disappoint. Then, he waited for some reaction and it came almost immediately, feeling his heart beat stronger and faster, and it was all incredibly painful, so much so that he could no longer stand. Startling little Snowflake as the reaction intensified. The pain grew more intense, so painful that his screams could be heard from afar. This worried Shui. She asked the red-haired woman if her brother would be okay. She placed a hand on the child's head and said her brother was very strong, and that everything would be fine. Gu Dao saw the red-haired woman's intention, warning that it could attract many monsters and he couldn't protect her. She was clearly uncomfortable, but could do nothing about it. Sensing a huge source of energy coming from where the protagonist was, they became worried. The Black Widow wanted to know what was happening. The two of them quickly ran upstairs to where Chen was. One of the three arrived at the door, startled by the power radiating from him. When the little sister wanted to get closer, the Black Widow told her not to. The veins on the protagonist's face were bulging. As he endured the indescribable pain, she realized, from the dense atmosphere, that he was trying to refine the Shangguan. She knew only that could produce such a terrible effect, to the point that all the veins on his face were bulging. However, it seemed he was trying to refine it correctly. Even so, they could all feel the intense energy coming from him. His energy was so great it was almost tangible. When he finally calmed down, he began to meditate, cultivating his new abilities. He felt relieved that it was over, but young Master Wu had his doubts. He wanted to know if it had worked, but looking at the protagonist's expression, he couldn't guess. The protagonist believed he had obtained at least 1% of the sacred body, but it could also be the eternal body or even the tyrant body. Regardless, once the pill's power was absorbed, the body's strength increased rapidly. The information the protagonist gave left young Master Gu somewhat confused. The protagonist asked if he had ever heard of anyone who had obtained the sacred body. The Black Widow believed it was better to wait, because he had just absorbed the pill. Her words made him reflect for a bit. However, the old man from the Dongfang family was at the house again. To pick them up, the Black Widow didn't seem to care much. Asking if he had come to pick all of them up, the protagonist asked his friend and his sister to stay well and take care of themselves. Wu Gusheng said he could count on him to protect the house. and his sister Shui Wei seemed upset and wanted to say something to her brother. He realized she wanted to go with him, so he told her she should stay and wait for their parents. He then hugged her and she understood that she should stay. The protagonist looked at his two companions, asking if they were ready. Gu Dao said there was no need to prepare as that family wouldn't be able to destroy them. The Black Widow said she didn't need to get anything to prepare. She was ready, so the three of them left. Following the old man from the Dongfang family, at the Dongfang mansion, many distinguished guests had arrived. The protagonist and his companions had also arrived. Gu Dao looked around, noticing that this family was not small and everyone else was present. The protagonist said that all the families should attend, otherwise they would be seen as a joke. Gu Dao found it strange that the protagonist was defending that family since he had cut ties with them. The red-haired woman could hardly believe the level of intelligence or the silly things Gu Dao sometimes said. Paying no attention to what his friend was saying, the protagonist called for them to move on. Young Master Gu embarrassedly asked if he had said something wrong. With no answer from either of them, he kept a pouting face. Some guests, upon seeing it was young Master Chen, wondered what he was doing here. Meanwhile, the old man sent to pick them up was showing them the way. The three of them walked past everyone while being observed by many guests. Some said the Dongfang family would use this occasion to renew the marriage proposal. Others remarked that the young man was incredible and that several families had fallen at his hands. The protagonist, upon seeing Liao Erjiang, wasn't sure what exactly he was doing at that celebration. Meanwhile, Liao Erjiang ordered his vassals to quickly complete their task. The Black Widow found it strange because that man should have been at the supposed wedding of the Hong family. Chen Baiming didn't want to waste any more time and would also see what was happening. Upon entering the main hall, he saw many important people. The family head soon noticed his presence. It seemed his nephew Chen Baiming was being warmly received by him. While Chen Bining was being warmly received, not everyone in the room was happy about his presence. The main character also felt uncomfortable with most of the guests, yet he still greeted the Dongfang family head and asked if he had any news about his parents. The family head told him not to worry. The person who could inform him of his parents' whereabouts would arrive soon. Gu Dao thought that at first glance, the head of that family looked like a smiling tiger. The Black Widow told him to lower his voice. The main character then told the family head that he would wait for the right moment. Meanwhile, someone led Chen to a table. The head of the Dongfang family simply watched the young man with a sharp gaze. A servant asked if they could begin, as it was time. He told them to wait. A few guests wondered who was making the family head wait to start the birthday celebration. Everyone figured this wasn't just a simple party, especially with the Chen family present. Gu Dao told the main character and the Black Widow that the family head had invited many powerful people. The main character said they were only powerful within this city. The red-haired woman wanted to know which of the three great families he had invited and whose birthday it was. Gu Dao took it as an insult and asked her to stop attacking him. A moment later, a voice rang out, catching the main character's attention. He noticed the arrival of Hong Jiantao along with his nephew, Hong Mingtu. As soon as he arrived, old Hong apologized for being late. The main character stared intently at the old man, thinking that he might know his parents' whereabouts. Dongfang told brother Hong that he didn't need to apologize because the party wouldn't be complete without him. Even so, old Hong continued to apologize. The Dongfang family head flashed a bright smile, saying he was a wonderful guest. Meanwhile, old Hong's expression soured as he looked toward the table where the main character was sitting. His mood worsened slightly. He realized that the young man also had a scowl on his face and was staring right at him. Just like that, the two locked eyes for a moment. Regaining his composure, old Hong told his nephew it was time to present the gift. The young Hong Mingtu took the box and offered the gift to the Dongfang family head. Dongfang looked surprised and then asked the young man what had happened to his arm. The young man said that he was furious at first but had calmed down now, and it didn't affect his daily life. However, as he said those words, he glanced towards the table where the others were sitting. The young Chen was also staring at him in the same way. Hong Mingtu said that the weapon was god level, and he had received it from his master. He was giving this gift to old Dongfang. The guests immediately began to whisper that the Hong family was truly generous. However, old Dongfang didn't want to accept it, as the weapon was a gift from young Master Hong's master. Old Hong insisted that his brother accept it, as they would soon be one family. So, he decided to accept the gift. Gu Dao, with his fan, thought it was a clever move to give away a gift you can't even use yourself. He found this birthday celebration very interesting. However, Hong Mingtu disliked the man's improper way of speaking. After seeing young Master Hong's reaction, all eyes naturally turned to the table where Gu Dao was sitting. The three of them didn't care about anyone's opinion. The host of the party noticed what was happening and asked the young man to remain calm. Hong Mingtu said he just wanted to talk to that brother. He explained that if he didn't clear up what happened, the guests would think the Dongfang family had been intimidated. They might also think the two families were enemies like cats and dogs. Hong Mingtu wanted the man to admit his mistake by cutting out his own tongue. Gu Dao tapped his fan against his chest, asking what would happen if he said he wouldn't. After speaking, young Master Gu looked the man straight in the eye and stared him down. Hong Mingtu didn't feel threatened at all. Drawing his dagger, he was ready to resolve the situation quickly. He was prepared to silence the man with his own hands. Cleverly, young Master Gu dodged the blow and attacked with his fan. When he did, Hong Mingtu was startled but managed to dodge in time. Even so, Gu Dao's skill allowed him to nearly knock the young man to the ground. Hong Mingtu was very skilled and managed to regain his balance before falling completely. Gu Dao looked at the young man, saying he was waiting for him to gather the courage to cut out his own tongue. Meanwhile, Hong Mingtu just glared at him angrily. Old Xingqiang placed a hand in front of the young man and told them to wait. He explained that the man before them was the young master of the Gu family. Dongfang Xingqiang said that he had met Gu Dao at a Gu family wedding. Hong Mingtu looked at the man, not believing he was actually the young master of the Gu family. He didn't know what connection Chen Bining had with someone from the Gu family. Completely changing his attitude, Hong Mingtu now appeared polite and told Gu Dao he should visit this city more often. Then, the host, who had kept the guests waiting for so long, asked for the ceremony to begin soon. Dongfang Xingqiang immediately agreed and ordered everything to be prepared so they could start. He told his servant, Butler Fu, to arrange everything so the party could begin. The birthday celebration was in full swing with lots of great food and drink. The guests were congratulating the Dongfang family head on his birthday. Hong Jiantao seemed to be having a great time with old Dongfang. Gu Dao thought that the people here were like pages in a book. The red-haired woman told him that his face was also as thin as a piece of paper, making it very hard to read. He warned that if she didn't stop insulting him all the time, he would start to feel uncomfortable. However, he stopped arguing with the red-haired woman when he heard someone call his name. It was Hong Mingtu, apologizing for the misunderstanding and for being too impulsive. He said he would have done the same. Gu Dao replied that he didn't want to be compared to the Hong family, as the two families were incomparable. Hong Mingtu said they were setting up a banquet table and invited Gu Dao to sit with everyone. Young Master Gu said he couldn't go, for fear he might lose his tongue in the process. Hong Jiantao heard the conversation from a distance, merely analyzing the situation. He didn't know since when Chen Bin had a connection with the Gu family. Dongfang Xingqiang said that as far as he knew, they were just friends and nothing more. Hong Mingtu told his uncle that with everyone present, it was time to make the announcement. Dongfang Xingqiang said he would make a speech now, drawing everyone's attention. He asked everyone to focus on him. This put the main character and the others at his table on alert. Hong Mingtu's face was filled with satisfaction. Dongfang Xingqiang announced that he needed to make a statement. After a brief moment of silence, the head of the Dongfang family announced his decision to marry off his daughter. He said that from this moment on, the Hong and Dongfang families would be united as one. It was a huge shock to everyone, learning that the Chen family's bride-to-be would be marrying Hong Mingtu. Gu Dao concluded that this was the real reason that they had invited the main character. However, he warned them that he had canceled the engagement with that family long ago. Lu Erjian congratulated the Hong family on the chance to have the great young Mrs. Beauty and Talent. Hong Mingtu replied to Liu Erjian, saying it was a blessing to study under the master's guidance. He also told the Dongfang family head, Xingqiang, that it was his lucky day. Old Xingqiang smiled without saying a word. However, the youngest daughter, named Zhou, appeared with an angry expression. She shocked her father, as she hadn't been invited to the party. The servants asked the young miss to leave, as she couldn't be there. The young girl angrily said that she wouldn't leave. Her father, furious, asked who had allowed her to do such a thing. In desperation, she said they couldn't force her sister to marry that wicked man. Her father, enraged, told her to shut up, saying it was a decision for parents to make. He immediately ordered the servants to remove the girl from the premises. They tried to force her out, placing their hands on her. Seeing Chen Bin at the party, she begged him not to let her sister get married. The main character just narrowed his eyes at her for a moment. Then, he said she had chosen the wrong person and that he didn't care about her problems. Her father angrily ordered the girl to stop resisting and leave. Old Butler Fu tried to put his hands on the young miss to remove her, but she was outraged by the main character's unreasonable attitude. However, her older sister arrived and placed a hand on her shoulder. This surprised their father, seeing both his daughters being disobedient. The older daughter's face was filled with sadness. The main character felt curious. Seeing all the chaos between the two sisters, she ordered the butler to release her younger sister immediately. He tried to argue, but his words were ignored. The younger sister, upon seeing her older sister, was just as scared as everyone else present. The family head ordered the butler to stop holding his youngest daughter, fulfilling the eldest daughter's request. The servant obeyed without hesitation. The younger sister wanted to tell her older sister what their father was doing, but Jingshuan signaled for her to be quiet, even though she didn't want to. The young girl obeyed her sister's command. The Dongfang family head then praised his eldest daughter's appearance, saying she had arrived at the perfect time. However, Jing Xuan apologized, confusing everyone. Her father was surprised, asking why she would say such things, as she had never been disobedient before. Turning to the groom, the young woman declared that she could not marry him. The main character watched from a distance. As she walked past and said those words, she gave him a fleeting glance, enough to make him nervous and break out in a sweat. Angrily, her father asked why she was being disobedient. Jing Xuan explained that the decision to marry her to the Chen family was her grandfather's, not his. She argued that if he insisted on the marriage, staying in the Dongfang family would be harmful to her. With determination, the young woman took out her dagger and declared that, if her father continued with his decision, she would have no other choice. She was prepared to harm herself to avoid that fate. The main character was so shocked that he almost jumped out of his seat. However, the young woman wasn't bluffing. She actually did what she said she would. The younger sister, in despair, ran to her sister's side. She couldn't believe her sister had taken such an extreme action. With her sister on the ground, she cried and lamented what had happened. The Dongfang family head, Xingchong, also seemed to be in disbelief at the scene. With a bit of strength left, Jing Xuan apologized to her father for not being able to obey him. A few tears rolled down her cheeks as she spoke. The younger sister didn't understand how her older sister could have come to such a decision. In despair, Dongfang, Zhou cried for her sister. Then, she took her anger out on the main character, accusing him of being the cause of everything. While screaming, she said that if he hadn't rejected her sister, then none of this would have happened. She revealed that her sister knew he wouldn't accept help, so she started helping him in secret. She said that Jing Xuan had gone from one family to another. He begged for his life, the lives of his sisters, and even the 5 ancient insects. She also mentioned that her sister had smiled for the first time in years. When she heard he had become a hunter, indignantly, she asked what was so wrong with her sister for him to treat her like that. Gu Dao, sitting at the same table as the main character, commented that he had made a grave mistake. The main character was filled with regret, remembering the white jade bone pill. He knew that as long as Jing Xuan was still alive, even on the brink of death, the pill could save her. Standing up with determination, he declared that he would do anything to save her. The revealed words worried old Hong Jiantao, and his nephew as well. Paying no mind to the reactions around him, the main character approached the fallen girl, who was being held by her younger sister. The younger sister confusedly asked what he was trying to do. Calmly, the main character told her to be quiet and give him some time. Then, he took out the pill and placed it in his hand. Meanwhile, the members of the Hong family watched the situation with deep interest. Hong Jiantao became curious when he sensed the pill's powerful aroma. He had never seen anything like it in all his years. The main character placed the pill into the unconscious girl's mouth. Her father, unaware of his intentions, shouted for him to get away from his daughter. He tried to run over and stop what he saw as a potential danger, but he was stopped before he could even reach the main character. Little Snowball landed a precise blow to the old man's stomach, causing him to stagger backward. The servants panicked at what had happened to the family head. The Dongfang family head, Jing Chong, couldn't hide his displeasure with the situation. He reassured his subordinates that he was fine but kept his eyes glued on the main character, who still had Little Snowball on his shoulder. The family head commented that the young man had caused trouble with the Hong family. In response, Hong Jiantao declared that his family had no interest in half-dead brides. Hong Mingtu was even harsher, stating that he didn't have such poor taste in women. Dongfang Xingchang felt betrayed by their words. Lu Erjian, who was only there for the wedding, announced that since the event was cancelled, he would be leaving. As he left, he called for his servants to follow. However, the main character demanded the 2 members of the Hong family stay. Hong Jiantao coldly replied, saying that he couldn't control everything as he wished. For his part, Hong Mingtu declared that if anyone was to blame, it was the Dongfang family. Annoyed, the main character said he didn't care about the schemes between the 2 families. Gu Dao looked at Hong Mingtu, warning that if he wanted to cause trouble, the Hong family wouldn't be leaving so easily. Hong Mingtu had lost his patience, revealing he was a disciple of the Demon Hall, suggesting it was best for Gu Dao not to get involved. Gu Dao found it strange that he spoke of peace after so many threats. He also declared that if Hong Mingtu wanted to fight the Gu family, Gu Dao's grandfather would know exactly how to handle it. Lu Erjian noticed the Black Widow's presence and shot a sharp glare in her direction. He commented that he had already informed the big boss that she had betrayed the Black Tower and ordered her to let him pass. The Black Widow indifferently told him to shut up and drew her whip. With a single motion, she whipped Lu Erjian across the face, sending him flying. Looking at him sprawled on the floor, she remarked that she had dealt with another member of that family before. Meanwhile, the old family head asked the main character what he wanted. When he replied that he wanted to know his parents' whereabouts, Hong Jiantao declared that he had no way of knowing where the main character's parents were. The young man then turned to the Dongfang family head and asked directly, where the person who could answer his question was. Dongfang Xingqiang broke out in a nervous sweat, trying to explain the situation. The main character lost his patience, warning that if he just wanted to lie and insult him, he would destroy the entire Dongfang family. Furious, he began to show his true intentions. Hong Jiantao observed the situation, astonished at the level of power the young man had achieved in such a short time. Hong Mingtu, on the other hand, suspected it might all be the result of using that mysterious pill. A servant of the Dongfang family suggested young Master Chen be careful, as the family head still remembered his family. Chen irritably told the servant to stay away from him. His willpower alone was enough to send the man flying backward. Hong Jiantao and his nephew were horrified to witness this. The main character told the servant that after so many years of serving the Dongfang family, he seemed to have learned nothing. He declared that if they didn't answer his question, he would count to 3 and then destroy the entire family. As he counted to 2, the Hong family truly began to fear for their lives. When the young man finally said 3, the terrified Dongfang family head quickly interrupted, saying he would talk. Hong Mingtu threatened Dongfang Xingqiang, warning that if he revealed anything, the relationship between their two families would be severed. The furious main character charged at Hong Mingtu and landed a blow that severed one of his hands. The young man screamed in agony as he realized he had lost his hand. The main character coldly remarked that Hong Mingtu would no longer be able to cause trouble. Hong Jiantao looked in shock at his nephew on the ground. The main character then turned to Dongfang Xingqiang, demanding he continue his story. The family head revealed that it was all a scheme, orchestrated by the Hong family to avenge the death of their master. He explained that the Hong family had used the Demon Hall to manipulate and deceive the main character. Dongfang Xingqiang claimed that, due to his relationship with the main character's parents, he had never planned to deceive him. Hong Jiantao retorted, accusing Dongfang Xingqiang of lying and declaring that the disappearance of the main character's parents was his fault. He revealed that the two parents had disappeared while they were with Dongfang Xingqiang. Horrified, the family head denied it, claiming Hong Jiantao was making it all up. However, Hong Jiantao was adamant, insisting that Dongfang knew exactly what had happened. Dongfang Xingqiang begged the main character not to believe Hong Jiantao, claiming he was a close friend of his parents. The main character, frustrated by the conflicting accusations, ordered them both to be silent. He declared that he wasn't there to listen to lies and demanded the truth about what happened. After that, he would decide who would leave here alive and who wouldn't. Despite his injuries, Hong Mingtu was outraged by the main character's statement, declaring that he didn't have the ability to eliminate anyone. Injured but determined, Hong Mingtu unleashed an impressive force. The main character sensed the energy radiating from him, but at the same time, noticed an even greater power approaching. The third elder of the Demon Hall, Shan Wei, had appeared, along with several subordinates and a powerful battle spirit. When Little Snowball sensed the emanating energy, it calmed down and carefully observed the 9-life demon cat present at the scene. It became restless as it stared at Little Snowball. Upon noticing the battle spirit's aura, the main character knew he had to be extremely cautious. The 9-life demon cat charged towards them. Both the main character and Snowball prepared to fight. However, the young Chen realized that the cat's main target was Snowball. Even so, he grabbed his weapon and tried to attack the beast, but it was unbelievably fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chen couldn't understand why the 9-life demon cat was so interested in Snowball. The hunter responsible for this creature believed the cat was just fooling around. He told the creature to be quiet for a moment. Amidst the chaos, old Hong Jiantao noticed the presence of the third elder, Shan Wei. The main character identified the cat as the legendary 9-life demon cat, famous for its 9 lives. The cat growled aggressively towards Snowball. The confused hunter speculated whether the cat's restlessness was caused by the small, fluffy creature on the young man's shoulder. Elder Shan Wei addressed the main character, saying that by injuring one of his disciples, the main character had personally offended him. Shan Wei declared that he would forget the incident if the main character broke his own legs, and admitted his mistake. Just then, the Black Widow greeted Elder Shan Wei, and declared that the Hong family must be punished for the crimes they had committed. That day, the elder asked if the Black Widow and her Black Tower had decided to form an alliance to fight against the Demon Hall. Liu Erjian anxiously hurried to explain that the Black Widow had been expelled from the Black Tower and was no longer affiliated with them. Shan Wei asked if that statement was true. Liu Erjian confirmed, adding that if the elder didn't deal with her, their leader would eliminate her. Elder Shan Wei remarked that he had always thought the Black Widow was an intelligent woman, but now realized his mistake. The Black Widow replied that she wasn't here to protect the young main character. She also teased by hinting that, since she wasn't protecting him, what gave him such confidence? Gu Dao irritably told the Black Widow that if she wanted to fight, she should just start and stop talking. While Gu Dao was speaking, Elder Shan Wei noticed his presence. Curious, he asked what the young man was doing there, and what his connection to the group was. Gu Dao mocked him, asking if the elder would demand he break his own legs as punishment. Shanwei replied that he had heard rumors of young Master Gu's cunning. Without hesitation, Gu Dao declared that he didn't care about the family's opinion, and if a fight was necessary, he would do it without hesitation. Shanwei criticized Gu Dao, saying he was stubborn for getting involved in matters that didn't concern him. Elder Shanwei made it clear that all who oppose the demon hall will pay the price. His subordinates were armed, awaiting the order to attack. Gu Dao told the main character that this scene looked familiar, as the same thing had happened at the Black Tower. The young red-haired woman asked if the people from the demon hall had lost their minds. The third elder was pleased to see that the Black Widow was ready to face him, drawing his unique blade, a circular weapon that looked like a boomerang when thrown. When he launched the blade at the Black Widow, she showed her agility by dodging it with a precise leap. Immediately after, the Black Widow counterattacked with her whip, enraging the third elder. Her whip grazed the elder's arm. He noticed the damage the weapon caused as it struck a nearby wall. Gu Dao asked the main character, Chen, to take care of the troublesome people. The main character asked if he could defeat a few of them, young Master Gu, then took out his magic fan and unleashed powerful, precise attacks, surprising his opponents. They remarked that anyone who could wield that magic fan could become a divine warrior. However, they realized Gu Dao was not yet fully capable of controlling the fan. With his current strength, Gu Dao could hold his ground for a while, but soon, his legs began to weaken. He staggered and nearly fell. Caught by the main character, Chen, he asked what had happened, and Gu Dao explained that he had used too much energy in the fight and needed to rest and recover. The enemies realized he was telling the truth, seeing that Gu Dao was not yet strong enough to master the magic fan. The main character decided he couldn't waste any more time. He gripped his divine dagger and charged at the enemies, taking down several of them with precise strikes. The others backed away in fear, worried they would be next. Noticing this, the main character challenged the enemy, asking who would be his next victim. Just then, the 9-life demon cat appeared before him. The main character stared at the large cat but noticed that Snowball, as ruthless as ever, had leaped from his shoulder straight into battle. Despite being smaller, Snowball showed no fear, and landed a blow that injured the giant cat battle spirit. The owner of the 9-life demon cat was shocked to see his powerful creature injured by something so small. Meanwhile, the distracted Elder Shanwei was attacked by the Black Widow, with a precise whip strike to his face. The blow sent him crashing into a wall, where he felt the impact on his back. Still holding her whip, the Black Widow warned the Elder not to move. His terrified subordinates begged him to retreat, fearing for their lives. They asked if the Elder was willing to sacrifice everyone just for Hong Ming-tu. Though displeased, Shanwei began to consider his subordinates' words. With no other choice, Elder Shanwei knelt before the main character and begged for his life. The main character replied that he would spare them, but only if they eliminated the members of the Hong family. This proposal did not please the Elder, who considered young Master Chen's attitude arrogant. Hong Jiantao and his nephew, Hong Ming-tu, were horrified by the decision forced upon the Elder. Even when accused of being arrogant, the main character argued that he was just following the rules of the Demon Hall. He reminded the Elder that earlier, his own life had been threatened on the grounds that he had harmed someone from the hall. Now that the tables had turned, the Elder seemed to find it all unfair. Chen Bin made it clear that the only way out was for the Elder to eliminate the Hong family, and only then would he be released. Shanwei tried to negotiate, asking that at least Hong Ming-tu, a disciple of the Demon Hall, be spared. Hong Jiantao was outraged by this request and coughed nervously, begging the main character to reconsider. However, Chen began a 10-second countdown, warning that if the request was not met, he would deal with everyone. In desperation, the subordinates, the Elder, began to beg him to make a decision to save them. Cornered, Shanwei realized he had no other choice and began to consider carrying out the request. Seeing how dire the situation was, Hong Jiantao shouted, reminding him they were on the same side. However, the Elder declared he would personally explain to the Hall Master after dealing with Hong Ming-tu and Hong Jiantao. Realizing he would be eliminated along with his nephew, he began to tremble in horror. Shanwei ordered his subordinates to surround the two and ensure they didn't escape. Finding himself cornered, Hong Jiantao unleashed a huge burst of energy, determined to fight to the end for his life. Pointing at the main character, he screamed that if he had to be dealt with, he would drag the main character down with him. With a desperate leap, Hong Jiantao charged at Chen Binming, ignoring his nephew's warning to be careful. As the Elder's weapon was thrown at him, Hong Jiantao had no chance to retreat or dodge and was struck by a fatal blow. Hong Ming-tu witnessed his uncle's death, deeply grieved, crying and wondering why all this was happening. Meanwhile, Shanwei slowly approached, looking down at the surviving nephew with a ruthless gaze. Now alone and with no way out, Hong Ming-tu's expression hardened as he prepared to face his fate. With no other choice, the Elder did what had to be done, even though it went against his own wishes. One of the subordinates informed the main character, Chen Binming, that all members of the Hong family had been eliminated. Chen looked at his loyal snowball, telling it to come back. The proud little creature was standing on top of the 9-life demon cat it had defeated. Seeing it in that state, the young main character looked very pleased and proud. The disciples of the Demon Hall were astonished by the power of that battle spirit. Third Elder Shan Wei asked the main character if they could leave now. Chen Binming, with a cold expression, did not answer. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the moment, asking the elder where he thought he was going. When Shan Wei turned around, he saw it was the Black Widow who had spoken. She declared that even though the main character had spared him, it didn't mean he was free to go. After saying this, she looked at Chen Bin for confirmation. The main character just watched her in silence. At that moment, everyone in the hall heard a thunderous noise coming from outside. Old man Dongfeng Xingjiang, like the others, was curious about what was happening. Chen Bin immediately suspected something was wrong and threw an accusatory look at the third elder. Shan Wei believed it was his fault. Horrified, the elder dropped to his knees and assured that the demon palace was not involved with the Hong family. Then he turned to the Black Widow, asking if the Black Tower was under attack at that moment. The Black Widow recalled when Liao Erjian grabbed him by the collar. She demanded to know if he had reported anything to the tower's center that would cause them to send reinforcements. Kneeling on his knees, Liao Erjian pleaded, saying that he only brought a few subordinates to the gathering and knew nothing about the tower's center. The Black Widow observed him for a moment but seemed suspicious of his answer. Chen Pingming interrupted, saying there was no need to press further, they just needed to verify. With that, he pushed open the main hall doors. As they opened, his eyes widened at what he saw. A thick miasma of demonic beasts had taken over the city. Residents were terrified as the horde of beasts advanced, sowing chaos. From the midst of the fog, a massive beast with enormous claws emerged, sharp horns, and black wings that radiated power and destruction. The entire city was under attack, and the danger was only growing. Several elders were gathered at the city hall, discussing the sudden appearance of the demonic beast fog. Until then, it was believed that there were no demonic beasts within thousands of miles of the city, but now they were surrounded by them. Reports from the front lines indicated that all the surrounding lands and mountains were overrun with these creatures. The third elder, Chen Wei, concluded that there was no way out. The only option was to fight. Chen Pingming, the main character, observed the meeting from a distance. Gu Dao was confused, trying to understand why such a small city would be attacked so suddenly. Meanwhile, the two of them noticed the Black Widow approaching. She informed the MC that she had sent the two Dongfang girls home with reinforcements. Chen Pingming thanked her with a subtle nod. Curious, the Black Widow said she wanted to understand the reason behind the beast tide. Gu Dao, with his usual nonchalant attitude, commented that maybe the beast leader was tiny, wondering why everyone always assumed it had to be huge. Those words drew annoyed expressions from both the MC and the Black Widow. Chen Pingming explained that demonic beasts often enslave smaller monsters to form an army. However, he also noted that these creatures seemed much stronger, and he feared the city might not hold out. Gu Dao was visibly alarmed by Chen Pingming's remark. Soon after, the patriarch of the Dongfang family arrived at the meeting. He revealed that he had observed the front lines and confirmed that the leader of the beast tide was a veteran-level Ghost King. Hearing that, everyone present was horrified. No one expected a Ghost King to be involved, especially in such a small city. Chen Pingming was also worried upon hearing the news. The third elder, Chen Wei, asked the MC what the best strategy to handle the situation was. Chen Pingming suggested taking down the beast leader, believing it would cause the weaker creatures to retreat. One of the elders thought the plan was reasonable, but pointed out that the Ghost King would likely be protected by powerful guards. Others feared the Ghost King itself might be invincible. Chen Wei insisted on asking if that was really the only solution the MC had come up with. Chen Pingming looked the elder straight in the eye, asking if he had a better idea. Calling for calm, the elder looked at the MC with a skeptical gaze, but decided to return home to think it over. Back at Chen Pingming's house, Xiao Qian asked why he and the others weren't at the city hall discussing strategy. The MC replied that the elders were too slow to grasp any effective plan. Chen Pingming then turned to Xuan Wang, asking how she was and if her injuries had fully healed. She said that thanks to the medicine he gave her, she had completely recovered. The Black Widow remarked that the elders were just greedy, and even with the city in danger, they still didn't trust each other. Gu Dao was curious to know if there was another way to defeat the Ghost King. Chen Pingming stated that he had an idea that, while risky, could succeed. Gu Dao's eyes widened, eager to know what the MC was thinking. Chen Pingming said that everything would depend on a negotiation. However, this proposal didn't convince either the red-haired woman or Gu Dao, who was holding his fan. The MC explained that he believed the Ghost King wasn't the one commanding the army alone, but that there was a demon king behind the invasion, seeking total domination. The red-haired woman was visibly confused at the mention of a demon king. She asked if he really believed the Ghost King wasn't the leader. Chen Pingming assured her that despite being powerful, the Ghost King was not suited to command such a large-scale battle. Gu Dao noted that this idea of a demon king might only provoke the Ghost King further. Pingming asked why Gu Dao was acting as if this was news to him. Gu Dao replied that he found it incredible how cunning and secretive his master was. Still skeptical, the red-haired woman wanted to know what kind of negotiation he intended to have with the Demon King. Chen Pingming looked at Xuan Wang and revealed that he would need explosives. Startled by the idea, Xuan Wang listened as her sister, Xiao Qian, asked why they would need them. Pingming explained that the explosives would be essential to deal with the Demon King. Xiao Qian wasn't convinced, thinking the idea was naive, saying it would be impossible to defeat a Demon King with just explosives. However, Xuan Wang remembered a storage area that contained a large quantity of them. Chen Pingming was pleased with this information and asked her to take him there. Taking her hand, Xiao Qian disliked his action, but Pingming just ordered that if anyone came looking for him, to tell them to wait. After a long time, he returned alone, worrying Xiao Qian. Pingming explained that he needed to resolve a few issues and might be away for a while. At his home, the third elder, Chen Wei, was waiting for him, along with the other elders. Chen Pingming asked if they had come to a decision. They confirmed that they would follow his plan to eliminate the Ghost King. Still worried, Chen Wei asked what they would do afterward. Pingming suggested that if the plan succeeded, they could safely evacuate the city, though he didn't know where they would go. One of the patriarchs found this idea promising, believing they could build a better future if they fled from Dongfang. However, Dongfang Zhongtong expressed concern about the families that hadn't yet arrived in the city. Chen Pingming replied that if they didn't make it in time, they would have to solve their own problems, as they couldn't look after everyone. Finally, he announced the plan would begin tomorrow, promising to strike where the enemy least expected it. The city was in chaos. Small green demons with black wings were literally cooking people into a stew, looking very pleased. As they watched the cauldron bubble with their favorite ingredients, the Black Widow asked why they weren't going straight for the Ghost King. Chen Pingming thought it was best to wait a little longer. They needed more time to observe the situation. Just then, some subordinates reported that the madam had confirmed everything was ready, and he decided everyone would head back. Dongfang Shengtran watched closely as the order was passed to the subordinates, while listening to some of his comrades laugh about the situation. Meanwhile, the MC was very serious. He knew that once the Ghost King arrived, the plan would begin. The red-haired woman and young Master Gu were in position, as were the third elder and the other patriarchs farther away. In the main hall of the Xiao family, the patriarch was calmly sipping tea. That's when one of his subordinates arrived with news that the Dongfang family and the others were on the front lines. Zhao Wuji heard the news and remained silent, while another person at the table looked skeptical. Old Zhao thought that if they wanted to buy time to escape, it wasn't his problem. He believed that as soon as he left this city, he would light a candle for those still fighting while enjoying his own life. Some of the leaders of the smaller families with him also believed he was right and decided to join him. Meanwhile, a large beast approached the MC and young Master Gu. The order was given for them to attack. The Elder and Gu Dao were attacking together, facing various demonic beasts like demon wolves and others. Gu Dao skillfully used his magic fan, unleashing a move called Wind Blade. The attack was so powerful it took down several demonic beasts, impressing the third elder, Chen Wei. He was amazed to see that Chen Pingming could wield a divine artifact so perfectly. Chen Pingming, knowing Gu Dao's true strength, asked him to conserve his energy. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed as a ferocious beast approached. The small green creatures with free-flying wings and malicious eyes were excited. However, the Ghost King ordered them to wait. He was disappointed to realize that these were the only ones who had come out to confront him. He said that at the right time, he would prepare a delicious soup with all of them. The tiny creatures with dark intentions were eagerly waiting to feast on all those people soon. When the third elder saw the Ghost King's power, he was terrified. On the other hand, the MC just observed the giant creature before him. The Ghost King wanted to know why the others in the city hadn't come with them. Gu Dao stared at the massive beast, simply opening his fan and continuing to watch. The third elder declared they were more than enough to deal with the Ghost King. This only excited the Ghost King more, as he would soon have the chance to turn them into a delicious meal. The red-haired woman observed the giant, evil creature, expressing her dread about her teeth falling out. The MC believed the Ghost King was a straightforward character, especially compared to the Demon King's beasts, which showed he was not weak at all. Fed up with the empty threats, the Ghost King decided he would destroy those enemies. Gu Dao noticed he was preparing to attack and was caught by surprise, as was the third elder. The Ghost King raised its hand and launched an attack called Phantom Claw at them, aiming to cause a massive impact. The impact was devastating, and everyone was sent flying in different directions. Using their abilities, they all managed to land on their feet without serious injury. The Ghost King watched with curiosity, wondering how long they could dodge his attacks. The MC called out to the third elder, warning him of the danger of that skill. Realizing the Ghost King possessed demonic abilities, the third elder prepared to act by unleashing his own skill, Phantom Blade. The attack was strong enough to temporarily block the Ghost King's assault. That gave the third elder a bit of confidence. The monster asked how he dared to look for trouble with such weak abilities. Enraged, it ordered the smaller demons to destroy the third elder. The Ghost King then began to release a black mist from its head. The mist caught the Black Widow's attention as she looked in that direction. Soon, the mist took the form of a small phantom demon. It seemed to have been summoned by the Ghost King itself. Their opponents watched, waiting to see what would happen next. The MC knew that the small phantom demon could manipulate people by sowing fear. Realizing the Black Widow was in danger, the third elder warned her to be careful. Turning around, she was grabbed by the small phantom demon, which bit her on the neck. The third elder trembled, fearing what might happen to the Black Widow after the bite. It looked as if her body was emitting some kind of fog. The Ghost King warned everyone to be on guard. The third elder declared that he would not easily fall into the enemy's trap. Soon, several of those fog-like demons were scattered everywhere. Noticing things were escalating quickly, he used even more of his magical power. The Phantom Sword formation was complete, and he prepared to immediately attack the small phantom demons. He aimed his Phantom Sword at all of them. With that blow, he managed to take down a few, enraging the Ghost King. Seeing the impact, the MC looked at Gu Dao, and they both knew this was the right moment. Gu Dao's hands were full of stones, which he threw towards the Ghost King. Then, he told the MC that he had placed the Thunderstones in the right positions. He believed the Black Widow could hold on a little longer, as everything was going according to plan. She, who had previously shown signs of pain, now looked calm and had managed to expel the demon after removing it from her body. She grabbed the demon by the neck, looking it straight in the eyes. She asked if it really thought it could manipulate her with its evil thoughts. She squeezed her hand, reducing the demon to mere wisps of smoke. She yelled for everyone to run. She warned the third elder that it was time to go. All the chaos was annoying the Ghost King. Suddenly, its prey started running in different directions. The third elder, who knew the plan, was smiling and running to the designated point. The Black Widow never imagined she would become an actress when she got a little older. Trembling, the Ghost King said it had a good laugh at their arrogance. Enraged, it wondered how they dared to try and deceive the Ghost King. Chen Pingming told everyone to attack. Gu Dao stopped immediately and prepared to face the Ghost King. Gu Dao took a deep breath and thought he would have to give it his all. He opened his magic fan and got ready to execute his move. The Ghost King didn't know what to expect from that fan. Seeing the power being unleashed, it spread its wings to defend itself. However, the smaller demons weren't so lucky. The Ghost King felt like it was trapped under a mountain. It thought that only one person was responsible for this. Furious, it asked Gu Dao if he believed he could destroy this king. At that moment, the man with the fan took a fighting stance. His energy was draining fast, and he thought he couldn't hold the Ghost King back for much longer. That's when he realized the MC was up to something. He pointed his weapon, and the Ghost King, seeing the move, asked if he was trying to shoot it with a tiny bow. It was startled when the arrows had an effect. It soon realized it was being imprisoned by a thunderstone. However, Chen Pingming believed that for a Ghost King like this, ordinary fire and thunder weapons wouldn't work, but it seemed to be strongly affected by the MC's cannon. Satisfied, the MC enjoyed being even more arrogant than the Ghost King. The enraged Ghost King declared it would get revenge on that abominable creature. Chen Pingming replied that it looked like all of this was going to hurt. The Ghost King ordered its little demons to crush that tiny insect. An army of small demons advanced toward them. That's when the MC asked the third elder to attack. The third elder smiled, saying he had actually been waiting for that situation. He used various magical powers to restrain those evil creatures. When the Ghost King saw the power at work, it was horrified because it was more thunderstones. Gu Dao breathed a sigh of relief, realizing their plan was succeeding. Now, even the small demons were being destroyed. The Ghost King was actually enjoying the turn of events. Looking at the young man before it, it felt nothing but hatred. The MC then said that if the king didn't want a tragic end, it had to answer his question truthfully. After falling into the trap and being weakened, the Ghost King collapsed to the ground. The MC wanted to know who its leader was, while the beast called him a tiny animal. It was furious that the MC had destroyed all its subordinates and was now making big threats. Chen Pingming didn't have time to listen. He aimed and started firing arrows at the beast. He warned the Ghost King that he knew a weakling like it couldn't possibly control the other monsters. He wanted to know who sent it. Seething, the Ghost King replied that it was the Eagle King. That information surprised the MC, as he had been expecting a different name. The Ghost King continued, saying that the Eagle King had sent them from the Demon Gulf to this location. Chen Pingming knew that the Eagle King was at the top of the demonic beast hierarchy, and this was not good news. Seeing the surprise on Brother Chen's face, Gu Dao asked what was going on. The third elder asked now that the Ghost King was captured, if they could leave the city. He replied that it was impossible for everyone to leave the city. He said the city was probably already surrounded by the Eagle King's army. Hearing this, the Ghost King didn't know how he had reached that conclusion, since it hadn't said anything. The third elder asked what that meant, as he believed the Ghost King was the leader of the monsters. Gu Dao wanted to know if the Ghost King had been destroyed, and if everyone was safe. The MC told the Ghost King to tell the Eagle King to come down because he wanted to talk to him. Otherwise, the city would be destroyed. The Ghost King couldn't believe that. The young man actually wanted to meet the Eagle King. With a serious expression, Chen Pingming warned that it had 1 minute. He wouldn't wait any longer than that. Less than a minute later, the sound of wings and rocks was heard. The Ghost King warned that the Eagle King was near. Amidst a cloud of dust, large eagle wings began to form. The red-haired woman noticed that the aura was very powerful and wondered if it could be the Demon King. Meanwhile, still standing firm in the same spot, the MC waited for the Eagle King to approach. Elsewhere, at the Zhao family's mansion, the patriarch looked out the window and felt that powerful aura. He also thought it might be the Demon King. While some were horrified, he just smiled, thinking about his plan. He was pleased knowing that if his Demon King ruled the city, it would be among the 3 largest cities. Everyone was startled to see Zhao Jiaxi and his intention to serve the Demon King. He said he would place his entire faith in that king. Meanwhile, the MC continued to wait for the Eagle King to descend. The Eagle King was flying nearby and asked who wanted to speak with him. Chen Pingming introduced himself and said he was the one who wanted to talk. The Eagle King remarked that he had harmed the Ghost King and now wanted to treat a king with tricks. Chen Pingming replied that he wouldn't do that, as he only wanted to make a deal with him. Flying in the sky, the Eagle King asked why the MC wanted a deal, since he seemed tired of living. The MC replied that he was aware of the Eagle King's power, but needed to be heard for a moment. Gu Dao and the Black Widow watched as the giant eagle circled the sky. One of the Dongfang family's subordinates informed the MC that everything was ready. With that in mind, he could now negotiate. The wind grew stronger as the Eagle King approached and landed. The Black Widow felt the wind growing more intense. Moment by moment, a loud crash echoed from the sky, and the sound grew stronger as the giant eagle neared. The MC watched closely as the eagle transformed into a human form. It was all a burst of light as he landed, illuminating a large area around them. The Eagle King wanted to know what the young man was referring to when he spoke of the king's visit to this area. Gu Dao was confused, starting to tremble. As he realized the Eagle King had turned into a human, the MC told the Eagle King that he was right, but he wouldn't take anything from him. The Eagle King wanted to know what kind of negotiation the young man sought with him. Studying the creature before him, and especially a creature before him, the MC knew he had to be careful with his words. Also present at the scene was the head of the Zhao family, who was ready to serve the Eagle King from a distance. When he saw the figure, he thought it might be the Demon King. They weren't sure if they should really trust that individual. Zhao Wuji believed the reason the Demon King chose that city was to compete with others. He also knew that demons weren't good at negotiating, so he felt he should manage things on the Demon King's behalf. Hearing this, the subordinates thought their master was extremely clever. Meanwhile, the Eagle King listened carefully to what the MC said about the explosives. Chen Pingming mentioned that he had heard about explosives being in the area. He said that he had accidentally placed a large amount of explosives that would detonate with a single command. He tried to lie by saying that the destruction of this place had nothing to do with him. That's when the MC snapped his fingers, and a huge explosion occurred a few hundred meters away. This clearly displeased the Eagle King, who did not like the young man's attitude. However, the MC warned the Eagle King not to worry because the underground soulstone vein was still intact. He made it clear that the terms of the negotiation were simple. He would never reveal the secret of the soulstone vein, and he wanted the Eagle King to think about it. It wasn't just the Eagle King, but also the third elder who was surprised by the news. They had never imagined there was a soulstone vein in this city. Now the third elder understood why so many monsters wanted to attack that location. The Black Widow knew that a soulstone vein was a natural mineral formed by the changes of heaven and earth, and after reaching the war level, medicinal herbs were no longer enough for proper cultivation. The Eagle King made it clear that if news of the soulstone vein got out, he would take the necessary precautions. Even knowing that everyone was thousands of miles away, he wouldn't stand by and wait for reports. The MC listened intently as the Eagle King said he didn't believe he had enough explosives. After hearing all this, the MC declared that he didn't have enough to destroy the entire vein but could still cause massive damage. He explained that oil is highly flammable, and, in addition to placing explosives, he had also poured a large amount of oil into the vein. Those words made the Eagle King pay close attention to the young man's next moves. After thinking for a moment, the Eagle King said he would let them go. However, he should remember that the secret of the soul stone must be kept. The MC assured him that not even a small animal would know about it. While the two were concluding their negotiation, someone appeared, making a commotion and calling out to the Eagle King. The man introduced himself as the patriarch of the Zhao family and bowed before the Demon King. Gu Dao and the third elder, Chen Wei, were quite surprised to see that family. Gu Dao didn't understand what those fearful servants were doing here. He asked the MC if those people were with him and what he was doing. Chen Pingming was silent for a few moments. Meanwhile, the patriarch wanted to speak for himself. He said they were here to serve the Eagle King. He declared they had nothing to do with the MC. The third elder, upon hearing that these people wanted to serve the Demon King, couldn't believe it. The MC knew what fate awaited them. Naturally, the Eagle King found this quite amusing. He had destroyed many human cities, but this was the first time he found humans so entertaining. Looking at those frightened people, he said that he now understood. The patriarch believed the Eagle King had accepted them and gave his thanks. Meanwhile, the Eagle King asked the young man what he was still doing there, since he was supposed to be leaving the city. The patriarch couldn't understand why the young man would want to leave. He thought he was also here to serve the Demon King. Although the Eagle King had let everyone go, he hadn't yet withdrawn the army that was ready to capture them. When the patriarch said this, the Eagle King immediately looked at the Ghost King. He had revealed the initial formation, but the Ghost King swore it wasn't him. Acting wisely, the Eagle King ordered all his soldiers to return. Meanwhile, the MC just watched the sky and the arrival of each of them. One of Zhao Jiaxi's subordinates thought the young man had good negotiating skills, and suggested they go first, but that wasn't the patriarch's plan. He became quite agitated upon hearing the remark from one of his subordinates, who seemed surprised. The subordinate immediately calmed down and chose to follow his leader's orders. Meanwhile, the Eagle King remained calm and posed. Despite being worried, the MC didn't show it, even while observing carefully. The Eagle King asked if all the members of the army had returned. The reporter said that everyone had returned as he commanded. Present were the Tiger King, the Red Flame King, the Bald Eagle King, and the Red-Tailed Vulture King. With that, the Eagle King announced that his people had returned and the MC could take his allies and leave. Chen Pingming thanked the Eagle King for allowing him to leave safely. He hurried to leave his presence as quickly as possible. He informed his comrades that they needed to leave quickly. The Eagle King was known for changing his mind, so they had to leave before he decided to attack them. That news made all his people anxious. At that moment, a few vehicles began to appear, kicking up a lot of dust. The MC watched carefully to see who they were. It was his team along with his sister. He was happy to see that little Shi, Wu Guosheng, was also with them. With that, the MC told everyone to get in the vehicles immediately. He put his hand on his friend's shoulder and said they needed to get out of there without stopping for anything. His friend replied confidently that he could be trusted to drive carefully. The dust kicked up by the quickly departing vehicles covered the entire area. The Bald Eagle King wanted to know what was happening and pointed at the vehicles, asking why those people were still there. The Eagle King angrily ordered that none of them leave alive. The patriarch of the Zhao family, who only wanted to serve the Demon King, was destroyed along with the others, even though he begged them to wait. Saying he was only there to swear loyalty wasn't enough to save him. The Red Flame Tiger had no mercy. Inside the vehicles leaving the city, the MC's sister wanted to know what would happen to the people left behind. The MC was silent for a moment, unsure how to answer. He explained that there was a vein and a soul stone under the city, and the Eagle King and the other kings wanted to consume it. Little Shi felt sad for a moment because there was nothing they could do. Her brother comforted her, saying that without the explosives, the situation would have been even more difficult. Gu Dao believed that after using the explosives, they would likely chase after them. The MC thought for a moment and became serious, knowing that was something to consider. Dongfang Shun was sad and lost in thought. That's when the MC asked his friend to stop the car. Wu Guoshang didn't quite understand the reason for stopping, but soon after, his friend got out of the car. Worried, he asked where he was going. The MC approached the third elder, who also wanted to know why he had stopped so suddenly. He explained that although they had left the city, they would be splitting up from this point on. Everyone was surprised to hear the MC's words. The MC explained that the Eagle King would soon send people after them, and if they stayed together, the risk would be greater. If they didn't split up and act carefully, they would easily be caught by the monsters. The third elder, Chen Wei, knew the young man was right. Everyone understood that it was better to separate, because if they were caught together, they would all be wiped out at once. Chen Pingming said that for those who couldn't escape, the only thing they could do was pray for them. After taking a deep breath, the elder agreed. The MC's words made sense, showing respect. He said that if they ever meet again and need help in the future, they could count on him. Another clan leader also offered his help, saying that he was indebted and wanted to repay that debt in the future. Everyone felt grateful and promised to provide support later on. Someone even went a step further, apologizing for everything that had happened and for the trouble they had caused. Dongfeng Xinjiang said that he didn't dare ask the protagonist to forget, but he hoped he would take care of his daughters. He knew that if his daughters stayed with him, they would surely be able to reunite with them while they were still alive. He also mentioned that Zuo and Xuan Wang would always be willing to help him. The protagonist just remained silent, watching the carriages leave in different directions. Gu Dao then said that everyone else was gone and that they also should get going. The protagonist announced that his destination was Star City. Our video ends here. If you enjoyed it, please like and subscribe to the channel. See you next time. Goodbye.
The story begins with a crowded group as the time has finally come, and because of that, everyone needs to count down when there are 5 seconds left. The countdown begins, and the MC, who is in the middle of the crowd, starts to get a little restless. Looking at his trembling hands, he notices that he came back just before being caught by that damn game. And even though he reached the end of the 20th round, it was still frustrating. He can only imagine that if he had the power to stop time, he would stop right there. The system had warned that the use of the temporal reversal rune had reached its maximum limit of 100 uses out of a maximum of 100. He becomes alert since this is his last attempt, and this time, he will make sure he sees the end of the game, remembering that he will need to bring 4 people into his team for the final round, and will need to think carefully about which people will be best to fill those spots. A few minutes ago, a group of people was celebrating that they would finally become adults. One of them is relieved that they no longer need to fake their IDs. Another asks what he could do after graduating, maybe becoming a delivery driver. While still unsure, he asks Young Min what he plans to do. He answers that, as he had already said, he will become a gangster. All his colleagues say that it's crazy since he could die soon with that kind of job, and they could swear it was a joke. However, he doesn't care because you only live once, and that's why he will live the way he wants. Everyone lets out a light, disguised laugh, but inside, they can't wait to cut ties with a crazy person who wants to join a gang. Peter takes the opportunity to ask what will happen to the task boy when he graduates. Referring to the MC, Youngmin answers that he can't just let him go free just because he's graduating. Everyone starts making fun of him since they knew this would be the outcome. He still makes it clear that he decides when he wants to stop playing with Ryu. At this moment, one of his friends looks to the side and asks if the person who was right in front of them isn't the task boy. Youngmin replies that yes. But as he looks at the MC, he notices a strange aura and becomes confused if he saw it right. At this moment, the MC takes off his hood and starts staring back, leaving the gangster confused as he's noticing something strange. And because of the stare, he asks if Ryu has a screw loose. All his friends make fun of him, telling him to take it easy since it's New Year's, and that there will be many more chances to bother him. He takes a deep breath and agrees, saying he will let it slide that day. At this moment, the new year arrives, and everyone celebrates since they are now adults. A voice is heard by all, saying that humans are really funny since they are celebrating the new year without knowing the difficult situation they are in. Young Min doesn't realize where the voice came from and asks what they said. His friends tell him that it wasn't them who said that. Once again, the voice appears, enjoying seeing everyone in shock, until a huge creature in the shape of an angel appears, saying that it's like watching monkeys in cages. People can't believe what they're seeing since it really looks like an angel, even though it's so beautiful. Ryu, looking up, thinks that the creature finally appeared and still finds this encounter unpleasant, even after 99 times. The angel smiles and calls all the humans trash since they are fascinated by her beauty, but warns them not to misunderstand, as she has no intention of getting involved with worms. And upon realizing that everyone is reacting as she speaks, she concludes that they are able to hear her voice. At this moment, a man yells, asking what the hell kind of costume that is, also wanting to know how she dares to call them worms. The MC just stays quiet listening to this, as he knows the result that will come. The angel, who had been smiling, now has a terrifying expression as she found that irritating, and immediately the man's head explodes, spraying blood everywhere, even onto other people who begin to tremble and scream desperately. Young Min cannot believe what he just witnessed and asks what the hell that was. And it gets worse as the angel is furious, asking how a mere inferior human dares to speak to a superior being in that manner, making it clear to everyone that they have no right to question her and should not act as if they are on the same level unless they want to die with their head exploded. She starts flying over everyone, knowing they are confused by the current situation, as mere humans cannot understand what is happening, and warns that she will explain it simply. The MC laments the situation, as he will have to listen to this explanation for the 100th time. She warns that a new game will start on the first day of each month, lasting for 20 rounds, and all humans will be spiritually transported to a new dimension to play this game, and she warns them that there will be things to do there. Everyone is in disbelief, as the angel says they need to complete the missions that will appear, and if they manage to do so, they can return to reality as a reward. A man whispers that he doesn't understand what the hell is going on, and another explains that from what he understood, that Angel will let them all live if they complete some missions. Burial continues, saying that everyone present must be thinking that they will live just by completing these missions, but she makes it clear that not everyone will live just because they completed the missions, as only half, in order of completion, will be spared. This information shocks everyone, as they not only have to complete the missions, but they also have to finish them faster than the others. To make things worse, she warns that she will not take everyone, leaving the population even more shocked. She concludes that only humans aged between 15 and 29 from all over the planet can participate. The MC, hearing these instructions again, imagines that it's a drag being dragged into this game for the 100th time. A man is happy since he is above that age, so he won't be pulled into this game world. Another notices this and grabs his shirt, asking why he's so happy and if it's a provocation. Youngmin interrupts the fight, asking if they still don't understand the situation since they just saw a man's head explode. The angel analyzes the number of participants, concluding there will be 1,801,029 participants, and since she has given all the necessary explanations, she announces that it's time for the game to begin. The MC suddenly appears out of nowhere, still hearing the explanations, which are now in a space they cannot see. She gives an important warning. It is necessary to create a body before the spiritual transfer, and they can consider it a type of customization, and since they will only have this chance, she asks them to choose carefully. Ryu is relaxed, thinking that he will just follow as he always has. And after choosing his appearance, he also decides what his nickname will be, which, as always, will be Black Reaper. With everything settled, the scene shifts to an open landscape. The MC begins to appear in this new place until he finally shows up with his new appearance, making it his 100th time there. He tests his movements while thinking that he's been using this appearance since the 12th attempt, and that's why it feels like his real body. Immediately, all the other people are teleported as well, confused about where they are, since it looks like a plane. Others are surprised since their bodies really changed. Ryu observes that everyone focused only on looking good, and thinks that if they had even a minimum of IQ, they wouldn't have done that, since they were teleported to a survival world, and being too attractive increases the chances of being targeted. Also, if they die there, they die in the real world too. He looks to the side and sees that Tongmin is also there, thinking it's pathetic, since this guy made a muscular body again. Suddenly, Burial appears, asking if everyone is happy with their new appearance, and notices that all 1.8 million participants are there and are probably all from Seoul. A guy looking at her asks if there are really 1.8 million people since it doesn't look like that many people are there. The angel laments, as humans are too dumb, and warns that obviously this is not the only space that exists. That's why people are scattered across various planes with other angels, focused solely on the mission, as they should be. She informs that she will give a brief explanation about the attribute window, and the MC, already knowing how it works, summons his system, which displays his information such as name, nickname, rank, attributes, among others. Burial observes that everyone has already seen their own attribute windows, and, along with that, they noticed how terrible everyone is, then asking them to get stronger until they survive and complete round 20. Furthermore, they will also have one wish granted by her. They start gossiping about this wish, as it seems they can ask for anything. She then asks everyone to access the inventory option, as she left a present for each of them. Young Min thinks about the inventory and realizes there is a random rune fragment. She explains that this fragment is a one-time use item and can only be used while they are at level 1, and it's the only item given at the beginning. The gangster gives the command to use it, and the fragment disappears into his hand, leaving him surprised by the result. Burial finds it interesting how each person's luck is divided, judging by their expressions, and warns that regardless of what they received, they must be content. She says it's time for the show to really begin and snaps her fingers, causing a system screen to appear for everyone present. The first round will begin, and the mission is to defeat 100 goblins per person. The total number of participants is 1.8 million people, and none have completed it so far. Suddenly, a goblin appears, surprising everyone as to whether it's really a goblin, since it feels like being in a game, as the angel said, and they speculate that they have been kidnapped for a virtual reality game test. At this moment, Burial asks them not to get too excited too quickly, as not all the goblins have been summoned yet. She says this, and several goblins begin to appear, leaving everyone scared as the number is too large. She warns that it's 10,000 humans against 50,000 goblins to fight to the death. The monsters roar and charge at the people, frightening them since it happened so suddenly. At this moment, someone starts walking. It was Ryu heading toward the army. People start asking what's wrong with the guy walking toward the monsters, until the MC shifts his gaze and begins the battle by landing a solid kick on one of the goblins. Everyone is shocked to see this, and that was the real intention of the MC, as he knows first impressions are crucial, and that's why he needs to imprint this on everyone's minds. The kick lands directly, sending the goblin flying and dropping his knife. He picks up the dagger from the ground, as he needs to show his strength there so that the troublesome flies don't bother him, and after looking up, he sees Burial, since his goal is also to impress that angel. At this moment, 2 goblins charge to attack, but he finishes them off with a single blow each, once again leaving everyone surprised, as they don't know who the boy is, but already think he's amazing, and the name Black Reaper is also cool. The goblins approach the crowd, and they begin wondering if goblins aren't the weakest monsters in all games. Just as he says this, a monster leaps onto one of them, stabbing its dagger into his chest as it falls to the ground. Seeing this makes the people around them so scared that they start running and screaming. Ryu looks back and sees a complete massacre of goblins over the people. He knows that in this situation, people will misunderstand the game, as there's only one thing they will think about, which is their own survival. Like the terrified woman seeing someone being stabbed, the survival instincts will always speak louder, to the point where everyone starts running. He understands this well, as it was also his first choice in his first attempt. Watching the woman run, he comments that only after his second attempt did he realize that running in that open field is useless, as there's a barrier that the woman even bumped into, leaving her confused about what the hell that is. There is also the problem that, for an ordinary person who has never killed a small animal before, it will be difficult to kill, even if it is just a goblin. A man thinks twice since the monster was trembling in fear, until he changes his expression and pulls out another dagger, attacking the guy for that slip-up. At this point, several people have already been massacred, and Burial bursts into laughter, finding the fight between humans and goblins amusing. She finds it funny seeing everyone lost, even while holding a dagger, hesitating to kill the monsters. But she looks to the side and comments that the MC is different, asking which human that is. She checks the system and sees that the Black Reaper has already finished 70 goblins, which makes her angry, since for some reason the system is hiding all of the player's information except his mission progress. However, she returns to what matters, saying that it wounds her pride to guide so many inferior worms. But since there are some special humans, it's still worth watching them. The MC continued defeating the goblins, gaining experience and gold for each kill. Also leveling up, he has currently killed 75, with only 25 left to complete the mission. He dodges a thrown dagger and watches as several monsters attack at once. However, it doesn't matter, since with extreme speed, he begins slicing them one by one, spinning his dagger afterward, as now there is only one left, who is also brutally finished with a precise blow to the head. With a frightening look, he asks if any more monsters will dare face him, but they are trembling in fear after witnessing the extermination of their species. Ryu notices their fear and, because of this, invokes the attribute window to check how things are. He notices that he reached level 4 very quickly, and since he's aware that you gain 2 attribute points per level, he decides to allocate all of the points he's gained into dexterity, as he's aware of the increase in evasion chances, agility, movement speed, and attack speed, since these are the main attributes at the start. The MC imagines that with this progress, he may have already caught the angel's attention, so he decides to finish the job quickly, throwing his dagger into the head of a goblin and urging them to attack. The monsters are paralyzed with fear, and because of this, he takes a deep breath and runs at high speed, appearing almost instantaneously in front of the goblin with the dagger he threw. The monsters can't process that speed, and only later look back, but it is too late, as they are sliced in half with a single spinning strike. With this, he gains more experience, more gold, and levels up, thus completing the mission of defeating 100 goblins, also being the first player in that world to finish the first round mission. A glow surrounds his body, and he thinks he did well in the first round, but there was a good reason for killing the monsters like a maniac, and it wasn't just to grab the angel's attention. A notification congratulates him for finishing in first place in the current region, and also for finishing in first place in all regions, thus bringing up a panel showing the name Reaper in first place in all regions for the first round. He is happy to see this, as the rewards for the top 3 are great. As a reward for first place in the current region, he receives a rare weapon ticket of lower rank. Now, as a reward for first place in all regions, he receives a special reward selection chest. Ryu decides to use the weapon ticket first, and 3 options appear to choose from. Among them are the threatening longsword, the stiletto, and the dart. He realizes it's not much, but for a start, it's good, and chooses one of the options, obtaining the stiletto. It is a rare weapon that increases attack by 15 and dexterity by 1. It is also the best weapon among the daggers that a beginner can use. Therefore, he discards the goblin's improvised dagger and closes the system, as he will wait to use the reward chest he received for the region. While the people are still battling, he decides to check something in the attribute window and finds something specific that catches his attention, since he managed to get the title The Last Time Traveler, which he had never obtained before in any of his 99 attempts. Putting that aside, he decides to use his random rune fragment, and after using it, a notification congratulates him for obtaining the temporal reversal rune. The rune obtained is automatically engraved into the player's body, but since there are already traces of the selected rune present in his soul, the engraving failed. He is not surprised by this, as if he could engrave it again, he could return to that infinite. However, a different message saying that due to the traces of the rune engraved in his soul, he has been identified as a time traveler who has made 100 trips. For this reason, he obtained the title Player of the Last Journey. The MC is surprised since he is aware that titles are concepts above runes. The condition to unlock this title is to obtain 100 temporal reversal rune. Its effect is that after death, he will remain in the same spot for 1 minute in spiritual form. When desired, he can resurrect with full health recovered. It is a one-time use ability, and the title will disappear after resurrection. He is surprised since the concept of resurrection is an ability exclusive to priests, and even then, it still has a limit of 30% health recovery after resurrection. The fact that this title allows him to return with full health catches him off guard to the point of being pleased, as he has obtained something incredible. Knowing how overpowered this title is, he decides to set it to private, so the title will not be displayed below his ID, but the effects will still apply normally. He stretches a little, imagining that more people must be finishing the mission at this point, such as young men who might be doing well. No sooner has he said this than he notices this guy is nearby, all signs indicating he will survive. Time passes, and more people complete the mission, with auras appearing around them. Burial comments that it's getting more and more boring since many humans are pathetic for dying slowly to the goblins, but apologizes, intending to make it more fun. A woman panics, asking what making it more fun means. Suddenly, the body of a wounded guy begins to disappear in front of her, just like the other dead on the battlefield, until everyone on the ground has vanished. More monsters appear right after, scaring everyone since they had already taken out most of them. Burial announces that he has given them a 50,000 recharge, so now he is sure there is more than enough for everyone to kill. Thus, the battle between humans and monsters begins, and both sides fall into a fierce fight for survival. Meanwhile, the MC is resting, waiting for the others to finish, while those who have already completed the mission worry about the others since they are forced to watch the goblins kill their own kind and can do nothing because of the completion barrier. The death toll keeps rising, and the angel is excited watching this slaughter. The MC, on the other hand, just watches her until the death toll finally reaches 5,143, completing the first round. All the goblins disappear, leaving everyone confused since they vanish suddenly. Burial announces that only half can complete the mission, and because of that, the others will need to die, as those are the rules of the game. The remaining ones are in shock since their bodies are indeed disappearing little by little. One of them still pleads, as he was only one kill away from completing the mission, but it is pointless to beg. Meanwhile, the people who completed the mission are horrified to see that this game is truly no joke. The angel tells those who finish not to look with dark eyes, as they should be happy to be alive. But regardless, she announces that they will now be able to return. She also congratulates them for completing the first round and wishes for them to try harder in the next round. The scoreboard in this first round ended with the Black Reaper, or originally Black Scythe, finishing the mission in 10 minutes and 21 seconds. In second place, the Stupid Idiots, in 16 minutes and 15 seconds. In third place, the Celestial Demon, in 17 minutes and 7 seconds. In the current region, the MC was in first place, Life is a Documentary was in second, and the Black Dragon in my right hand was in third. Another notification warns that the Black Reaper is ranked first in the entire region and in the local region. Because of that, the 2 items have already been received by him, in addition to another 1,000 gold that he hasn't collected yet. The MC looks at the system screen informing him about the 1,000 gold that can be used in the item shop, but this function will only be unlocked at level 10. People begin to look at him, and just from that, it's clear that everyone already knows who number 1 is there. Burial is surprised that the number 1 player in the entire region is in her area, and because of that, asks the Reaper to answer a question. He asks her to speak, and she begins by asking how strong he is, and if, by any chance, he has obtained any special rune or something like that. In the middle of this sentence, she realizes that she made a mistake by asking that, but it's too late since the MC asks back if she, by any chance, can't see his attribute window. Burial, embarrassed, replies that she can indeed see it, since it's impossible for an angel not to see that information, and, in reality, she was just testing him. Ryu just smiles and calls out to her, asking if he can make a request. She finds this unexpected and, looking back at the MC, asks what request that is. He answers that, apparently, the reward for being number 1 is missing a little. People around them are surprised to see him questioning the angel until she completely changes her expression, asking him to dare repeat what he said. He, not letting himself be intimidated, says that he was expecting to receive something better. She simply doesn't believe that a human is saying this and asks him to say it again. The MC repeats, since he didn't like the rewards and wants something better. They both remain silent for a moment, and she, completely enraged, imagines how a piece of trash dares to ask for something and that she had even planned to keep an eye on him because he had been interesting at first. But the guy is really treating her like this just because he killed a few goblins and, for that reason, raises her hand, since someone so ridiculous deserves to have their head exploded. However, she hesitates, as she has already used her unique ability to kill someone and will have to wait for another opportunity to kill again. She thinks about it, and an idea forms in her mind, since she knows exactly what she could give the MC. She looks at the MC and approaches, saying that she usually ignores this kind of request, but she will think about it, with them discussing it privately, and asks, please, for everyone else to wait a moment. Ryu steps out of his barrier, disbelieving that she is actually going to give another reward, and while passing between the people, he looks to the side toward Yongmin, who becomes confused by being stared at out of nowhere. The MC just smiles and continues walking toward the forest with the angel. She asks why he is so distant, since she doesn't want to keep looking back every time she wants to talk. She says this angrily, since humans only seem to hear when she raises her voice. And for a race that doesn't even know how to listen, they're too greedy. Additionally, she wonders how on earth she is supposed to alter something that the system has already designated for him, since she would never do such a thing for a human. Then, she changes her expression, since she is about to show what happens to greedy insects. Since when they pass the stone right ahead, they will die instantly. They continue walking while Burial reflects that there's a big chance things will go wrong, since killing a player for personal reasons without using the unique ability is a problem, and if the players rebel for justice, it could completely ruin her control over the game. For this reason, she needs there to be no witnesses. She thinks about it and gives a wide, evil smile since it's time to put an end to him, and for that, she turns, asking if he really wants an extra wish. However, by doing this, he doesn't notice the punch coming towards him, and it hits her square in the face, throwing her towards the stone, leaving him confused about what the hell just happened. She falls to the ground after receiving the blow and can't believe that a human dared to hit her. Immediately, she gets up, calling MC a bastard, but can't see where he is, wondering if he simply disappeared until he appears behind her and grabs her wings, scaring her to the point of asking what the hell he thinks he's going to do. MC, with a serious expression, pulls her wings, making the angel scream in agony while he shows no reaction, only calling her a crybaby. He continues pulling the other wing, making Burial scream louder with each pull, making him more confident, knowing now that she can't run, and asks if it hurts. She responds that it's obvious it hurts, but he doesn't care, since 5 minutes ago, she was the one who would have asked an obvious question, followed by a shitty laugh. She asks if he's crazy, as she has no idea what he's talking about, but Ryu shows the dagger he had hidden in his wing, since she tried to kill him. She pretends to not understand, saying she never planned such a thing, but MC already knew everything, as it was clear from her face, also calling her by name, Burial. She simply can't believe it, asking how the hell a mere human knows her name. He draws his sword from his inventory, making her scared, asking what he plans to do with that dagger, and points his finger, threatening to explode his head with just a snap of his fingers. Ryu simply smiles, saying she doesn't have the ability to do that. Burial gets worried, as she's getting more and more cornered, and asks if he truly believes he'll get away with it, as her friends won't just stand by if something happens. He mocks her, knowing that all angels are selfish and don't care about others' problems, so whether she lives or dies makes no difference to them. She tries one last thing, saying he'll regret it if he kills her, as there's no benefit in doing so. MC tells her to shut up already, knowing he'll leave anyway once the system returns him automatically when the population finishes. Once again, she can't believe it, asking how he knows all of this, and begging for just one more chance, as she could give him any information. However, he says he doesn't need it, and looking at her scared face, he says that if he needed any information, he would already be torturing her, as he knows she's just a pawn in this game, merely a guide, and nothing more. Saying this, he charges, stabbing his dagger into her chest, making blood spurt everywhere and knocking her lifeless to the ground. The system announces that an angel has been defeated and confirms that he was the first player to defeat an angel. Therefore, the title the First Angel Slayer was awarded. Because of this, he was rewarded with angel's blood for killing the first angel. He gets excited seeing these rewards, as expected, being the first to earn these rewards. Like the massacre rune, the rune acquired is automatically imprinted onto the player's body. Now, about the title First Angel Slayer. The condition is basically being the first player to kill an angel. The effect is that, when facing sacred beings, his attributes are doubled. As for the effect of the massacre rune, every time an enemy is killed, all attributes increase by 1% up to a maximum of 100%, maintained until the current round ends. MC is happy, as the rewards are amazing, and if the other angels find out he already has this rune, they'll be shocked. Then he looks at the real reason for killing an angel. This is the angel's blood. It's a consumable type, and its rarity is unique. It allows one to change their class to Reaper and can only be used from level 10. Only the first player to kill an angel has the right to transfer their class to their natural enemy, a Reaper. All players can obtain a class starting at level 10, and there are a total of 30 different classes. Additionally, changing classes is something quite simple. It is only necessary to obtain a class change item, which is usually acquired through hunting or by meeting simple conditions. However, as always, there are exceptions, such as in the case of a change to a unique class granted only to one player, who obtains it under special circumstances. Furthermore, as expected, unique classes are on a completely different level from the other classes, since the bonus attributes, progress runes, skill compositions, and other things are extremely insane. Ryu notices that he came back without even finishing the first round, so he will use the reward for being first in all regions. The system asks him to choose one of the following special rewards. The first option is a bonus of 3 times the experience gained, which lasts throughout the second round. The second option is 2,000 gold, and the third option is exclusive information about how the second round will be. The MC is aware that the most important thing right now is to reach level 10 quickly so he can change classes. So he chooses the bonus of 3 times the experience gained. The buff is applied and will have an automatic effect in the second round. He looks at the angel's body disappearing and imagines that this is his last attempt, so there is nowhere else to go afterward, and because of that, he needs to get stronger no matter the cost. Combining all the regions, there was a total of 900,000 survivors, and in the current server, there was an average of 5,000. Additionally, it is announced that he will soon be transferred to the body in the existing dimension. After that, Youngmin wakes up, startled, trying to understand if the noise he hears is the New Year's bell. He starts sweating cold, not having any idea of what happened, as apparently everyone is on the ground, as if they had fallen with him, not to mention the strange dream he had. He picks up his phone and notices that it is 5:20 in the morning, which means that the time spent in his dream was the same as in real life. His friends begin to wake up too, with sore heads, in addition to their bodies. One of the boys asks Young Min if he passed out. He answers yes, and that everyone present also passed out. They can't believe such an absurd thing, since, in addition to everyone passing out at the same time, they also had the same bizarre dream in another world. The gangster replies that he also had this bizarre dream, but confesses that apparently it wasn't a dream, as everyone is celebrating for having gotten out of that hellish world, also commenting on the goblins. Young Min comments that this must mean they will be sent to the next round every first day of the month, and notices that one of his friends is still lying down. He asks why the hell Taishik hasn't woken up yet, and they try to wake him up until they notice their friend with a purple face, becoming worried to the point of checking his body temperature and realizing it is completely cold. They panic, as Taishik, in addition to not breathing, also has no pulse. Young Min, worried, asks if this means he really died because of the game. James becomes terrified, asking if Taishik really died because he couldn't survive in the game. They come to the conclusion that all those still lying down must not be waking up because they are dead. Young Min begins to tremble, wondering what the hell kind of madness is happening, since it doesn't matter whether they were born rich or poor, because everyone is being treated the same. so there's no longer any reason to cry over an unfair life. He thinks about it and tells his friends not to worry, as now they just need to find a way to survive. James, terrified, says that life is unfair because they will die without ever having enjoyed life. Young Min looks at his two friends and warns them that they are not the only ones in this situation, and because of that, he asks what is unfair since everyone is in the same situation. Lu Yu finds this funny, as he always thought the gangster there had been a bully his whole life and doesn't feel like he will have any loss if he dies there, until he notices the handsome guy looking around and asking if he's by chance looking for the messenger boy. He replies that he can't find the bastard anywhere and starts wondering where the MC went, since he's absolutely sure he saw where he was before they passed out, and wonders if perhaps he didn't manage to make it past the first round, coming to the conclusion that it makes sense, since he was a weakling. At this moment, he looks to the side and sees a boy walking, which makes him question why the hell there's someone in strange clothes there, and starts to get worried, since this can only mean one thing. With this in mind, he tries to activate the attribute window, and immediately the system screen appears in front of him, showing his information from the other world, such as his nickname, that he's level 5, and some of his stats. Seeing this shocks him, as the attribute window really appeared even here. His friends decide to test it and are also shocked, as something like this shouldn't be possible. They wonder what they're doing, since apparently the system screen is only visible to the person themselves, and wonder how the hell this became reality outside of the dream world, and ask if it's possible to use the attributes and items outside too. Young Min picks up a stone from the ground to test it, and when he squeezes it, it explodes in his hand. He realizes that his strength is the same as in the dream world, and gets excited about this, as it's fucking awesome. That night, a report airs on TV, informing that in front of a block in the city, a bell was heard right after the new year, which immediately caused 10,000 civilians to lose consciousness simultaneously. It also reports that an unidentified woman dressed as an angel appeared in the sky, talking to these civilians. Not long after, a mysterious explosion happened after a civilian pointed at the woman and said something. Then the civilian died instantly. After this woman extended her hand, all 10,000 civilians passed out. It's reported that according to the police, most of the civilians who collapsed were between 15 and 29 years old, and it was confirmed that similar events occurred in other countries around the world. The MC begins to watch on his phone as people try to understand what happened and imagines that this is just the beginning. He observes that the articles about the deaths keep growing, while the real problem is somewhere else, as the fact that the player's abilities are transferred to reality is a mess, although no one has a very high attribute yet, so nothing serious should happen. But he knows that as the levels increase, the story will be different. After all, these people have become transcendent entities, since no matter what modern weapons are used, or even the whole army, it won't be enough to suppress the players from the sheer power they will gain. Ryu starts to walk, imagining that he doesn't want to sit back and watch his world fall into chaos, and if he leaves things as they are, the Earth will collapse before the 20th round, so there is only one solution, which is to control all the players with overwhelming power. He is aware that to open the boss room, he'll need at least 5 players, who fortunately, he already has a sense of which ones have this potential and has even thought of a method to recruit them, although the time to act hasn't come yet, as there are more important things to do. After returning home, he opens the door and quickly looks to the side, noticing that his dear younger brother decided to eat ramen for dinner again. He goes to the room and notices that Ryuwan is already asleep, feeling happy that he has a brother who can fall asleep so quickly. He stops to think that his brother is already going into his 3rd year of high school and that, in fact, his family was normal. But after his parents died in a car accident, everything changed. One of the most drastic changes was that he became the guardian of one. He thinks about this while seeing his brother's injury. At this moment, he turns on the light, waking up the boy, who gets up asking if it's his brother there. He looks at his phone after waking up, realizing it's already 6 in the morning, but gets startled when the MC pulls off his blanket, telling him he doesn't have time to sleep and just asking him to get dressed since they'll need to leave. One asks where they're going, since if he says something like, they're going to see the sunrise, he prefers to sleep. He says this but changes his expression since he sees his older brother serious. The MC warns him that it's not the time to sleep or relax since the world is in chaos, and asks once again for him to get ready since he will explain what's going on the way. They start walking through the city, and one keeps looking at his brother since he's worried about what might have happened because he's being very serious. Ryumin confirms if his brother has no idea what's going on in the world. The boy asks what the hell he's talking about since he's scaring him, wondering if something happened while he was sleeping. The MC asks to see what the current topic is on his phone, and he immediately grabs it and asks what all of this means, since they're talking about an angel appearing and kidnapping civilians to another world. Ryumin explains that in fact, only the souls were taken, leaving the boy startled by this information, since it's clear his brother was one of those people, and asks if he's hurt or anything. He asks him not to worry, but one answers that it's not that simple, since his family is gone, and now he only has his older brother, remembering that all he could do was cry, since now all he has is Ryumin to fill the void left by the loss of his parents, and he's surprised to see him as the mentally strongest person he's ever seen, even though having a brilliant mind and going around killing monsters are completely different things. The MC smiles and tells him he has an idea of what his brother is thinking, saying that inside that world, there's a system called attributes, like the ones in games, so his physical ability wasn't that important there. Besides that, he'll show him some things later so he won't be worried, and if he wants to know more about it, he should follow him. However, one stops in the middle of the street and says he doesn't want to wait, and if he wants him to follow, he should explain it right there, otherwise he won't move anymore. Asking once again, please, for him to tell, the MC notices the injury on his brother's hand, growing more furious about it, and that's when he says the name, Taegyu. He tells him they're going to Taegyu's hideout, the leader of the delinquents from his brother's class. He says this because he knows this is the guy making the threats. One, surprised by this, asks how he knew all of this, since he wasn't supposed to know. He gets worried since he didn't want his brother to be even more worried in such a difficult moment. The MC, thinking to himself, apologizes to one since, being honest with himself, he didn't know the truth, as he learned it a few hours after returning from his first time in the first round. On that day, one had told him he was going out for a bit, and a while later, the MC's phone rang. When he answered, the person asked if he was one's guardian and, if so, asked him to come to the hospital immediately. This left Ryumin so scared that he threw on any clothes and ran to the hospital. His brother came back blind after being beaten by Taegyu, which made the MC furious since, because of his weakness, he couldn't protect his younger brother. For this reason, still thinking to himself, he deeply apologizes and promises that no one will ever touch him again. Absolutely no one. Meanwhile, at the hideout, a man gets kicked in the stomach and is thrown away. The leader of the gang asks if he's trying to die since he had warned him to bring $200,000. He asks if he's really not going to answer and prepares to kick again while the rest of the gang bursts out laughing, saying they expected nothing less from the leader since he's ruthless even with his allies. They begin to get worried about this since the same might happen to them if they step out of line. Taegyu returns furious, since he was going to use that money to buy a new bike, but curses everyone as useless and asks one of the guys if he knows a place to get money. They think about where they could get some cash until one of the guys gets an idea and says, there's a certain guy in transportation, a tall person with black hair, not remembering exactly what his name is. Taegyu asks if by any chance they're talking about the little jerk one, since he was actually thinking of calling him to beat him up a little more in celebration of the new year. The henchmen are happy since they managed to point out someone, but the leader tells them not to get too excited since, as far as he knows, one is practically a beggar. revealing that no matter how much they beat him, he still wouldn't have any money to give since the boy's own house is in ruins. The three get discouraged as they just remembered that one doesn't have parents, and they say it's a drag. At that moment, the leader notices someone's presence and tells everyone to look. It was the MC, accompanied by his brother. Tegyu smiles since he wasn't expecting that visit and says that speaking of the devil, two little jerks showed up. He says this and shouts, calling one a bastard. The MC doesn't change his expression, unlike his brother, who is completely scared. The gang leader doesn't understand who is with one, but the boy's expression is making him nervous. So, he asks one who the little jerk next to him is, and asks if he brought a friend because he was feeling lonely. Ryumin interrupts, smiling, saying he's one's older brother. Tegyu starts laughing, saying he didn't give any permission to talk, besides warning them both that they're going to die. Then, he gives the order to the henchmen, and they go after the two. As one of them approaches, he starts making fun of the MC's height and asks if he wants to try throwing the first punch. He barely says this and takes a punch straight to the face, knocking him out instantly. The second henchman is in shock seeing this, but goes after the MC anyway, missing his punch and taking another one to the face, which throws him away in the middle of the mess in the place. With that, there are two left, who are more confident, guaranteeing that there will be a death today. But Ryumin instantly strikes both of them, causing all of them to fall to the ground, trembling in pain. The chubby guy gets excited, thinking that one's brother really learned to fight somewhere, although it doesn't make a difference. So he approaches and asks if he thinks he's someone just because he learned a little boxing somewhere, and after getting close, asks what he's going to do, since physique matters a lot in boxing. The MC smiles excitedly and asks if, by any chance, he hasn't been watching the news. Tegyu doesn't understand what one thing has to do with the other, so he calls him a bastard once again, rushing toward him and missing his first punch. Then, he tries to throw several punches and kicks, but doesn't manage to land a single one until his vision starts to get blurry from exhaustion. He's furious since he doesn't understand why the hell he can't land a single blow. Ryumin, with his hand overflowing with power, lands a punch right to the chubby guy's face, warning him that if he had listened to the news, he would never dream of fighting against a player. Tegyu steps back after taking the punch, but furious. He regains his composure and charges at him again, but throws a punch into thin air, not understanding where his target went, until he decides to turn around and takes another punch right to the face. The chubby guy starts shaking until he realizes one of his teeth fell out because of the punch he took. This makes him extremely furious, to the point of saying that he's going to kill the MC, and so he charges at him with everything, missing another punch. This time, Ryumin grabs his hand and lands several punches on his face. Meanwhile, the others inside the warehouse remain hidden, scared by the fight. The chubby guy starts to realize that the focus of the attacks is his face on purpose, and all he wants is to land a punch at least once. He charges forward and tries to land another hit, even pleading for the punch to land, but the MC, besides dodging, lands a solid kick to his stomach, sending him crashing into the wall, making the fat guy fall to his knees, trembling in pain. Ryumin asks if it's hurting, recalling the horrible feeling of seeing his brother in that state and never forgetting that day. That's why he gets closer while the gang leader begs him not to come near. The MC crouches down, grabs his hand, and warns him that all of this is because he messed with his beloved younger brother. Tegyu can't believe it when he looks at his hand and starts screaming in desperation as all of his fingers were broken. Then Ryumin grabs the other hand and does the same, while the fat guy desperately screams in pain. At that moment, the rest of the gang takes the chance to run, as they can't believe what they're seeing. One also can't look, as the screams are scaring him. The MC gives a final warning, asking if he now knows what will happen if he messes with one again. Tegyu, dying in pain and crying, says he already knows and will never touch the kid again. Ryumin smiles, as the fat guy understood, but then grabs his hand again, wanting to finish the job properly to make sure he won't change his mind. The gang leader starts begging him not to say that, but it's useless since, outside the warehouse, you could hear the deafening screams of pain he was giving. After that, the MC leaves with his brother, but one, curious, asks how he managed to do all that, and if, by any chance, he learned martial arts. He answers that it's not that, as he talked about the players earlier and how it's possible to use those skills in real life. His brother is still confused by this, until the MC decides to show what he means, causing a glow in his hand, and a dagger appears shortly after. His brother is amazed since the dagger is beautiful and doesn't understand how it appeared out of nowhere. The MC tries to explain a little about how he acquired the game's abilities, and things start to make more sense to one, as now it makes sense why he was so fast to the point of dodging all of Tegyu's punches. Ryuman explains that he has 11 points in dexterity, which is one of the game's attributes, and that, for comparison, a normal human has 3 points and a professional athlete has 10 points. They continue walking, with one asking what happens if the level increases. The MC answers that he doesn't know, as he has never reached that point. However, inside, he imagines that this is clearly a lie. After all, he doesn't plan to reveal that he's a regressor, since when he first revealed everything in his 11th regression, there was an incident where one was kidnapped by a player. He still thinks that, even though he got his revenge, he doesn't want something so humiliating to happen again because of him. After all, now all he has to do is be ready to protect him from the players in the future. He thinks about this and asks him to grab a coffee. They enter the cafe and the MC goes to the ATM. He puts in his card, thinking about how he has saved so much until now. He makes a transaction of 100,000, leaving 33,000 behind. His brother is surprised by how much money he sees, but the MC just asks what they should pick that day. One doesn't like this at all since everything there is expensive, but his brother tells him to relax, as he wants him to eat whatever he wants. He warns that he doesn't want to see him eating just ramen. One understands this, but asks if they'll survive if they start eating like this. The MC says it'll be fine. Then he picks a spicy pork belly, as he's really craving it, and his eyes shine, as he definitely wants to eat that. Ryuman warns that any time now, they'll order a Korean steak at the restaurant, but his brother asks what he's talking about, as the food he's holding is more than perfect. The MC is happy to see his brother so happy, and imagines that in a few days, he'll give him so much meat that he'll even get sick of it. They prepare the food right there, and one tries it, saying it's really good. Suddenly, Ryuman gets up and asks them to wait, walking to another place. He comes back, tapping a pen on the table, and also shows up with several lottery tickets. One is shocked, asking why the hell he bought 20 lottery tickets, as that adds up to 100,000, and there's no way of knowing if he will win. To make it worse, he sees the MC filling out the tickets, and is even more shocked, wanting to know why the hell he chose the same numbers on all the tickets. He answers that the reason is simple, since those are the winning numbers. The two sit down at the table while the lottery runs on one's phone, announcing that it's the 1049th lottery, and they will start drawing the numbers. He gets impatient, as they just threw 100,000 away, making a bet on a lottery where the chances are less than 1%. He feels depressed, as with that much money, they could have bought a lot of food. The numbers begin to be called, starting with 3, the second is 18, the third is 9, and the fourth number is 38. As the numbers are drawn, one can't believe what he's seeing, as in the end, it's announced that the winning numbers are 3, 18, 9, 38, 21, and 1. And lastly, the bonus number is 5, exactly the same numbers the MC picked on all the tickets. He simply can't believe what he's seeing, as it's insane to have guessed all the numbers, and he starts crying, asking if he can pinch himself to see if it's not a dream, and asking if it's really not a dream. The MC smiles and asks if he would prefer it to be a dream. He replies that he wouldn't, but still doesn't understand how this is possible, then celebrates, as they came in first place. Then, Ryuman asks him not to shout about it, as the neighbors might hear. He then asks if he really liked it. His brother replies that he's so happy and asks if he's not feeling the same. He answers that he is, imagining that he felt the same way the first time since he himself shouted a lot, remembering one of his regressions when the result came out and he got rich. However, after several regressions, it became an annual common event that he always does, as he needs the maximum amount of money possible each time. He also remembers that there were 900 million deaths, and the economy will be in chaos. There's also the issue of item trading between players, which will become much more active in the future, as it is done with money. One, still in disbelief, admits that he can't process that the 100 tickets came in first place, and, therefore, asks when it will turn into money. Ryuman answers that he has no idea but is aware it will be a huge amount, enough to shake the world. The next day, the MC goes to the Nanhyup Bank, and, while walking among the people, he thinks that he's collected this prize so many times that he no longer gets nervous. After entering, he goes straight to speak with the person in charge, saying he's there to collect the first place lottery prize. The employee congratulates him on the reward and wonders if he really won first place, as he looks like just an ordinary student. He then asks where he bought the tickets. He answers that it was at QS24 at the Yone branch. Hearing this shocks the attendant, as he remembers the conversation with someone who said that 115 winning tickets were all from the Yone branch. The man also mentioned that the biggest surprise was that 100 of those tickets were from the same person. He stresses that if the winner of those 100 tickets shows up to claim the reward, they should immediately call the bank's president, as the person is a VIP guest. After all of this, he apologizes for being spaced out and asks for a moment. A few moments later, the bank president appears and greets the MC, saying his name is Junho. He then asks if he is the person who won first place in the lottery, offering his sincerest congratulations for this achievement, and invites him to a more private place, as they're talking about a very large sum. After they arrive at the new location, they enter the room, and an employee immediately greets him, wondering if the person next to the president is his son or something like that. July then informs that this is a VIP client who is there to collect the prize, and for that reason asks please to let him feel comfortable. Only then does she realize that perhaps the boy who is looking at her is the person who won with the 100 tickets and, still nervous, tries to remain calm since he is such a valuable client. For that reason, she asks him to sit down, also welcoming him and asking if he would like any drink, such as coffee, juice, or tea. He replies that he's fine, and that the most important thing at that moment is that he wants to receive the reward directly. She says that it's fine, that first she just needs to confirm the tickets. He hands over the tickets, leaving the woman unable to believe that a student bought so many tickets, all with the same number, wondering if perhaps the MC can see the future or something like that. After checking, she informs that they are indeed all winning tickets, and, unable to believe what she's about to say, says that his reward is 22.5 billion won. After tax deductions, the prize became 15 billion. The first thing the MC did was look for a place to live. Then he opened a stock account since Bitcoin was expected to rise 500% the following month. So he planned to invest in stocks after increasing his money with Bitcoin. After that, they move into the new house, and Ryuman asks his brother if he liked it. He replies that he liked it a lot, since he'd never seen such a big house up close, but admits that he didn't understand why his brother chose to pay rent when, with the money they earned, they could have bought the house. The MC responds that he kept just 1 billion with him and invested all the other 14 billion in Bitcoin. One simply can't believe what he just heard, but the MC reassures him right away, as he can already imagine what he will say about this madness, but he informs that he can get more through the lottery at any moment since he saw the next 4 results in his dreams. His brother's eyes shine since he has never heard of people who dream about lottery numbers, and he immediately begs the MC not to forget any of these numbers under any circumstances. He imagines there's no way to forget, since he's done it countless times, and invites one to go eat something outside since they'll be moving again that day. In another place, someone punches the wall so hard that it breaks. It was Young Min testing his strength. He's excited since he was sure it was a good idea to put all his points into strength, and so he prepares another punch, throwing several punches at the wall, excited because he also gained the strength rune that doubles the player's strength. He stands admiring the impact of his punches on the wall since it's something even Mike Tyson would envy, and decides that now is the time to test it in a real fight. With this thought, he goes straight to Ryuman's house and starts knocking on the door, calling for him. He finds the lack of response strange, but doesn't imagine that the boy might have died, even though he doesn't answer the calls either. Then, he starts remembering the look he received before the game started and gets furious since no one has ever looked at him so arrogantly. And that's why his will now is to kill him. He keeps knocking on the door frantically, aware that both are players with attributes. But a loser will always be a loser until he decides to stop knocking on the door since it's clear that Ryuman is hiding inside. Because of this, he keeps his hands still and tries to listen for even a single breath from inside, saying that he's leaving since there's no one there. However, he says this trying to fool the MC, because if he hears anything from inside, he will destroy the door. At this moment, an old man appears, asking what he's doing in front of someone's door. Young Min is intrigued and asks if that old man is the building manager or something like that. The old man replies that he is, and asks if he's there to meet a friend. Young Min changes his expression, replying that it's exactly that, and asks if he could open the door since he lost contact with that friend. However, the old man interrupts, saying it's a shame since apparently that friend left him behind. This leaves the gangster confused. The old man says that the room is now empty since the student who lived there moved somewhere else, but unfortunately, he doesn't know exactly where. Young Min clenches his fist, furious, imagining that he let his errand boy escape like that. Meanwhile, in front of a giant building, one is amazed at how tall it is, and also comments that there's a revolving door at the entrance. At the reception, he notices that there are also entry cards, and the security is very tight since identity confirmation is required. He can't hide his surprise as he finds the place way too incredible. The MC asks him to follow until they finally arrive at the place, which is extremely large. After arriving, he informs that the place is about 330 square meters, leaving one shocked since it's way too big for an apartment. And he asks if by any chance it's not too big for just the two of them to live in. He also asks how much the contract was. The MC replies that the size had to be at least that since he has the money for it, and that the contract was $550 million as a deposit and then $22 million per month. His brother is in shock, unable to believe that just the monthly rent will be $22 million. Since not long ago, he had to think twice before spending a mere $5,000 on a snack as it was too much. So he asks if it's not too expensive since they could look for something cheaper. Ryuman replies that no, they need to spend as much as possible, thinking only about security. He imagines that on the first day of each month, all players will suffer from narcolepsy, and this is the most vulnerable period for everyone since they will be susceptible to disasters like fires and earthquakes, as well as assassins hired by other players. In other words, when the time comes, all players need to prepare to go to the other world and still keep their bodies safe in real life. He is aware that no matter how incredible a person may be in the other world, all of that ends if they die in real life. After imagining all this, he asks his brother if he liked the house, and one obviously says he did, but looks thoughtful about something, which makes him a little down, until suddenly he apologizes to Ryuman, saying that his brother will soon be dragged to the other world while he himself is here enjoying things and hadn't thought much about it, which is why he's apologizing. The MC grabs his shoulder and asks why he's so down since he will return in the next round. Then, he calls him to go to a Korean restaurant on the second floor until he notices his phone ringing and finds it funny that Young Min finally realized he moved. but he considers just ignoring it since it's not like they will meet again in real life, even though in the other world, things will be different. Think about it and put the phone in your pocket without answering. After the change, a day passes, and the MC wakes up and notices that his brother is getting ready, so he asks if he is going somewhere. One replies that he ordered some rice cakes and therefore will go pick them up. The MC doesn't understand since, out of nowhere, he is talking about rice cakes, which makes him believe this is too strange, as he doesn't remember something like this happening, even though he is aware that all regressions to the past are not a guarantee that everything will happen the same way. But this rice cake story is the first time he is hearing about it. Since he is racking his brain over this, he decides to ask why he bought these rice cakes. His brother replies that he will distribute them to the neighbors since it is good manners. The MC finds this interesting since indeed it is good manners, but he asks him to wait since he will greet them together. They start by intercom calling the first apartment, and a voice comes out asking who it is. One replies that they just moved in next door and therefore would like to say hi. A young woman opens the door, greeting them, and also asks if they are brothers since they look very similar. One, with a huge smile on his face, replies that they are, and lets her know they are there to give a rice cake, asking her to eat it while it's still warm. She is surprised by the beautiful cake and thanks them since she can't wait to eat it. One thanks her, and they continue their journey, delivering to all the residents they encountered and thus getting to know the people in the building. After that, they finally go to the last apartment, as it took them quite a while to attend to everyone. As they walk, the MC mentions that this floor is the penthouse, since floors 44 and 45 are used. One is surprised to hear this since the people who live there are probably super rich. The MC explains that he doesn't actually know the details, but it is probably a wealthy family or maybe a celebrity. They ring the doorbell, but no one answers. He rings it again, but no one appears. One assumes that no one is in the apartment, so maybe they will have to leave, until he turns around and is startled, as there was someone there after all. But he can't believe what he is seeing since it was the actress yasuo. One cannot hide his embarrassment since she is so beautiful that she looks more like an angel. Suddenly, someone steps in front and asks if they are fans. The MC apologizes since that is not the case, as they are just the neighbors from the floor below. One then shows the cake and asks if they want some. The man says he doesn't want any, and besides, Aaron doesn't eat that kind of thing. He goes to the elevator, calls for it, and asks the girl to follow him. She walks past, but before that, she looks back. The MC admits that he doesn't know who the guy is, but he was really rude and asks his brother not to pay too much attention to it. He replies that he is fine and is amazed, asking if the MC saw it. Ryuman asks, saw what? He replies that he saw the actress. After all, they were right in front of them, and it was like seeing a mermaid. Meanwhile, several news reports are coming out about celebrities not waking up after the Great New Year's event. The one watching these reports is Erin, not understanding how the hell the world is still functioning, until she gets a notification on her phone asking if she has seen the news, telling her that Solon died. She continues the conversation, but in her thoughts, she can only imagine that someone more famous than her ended up dying in the first round of the game, and she is scared since the same could have happened to her if she hadn't gotten a good rune, and she is glad she managed to grow at least a little. She also imagines that she wouldn't have made it this far without the company's sponsorship. At this moment, Hoan approaches and asks why she is lost in thought, then asks her to relax since she can speak honestly with him. She explains that she has no idea how the world ended up like that and doesn't know if they will survive the next round. He tells her not to worry ahead of time since it makes no sense to torture herself for nothing, so she can just trust and relax. Aaron just smiles since there is no one else to trust. She says that, but deep down, she knows he has become cautious because they assigned her a manager and a security guard. At first, she imagined it was just to observe her, but one thing she admits is that if it weren't for him, she definitely would have died right away in the first round. Howan warns that he will protect her no matter what happens, and that's why she can't give up or get discouraged. She gets excited and thanks him for the support. Then, she comments about earlier since the neighbors apparently just moved in, and the cake looked delicious. He warns that she will gain weight if she eats that, but her point is that they took the trouble to come and greet them and must have felt hurt. Howon asks her not to think about it since they probably just wanted something from her. But Aaron imagines she didn't get that impression because they seemed like two good people. Besides, she considers that they looked over 15 years old, so they probably killed the 100 goblins to survive, and finds it incredible since she noticed that the two didn't seem scared or anything like that, even after going through all of that. The security guard finds it funny that she says that since only an idiot would fail that mission. She finds it funny too, since the ability he gained is extremely useful in the other world, and yet it wasn't as incredible as the Black Reaper, whom she saw killing goblins as if they were nothing. He was so powerful that she almost felt sorry for the goblins, besides trying to imagine what that boy's job would be in real life, as it would be amazing to work with someone like him in the second round. She gets more and more scared since she survived the first round purely by luck, but she is unsure how the second round will be. Time passes, and it is already January 31st at 11 o'clock in the morning. One is vacuuming, cleaning the house, until he notices that his brother has returned and asks if he made any profit. The MC replies that he did, although it wasn't much since it was around 15 billion, and he decides to tell how it went at the bank since the president of the place was shocked to see who was the lucky client this time, so he decided to ask what the secret was to winning so many times. The MC explains that he received a divine message in his dreams, but Junho just jokes that having a dream like that would be wonderful. One finds the story funny and asks if he will put everything into Bitcoin. He replies that he will, as it has now risen to 150 billion. However, his brother asks if they shouldn't start withdrawing since he is terrified of losing everything. The MC turns around and replies that it's not time yet, but asks him not to worry too much since everything is under control, also inviting him to lunch. They have lunch and walk around the city. After all that, he goes to bed, and one stays by his side. While holding his hand tightly, the boy pleads for him to return safely. Ryumin, with a broad smile on his face, asks him not to worry, since what he did to Tegyu is a glimpse of the power he possesses, and tells his brother to go to sleep and not to worry too much about it, since he will wake up before he even realizes it. He says that, and the time arrives as his spirit starts being teleported, just like the spirits of all the other players who survived the first round. People can't believe they were teleported so quickly, and apparently, it's still the same place as before. A girl looks to the side and asks if that isn't the same person from before, the famous Black Reaper, who ranked first in the previous round. The MC notices that people are distancing themselves, probably because they recognized him, and he also notices Youngmin's presence. Suddenly, an angel appears, asking if everyone is already there. Everyone is surprised since this time, a different angel appeared. Estrid introduces herself, explaining that the angel responsible for the first round had an accident and therefore won't be able to attend. But she asks everyone not to worry, since she will now be responsible for the second round. He says this with a wicked smile, in addition to spreading his wings in an imposing manner, as he is about to announce the objective of the second round. Immediately, the system opens to everyone, announcing round 2. It also shows the number of final participants from all regions and their current region. Everyone is puzzled, as the panel isn't saying anything about killing monsters, even though there's a number of conclusions. And it might mean that everyone will survive this time. Estrid notes that she sees the confusion of everyone, and, because of that, decides to explain. She says that, as everyone noticed, the current round has nothing to do with battles, and will end once they choose a representative from their region. This representative can use their authority to forcefully command other humans, and will crawl or even die if ordered. She warns that in 3 hours, Everyone will receive voting tickets and will be able to select the person they want to be the representative. One of the players asks if it will really end with just that. She replies that yes, as after the vote, the mission will end and everyone will be able to return home, considering it a rest round if they prefer. Everyone gets excited as, in addition to not needing to fight, they'll return home without doing anything more. The angel asks them to discuss among themselves for the next 3 hours to decide who will be the representative of the region. With that, the voting time begins. Everyone celebrates, as the mission seems very easy, unlike Young Min, who is furious because he really wanted to fight. His friend asks him to relax, as coming back alive is a good thing. He responds that he put all his points into strength and not being able to show all that power is frustrating. The MC just watches, as it seems that Young Min got a strength rune once again, and everything is going as before. He starts walking toward the forest, as he knows that finding a representative is the least of the problems, because if there's a main mission, there will also be optional missions. He grabs his dagger, as the optional mission there is about promotion to get a class. He firmly holds his dagger, as a goblin is just ahead, and that's why he needs to reach level 10 as quickly as possible. The hobgoblin immediately charges at him due to the provocation, and Ryuman does the same, defeating the monster with just one attack. A notification announces that the hobgoblin was defeated, and the kill count increases by 1 of 100. The triple experience bonus has also been applied, so he gained 9% experience and an additional 15 gold. All attributes will increase by 1% due to the effects of the rune of the kill. Ryuman believes he should go deeper into the forest to hunt them, as where there's one goblin, there are hundreds. He barely says this when he sees several approaching. Seeing this makes him happy, as now he can put his plan into action. He begins his extermination, slicing them one by one, reaching 50 in the kill count. All attributes are increased by 50% due to the effects of the rune of the kill, and his level also increases. The countdown until the vote is 2 hours, 29 minutes, and 24 seconds. He is surprised, as only 30 minutes have passed, and he decides to check his status window and notices that his level is already 9. With the 8 available attribute points, he decides to put them all into dexterity, as that's the most important at the start. Unlike if he had gotten the strength rune, because then he would need to put all points into strength, even though surviving with just that attribute is difficult. After all, one may have infinite strength, but if struck by a fatal blow, he will die whether he wants to or not. He sees his current attributes: 4 points in strength, 4 in intelligence, 30 in dexterity, and 4 in luck. Strength increases physical damage, health, and defense. Intelligence increases magical damage, willpower, and thinking capacity. Dexterity increases attack speed, movement speed, and evasion chance. Lastly, luck increases critical hit chance, item drop chance, and additional gold chance. He is aware that it's not possible to be completely dependent on any of them, especially for the Reaper class, which uses both magical and physical damage, so it's ideal to have all attributes maximized. Suddenly, something catches his attention, and he is surprised, as apparently someone followed him, and, due to focusing on hunting, he didn't notice it. He finds this strange, as in, none of his regressions has anyone done this. Therefore, he raises his dagger and asks the person to appear, and if they don't, they should start praying. Suddenly, the person steps out, and he quickly realizes who it is, being surprised by her appearance to the point of considering that she might be the actress Arinseo. She apologizes for following him, as another person approaches, apologizing as well, and warning that they don't have bad intentions. So they ask him not to get angry. Ryuman wonders if that guy is Sangchul and can't believe it, because if it really is, he's Gyeonglok's right-hand man. Gyeonglok is the eldest son of one of the largest companies in the country, and is the player nicknamed Celestial Demon, as well as being one of his targets. Having this player by his side would greatly improve his growth in many aspects, but the one who should recruit him is the priestess who was with this guy during the 20th round. He admits inwardly to being surprised to encounter this guy so soon and doesn't understand why he is with Aaron until he remembers the head of security who was protecting her and wonders if they are the same person. This makes him recall a story about Gyeonglok sponsoring a celebrity. However, after thinking about all this, he asks why they are following him, not liking any of it, as the future has changed once again. She, frightened, tells him she saw him leaving the others and followed him as soon as he entered the forest, apologizing in case this made him angry and explaining that they are only there to make an offer. He asks what this offer is. She is happy that he at least wants to listen and tells him she's been thinking about them cooperating with each other. Ryumin finds this funny, as the word cooperate means both sides need each other, and asks how they would be useful, since he's already doing quite well on his own. Therefore, he asks them not to waste his time. He says this and walks away, as he has no intention of forming a team with them. While the MC walks away, the man asks what's wrong with that guy, as it's impossible for someone to have such a big ego. He says this and sees Aaron fall to the ground for no reason. She says that the MC isn't the first in rank for nothing, as she felt an overwhelming pressure coming from him. Sungchul doesn't understand what kind of pressure that is, but he understands that it's natural to feel nervous when a blade is pointed in your direction. She gets up and admits that she really wanted to form a team with him, but apparently it didn't happen. Her bodyguard says he expected this, as people who are too proud are difficult to deal with, and asks them not to waste time chasing after someone who doesn't want anything to do with anyone. Aaron answers that it's fine and is surprised, as she never imagined there would be goblins in the forest, so she asks if they should hunt for a while. She says this, and the two leave to hunt. Meanwhile, in the forest, a goblin is rummaging through the area until the MC appears behind him and finishes him off with a single strike, as his focus is to level up as much as possible. His kill count is already at 60, and all his attributes have been increased by 60%. Suddenly, a different enemy approaches, exciting the MC, as the Nulls have decided to appear this time, thinking it's his lucky day. The wolf monsters immediately rush to attack and leap toward Ryumin, who just tightens his grip on his dagger, and, with one single strike, takes them all out at once, defeating a new enemy. His kill count rises to 65, and his level also increases, finally reaching level 10. With this, all the conditions for class advancement have been met. Now that he's fulfilled the requirements, it's announced that he can access the shop, in addition to the existence of a hidden extra mission. He looks at his system screen and reads the information about this secondary mission. It's necessary to advance before the devotion time. He needs to acquire the advancement item and thus obtain the class. If successful, the tickets will have a 50% discount on daily items. He stops to think that the people who will be seeing this side mission will probably be confused since they have no idea what he is talking about. After all, everyone knows that gaining a class is great, but the problem is that no one knows how to obtain the progress item, which can usually be obtained after meeting special conditions. For example, only warriors need to increase their strength to at least 10 and kill 30 monsters within the same horde to obtain the item. Berserkers need to hunt for a period of time while bleeding. Assassins need to successfully stab monsters multiple times. He imagines that, at first, he also hunted monsters repeatedly, and this unlocked the Hunter class for him. But after discovering the Reaper of Death class, he only kept that one throughout all the regressions. After all this, he uses the progress item, and a notification appears saying that the class cannot be changed, so he needs to choose carefully. That's why the system asks if he wants to advance to the Reaper class. The MC immediately clicks yes since there's no need to think about it, and a strong light bursts all over his body with a notification announcing his progress to the Reaper class. As a reward, he also obtained the Reaper rune. Its effect is that when used during the day, weapon attacks are double, and when used at night, attack speed is also increased by 50%. While motionless at night, the chance of being detected by an enemy is greatly reduced. The rune is automatically imprinted on the player's body. Additionally, as a reward, he also obtained the Reaper's Scythe. Seeing this leaves Ryumin surprised, since he obtained both the rune and the weapon from his progress. His rank also increased from beginner to apprentice. He opens his attribute window, checking his new class, his attribute points, and other information. The MC imagines that players in that world are divided into 6 ranks: Grandmaster at level 99, Master at level 60, Specialist at level 40, Regular at level 20, Apprentice at level 10, and Beginner at level 1. Moreover, a notification appears saying he learned a skill from the Reaper class. He obtained the Death Insignia. It creates an insignia that only the target and the caster can see. The remaining health of the target becomes visible. An additional 100% damage will be dealt to the target every time the caster attacks, and only one target can be affected at a time. In addition, he also equipped the Reaper's Scythe, which is of rare rank and increases his attack by 25. It adds 1 additional attack per strike, up to 5. Its durability is 225 uses, and the restriction is apprentice or higher. Its description says it's an enormous scythe, said to be used by the Reaper, and difficult to handle for a beginner. With all this progress, the MC was identified as the first player to advance, and as a reward for being the first to progress, he obtained the random gold pouch. Because of this, he learned the track skill. Its effect is that it tracks the location of the desired target. However, the face and nickname must match for the target to be considered valid. The price is 20,000 gold coins. The MC admits he is happy. After all, he gained a skill that costs 20,000 gold, and because of that, he decides to test it, searching for the target Yang Min in his mind. Since the nickname and face matched, the skill began tracking the target, locating him 190 meters away. If he wants the exact location, he just has to follow the skill's arrow. Ryumin finds it strange that he's 190 meters away, since that means Young Min entered the forest, unlike the last time when he was 2 kilometers away, so he believes he should go take a look. Meanwhile, Sangchul and Arin are walking through the forest when she falls to the ground, saying she can't run anymore since her leg can't take it. He asks her to try, since they need to keep going at all costs, because if they're caught, it will be a problem. The girl apologizes since the spot where the arrow hit her is burning. Sangchul explains that, although it's a theory, he believes that even if he hurts himself here, it won't affect his body in the real world, so he should just find a way to survive until they return home. She says she understands and will endure. However, she gets scared when she sees someone talking to them. It's Young Min and his gang, saying that apparently she's not hurt enough. Sangchul starts to worry, calling Aaron a damn bitch in his thoughts, since they were caught because of her. He prepares to fight since he has no other choice but to do so. Young Min gets happy seeing this, and asks if he really wants to fight, asking to see how many guys they have. The bodyguard tries to negotiate, asking why they are doing this when they haven't done anything to them. But he replies that he's aware they didn't do anything and makes it clear that they only want one thing. He says this while pointing at Aaron, since he only wants her, revealing that they don't want anything to do with a bodyguard, as they're only eyeing Aaron. His allies ask if it's really Aaron, since, although her face and name are the same, it could just be a fan pretending to be her. But they don't care about that since